Although they were still classmates now, she understood that they would no longer be of the same level once they stepped out of the classroom. The only thing she could do was let them leave behind their signatures so that she could look at it when feeling lonely and recall the bitter or sweet memories of her high school days. The couple nodded. There were already more than 20 classmates waiting for them, but they did not have much impression of them and did not know what to write. However, since they were all classmates, they could not possibly reject them, or else it would be too ruthless. The two were probably the most envied people in the school. Unlike other couples in school, they did not break up after graduation, nor were they worried about not being able to enter the same university. "Subai, this is mine. Don't you dare to write it perfunctorily, or else I will break it off with you." Yongju handed his yearbook to Subai. He actually felt very grateful toward him. If it were not for his words, he might still be a cynical dick. Now, he was not worried about the college entrance examination and was more worried about how to remain close to the two. "Don't worry, I won't," Subai nodded and said. Jiang Yang also handed his yearbook to him and asked curiously, "Why didn't you two buy yearbooks? Even if we can't meet again in the future, you should still leave memories behind. After all, this is the best time of our precious youth. It's all kept here." He tapped his head. "If you guys want to sign your names for me, just take a picture and write on the other side. I'll keep them well." "Okay, then. We'll give those to you together later." Chen Tingting smiled. Has Jiang Yang finally won over Sister Tingting? Subai looked at the girl in shock. Doesn't that mean that Yongju is the only solo? Yongju was speechless. F***CK. Could you please not pull me in? Yongju grumbled angrily. It was too difficult for him. First, it was Subai, then it was Jiang Yang. Both of his best buddies had found girlfriends behind his back, and he could not bear such a big blow. Ha ha ha. Subai chuckled and ignored his friend, turning around to continue signing for them. "By the way, Boyfie, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Aren't you going to sign my yearbook or something?" Chen Ruoshue asked with a smile while signing the yearbooks. "I did write something for you. Do you want to see it?" He took out a photo from his notebook. It was the photo taken when they were on the purple planet that his master was transforming. The background was a distant starry sky and purple tidal flats. He liked this photo very much. On the back was a short confession letter. "Okay, I'll confiscate this." She blinked coquettishly and giggled. After spending half an hour, he returned all the yearbooks to his classmates. He then released the little tyrant to help him carry things. "I'm going home first. See you tomorrow." At the fork in the road, he waved to Chen Ruoshue. "See you at school tomorrow." She also waved. "Raw. Bye. Is your high school life over?" The Dino raised a claw and patted him on the shoulder. "Yes, it's over." He glanced up at the blue and white sky and exhaled. "Raw Tilda, don't worry. I will accompany you all the time Tilda." It patted him again. "I know." He took out an oar to feed it. To this, the Dino opened its mouth and gobbled it up happily. When they reached home, he arranged all his books neatly on the shelf in the study. He then released all his pets and sat in the recliner while watching the sun set in the west and listening to light music. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. His phone alarm rang. Stretching his hand lazily, he turned off his alarm in a daze but suddenly felt a smooth and delicate hand touch him. He was so frightened that he quickly jerked up, only to see Purple Jade sleeping next to him. He asked speechlessly, "Didn't you say you're not going to turn into a human?" Originally, after it had evolved into the limitless beauty, he did not let it enter his room, but it would always sneak in. In the end, he could only let it compromise, such that it would stop transforming into a human. The elf held its head with one hand and held him with the other, blinking its big purple eyes. "I feel like I can surprise you even more like this. It's frightening." He got up from his bed exasperatedly. "Next time, you're not allowed to climb onto my bed at will. Girls must have their restraint and dignity. Haven't I already arranged a room for you?" he said while putting on his clothes. "It's meaningless without you. I just want to be with you. I have no other intentions. I just purely want to be with you. Can't I? If I knew that this would happen, I wouldn't evolve." Purple Jade glanced sideways at him and howled. It had always thought that he would like it once it evolved, but the end result only disappointed it. Bye, you are obviously so intimate with Ruoshua, why can't you be intimate with me? Don't I deserve your love? If it's because of the way I look now, then I'll transform into a cat and never change back again. After the limitless beauty was done speaking, green spiritual power fluctuated on its body. Soon, it turned into a white cat which lay quietly and motionlessly on the bed. Sorry, I didn't mean that. You can do whatever you want in the future, I won't complain anymore. Subai froze in place. No matter what, his pet was still purely his buddy, and it was a problem of his ideology. No, I saw how I put you on the spot. I think that my cat form suits me better. The cub's gentle voice sounded in his mind, and it did not change into a human form anymore. I really like your appearance as the limitless beauty. Really. He hugged the cub and reassured it. If he became affectionate with the humanoid version of his pet, he would inevitably think of it as a human and feel a sense of guilt. He knew that it was his problem, not the cub's. Howl. I'm hungry. Feed me something, bye. The cub licked his cheek, no longer harping on the matter of limitless beauty's appearance. All right, then. I prepared a dried fish energy medicinal cake for you. Subai caressed it. He left the room, placed the pet's breakfast into a small basin, and put them on the coffee table. While his pets ate, he went to shower. After eating breakfast, he did not continue to read. Instead, he went to the yard and took care of the spiritual plants and flowers. The cub also came out after breakfast to help out. It had grown many spiritual plants much better than his. At noon in July, the weather was already very hot. Sitting on the sofa, Subai enjoyed the air conditioner and drank purple sparrow tea. Let's go. We have to set off soon. He looked at his watch and said after drinking a few cups of tea. Howl. Oh, I will carry you on my back. The cub transformed into a bigger-sized cat and looked at him with a lovely expression. Okay. Thank you, buddy. Subai looked at it, too, and could not bear to refuse. In fact, after seeing its appearance as a limitless beauty, he did not want to ride it anymore as it felt very inappropriate. However, he did not want to dispel the cub's enthusiasm. After keeping his pets in his contract book, he went to school with Purple Jade. The test lasted for 4 days. Their theoretical knowledge would be tested in a written test on the 6th and 7th of July, and it would be their actual combat on the 8th and 9th. Son, you can do it. Put your mind at ease and don't put too much pressure on yourself. At the entrance of the manor, Mother Sue waited for him to come over with a bag of various foods in her hand. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just put your mind on the test. It doesn't matter whether your grades are good or bad. We are always proud of you. Father Sue also smiled. Thank you, I know. He took the food and said with a smile. His parents knew that he was taking the college entrance examination, which made him feel very touched. He kept the snacks into his backpack and rode the cub away. Soon, they arrived. From far away, he saw that Chen Ruoshua had arrived at the usual place they often went on dates. You're so beautiful, so pretty and fragrant. He took her hand, leaned closer, and said with a smile. Don't look at me like that. Be careful that passersby don't mistake you for a pervert and catch you. Chen Ruoshua rolled her eyes. Ha, then they will have to beat me first. Subai laughed. The two walked toward the school together, followed by the cub and Super Big Demon. It's a pity that our exam rooms are not together, and our hotel isn't in the same place, too, he said depressedly. It's normal. Don't get tired of living together every day when we go to college. Walking to the gate of the school, Chen Ruoshua let go of his hand. Many buses were parked in the school to transport the students to the city for their examinations. The sites for the college entrance exam were all in the city, so the school in town must go to the hotel one day in advance. Subai's examination was in First Middle School, with Hu Jie as their advisor. Chen Ruoshua's examination was in Gaoxin Middle School, and Wang Wenyi, their head teacher, was this side's advisor. He waved to Chen Ruoshua and walked to Hu Jie's side. You came just in time. Let me give you a task. Come to my office and do me a favor. The woman patted him on the shoulder as she spoke. It's time to gather. Are you sure we won't be scolded for leaving? Su Bai looked at her questioningly, always feeling that she was very unreliable. Don't worry, I have asked teacher Wang to take care of the things here. Hu Jie patted him on the shoulder again. All right, then. What do you need my help with? Su Bai nodded and followed her to the office. I need your help to move some things. I have already resigned and probably won't teach anymore, said Hu Jie with emotion. Ah, why? He asked, a little surprised. There are many reasons, but one is that I have to find my true love, too. The woman reached out and hugged him from behind, smiling. That's why, before leaving, I'll let my favorite student help me move things. With due diligence. It took a long time for Su Bai to accept the fact that Hu Jie was not teaching anymore. She was a very good teacher, whether it was teaching English or pet breeding. He was very sad for a while. This was until he entered Hu Jie's office. Wow, teacher, this place is too messy, right? Also, why do you want me to come? Isn't it more appropriate to call Ruoxue? He looked at the former teacher's room speechlessly. Not only was it messy, many clothes, especially undies and bras, were everywhere. Su Bai could not help but notice the sexy underwear. Ah, there are too many things messed up, and those on the ground are no longer needed. You can help tidy up and throw them into the trash can. You can also help tidy up the bed. It's just some underwear, it's not like you've never seen one before. Hu Jie shrugged nonchalantly. As for why I'm looking for you, it's because I don't want others to see my sloppy side. I want to maintain my image as a good teacher, and you dare not say anything. Su Bai, he shook his head and released the cup to help him clean. Everything was packed up quickly, including the messy underwear. Wow, thank you. This is for you. The woman smiled and handed him a small alarm clock. Thank you. He did not refuse, either. Don't underestimate this alarm clock. It's customized. That's my 18th birthday gift and one of my favorites. Hu Jie emphasized. I saw the lettering on it. He nodded. Su Bai helped her move the things onto her car before returning to the gathering place. After doing a head count, Hu Jie arranged for them to get on the bus. She drove her Audi and followed behind. His hotel was naturally near the examination site of First Middle School. It was already night after they finished cleaning up. Su Bai did not go out for a stroll and ate dinner with the pets in the room before falling asleep, instead. Jade, just give me some hypnotic powder and let me fall asleep quickly. Otherwise, I'll be a goner if I can't wake up tomorrow. He kissed the cub and said, Howl. Don't worry, I'll wake you up tomorrow. Nodding, it summoned a vine to induce him in hypnosis. Early the next morning, Su Bai was awakened by the cub, and after having an early breakfast, he set off for the examination venue. After a strict inspection at the entrance, he walked into the exam room and found his place. With the sound of the bell, a shield enveloped the entire school. The first test was pet breeding, which was very simple for him. As an experienced junior pet breeder, these questions could not trouble him. Compared to other people racking their brains, he answered fluently and quickly completed all the questions, but he did not turn in the papers in advance as usual and gave enough respect to the college entrance examination. The tests were followed by pharmacology, monster illustration, biological synthesis, physical chemistry, math, and Chinese. The test of the theory part was quickly finished, and as the last test was over, he walked out of the test room calmly. Having prepared for several months, he found the test quite ordinary. How was it? How many points do you think you scored? Asked Hu Jie with a smile outside the examination room. It should not be far from full marks. He spread his hands and responded. After dividing into the pet subject, the scores of the college entrance examination have been reformed, and now had a total score of 1,000 points, 500 points for theoretical knowledge and 500 points for pet combat. It seems like you're very confident. Let me take you to a good place for a stroll. Hu Jie patted him and smiled. She had actually come here purely to wait for him. Today, another teacher was in charge of monitoring the students. Why? Isn't the scenery beautiful here? Hu Jie got out of the car and gushed at the sight of the scenery around. Nangong Mountain was cool and eminent, and from here, they could see the entire can. Whether it was the cold river flowing through the city or the various buildings on both sides, all were visible. The scenery is pretty. He nodded. That's right, I took you here to see the scenery and relax. She handed him a can of beer. Are you drinking before driving back? Do you think I'll get drunk with this little alcohol? Chuckling, she opened the can of beer and took 2 sips. Subai did not say anything and just leaned in front of the car, drinking beer while enjoying the mountain breeze and watching the busy traffic in the city. It really relieved his stress by quietly watching the scenery. Teacher, are you going to run the training house fully after you resign? He asked curiously. Maybe, I'm not too sure, I haven't thought about it yet. Hu Jie looked up at the sky and leaned her head on his shoulder. He was about to resist, but she pulled him back. Just lend me your shoulder for a while. Subai stopped moving and fell silent for a while before he asked solemnly, Teacher, have you encountered any troubles recently? For example, have you been forced into marriage by your family? Upon hearing this, she snorted in laughter and then turned to look at him. If that were the case, what would you do? I don't know. If you're unwilling, I'll try my best to take you to a safe place. He scratched his head. I'm very happy to hear you say that, but don't worry. I'm already out of the family, so no one will force me to marry. I'm just a little sad, so I came up here to relax. She smiled sadly. Teacher, don't worry, I definitely won't forget you. He thought for a while and assured her. Ha ha ha. Let's go. You should also go back to eat. Hu Jie smiled and got into the car. She took him to dinner and then returned to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Subai thought for a while and sent a message to Hulan to check if his former teacher was actually being forced to marry. If so, he also wanted to do his part to help. Both siblings were his mentor and benefactor, so he must lend a helping hand no matter what. This kind of marriage between big families was very common, so he was still quite worried. Fortunately, Hulan replied by saying that there was no such thing and that he had not heard of such. He also said that he would ask for more information. Subai heaved a sigh of relief. I'll take a good rest and get ready for tomorrow's physical combat assessment. He lay in bed. After chatting with his girlfriend for a while and playing Kings of Glory with the cub, he slept. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. He woke up on time and went to the examination room after eating breakfast. Today's physical combat assessment was different from yesterday's. Of course, it was not battling against other people. Instead, the assessment would scan and upload everyone's data into the virtual space through the Pet Combat Simulator and then set up a challenge in the virtual space itself. This method was fast and efficient and was no different from actual combat. The only difference might be that no one would die inside but would still experience the feeling of dying. After checking the correct room, he entered. There were black cabinets 2.5 meters high, 1.5 meters long, and 2 meters wide in the classroom. Subai and the others only needed to find and walk to the corresponding cabinets to swipe their IDs, verify their details, and then accept the scan for the test. Of course, he knew that this black cabinet was not a terminal as there was only one per school. After the teacher explained the operation process, he quickly entered a black cabinet. Once his identity information had been confirmed, he summoned his contract book as required. A purple light scanned it from the top, and a moment later, he found himself on a golden beach. In front of him were an endless sea and a huge mid-level warlord blue sea shark. Seeing him, the blue sea shark's tail flicked and splashed a stormy sea toward him. Jade, get rid of it. He immediately released the cub and instructed it. Don't hurt her bye. The cub appeared on the ground in the form of limitless beauty and waved the staff in its hand. Vines rose from the ground and directly pierced the heart of the blue sea shark, calming the waves it had just raised. Once the blue sea shark died, he released all his other pets. Other than the dragon and the phoenix, the purgatory fire thief and the alluring spirit fox queen all appeared beside him. He had hidden the dragon's contract page with Wei Ya's reliable treasure, and this helped prevent the scanner from finding it out. He had left the phoenix at home because the college entrance examinations information could be queried, and he did not want to expose all his cards. Soon, the scene changed again. He appeared in a desert and faced a total of 3 warlord monsters. As soon as he appeared, They charged at him with murderous intent. Some of them restrained and attacked his pets, while some charged directly at him. "Get rid of them all," Subai said casually without paying attention to the monsters in front. The physical combat had a total of 150 levels with a total score of 500 points. The strength of the monster changes according to the strength of each player. At the beginning, the strength was weaker than half of the player, while it was twice the strength at the end. Having no fixed strength ensured the exam's fairness. Thus, regardless of the player's strength, the strength of the monster could change accordingly. In the end, all of them had to battle against monsters twice as strong as themselves. In addition, there were some environmental traps in the surroundings. This was kids' play to those who often ventured in monster wildernesses, though. This was mainly for those pet tamers who were inexperienced. Soon, the strength of the monsters his pets were fighting against rose to the same level as the little tyrant. Interesting. This is also an alien plant purgatory, with the evolutionary direction of the purgatory fire thief. Subai focused on the purgatory fire thief among the few monsters. Raw. "Watch how I steal its fire." The dino rushed forward with fire theft, but the opponent also launched the same attack. In an instant, the fire attribute abilities of both sides were restricted. Hing. The dreamy spiritual power of the fox exploded, and an illusion wave was launched over. At the same time, the cub expanded its thorns domain and mobilized it to turn into forest cluster, the skill it obtained when it evolved to a limitless beauty. In an instant, the countless vines, which had reached the monarch grade, came back to life and turned into monsters which attacked the three monsters on the opposite side. The cub's forest cluster, coupled with the vine whip that had been strengthened by Subai, was too formidable and was equivalent to possessing hundreds of monarch monsters. Although it could only inflict damage at close range and could not issue spiritual attacks, it still had outstanding power output. Furthermore, the Thorn's domain of limitless beauty had a 500-meter coverage, and it was almost impossible to escape as long as it was within the area. This strength could be described as a terrifying qualitative change. If this terrain were really a forest, battling with the elf would be even more terrifying. Just imagining the limitless beauty turning all the trees and plants in a forest into its fighting puppets was truly horrifying. Moreover, its spiritual power recovered very quickly, and it was not afraid of consuming too much spiritual power with these skills. It was obvious how terrifying its current strength was. Now, it had no problem dealing with the low-level monarchs, and its strength had even become on par with the little blood dragon. Along with its flow of torture, its strength would become even more terrifying in the future. The moment the monsters made of vines rushed over to tear apart the opponents, the battle was already a done deal. On top of their poisonous attacks, the elf activated its parasitic ultimate absorption skill. After all, they were still vines in nature. In this way, Subai completed one stage after another and reached the final one in the blink of an eye. The scene changed and the final battlefield appeared. The ground was filled with magma and sulfuric acid, and its temperature was as high as 100 degrees. Violent wind thrashed in the sky, while thunder and lightning flashed in the clouds. There was no oxygen in the air, only hydrogen, etc. The pressure of the toxic gases was hundreds of times higher compared to what could be felt on the blue planet. Subai had long known that the environment would only get worse and worse, so he had activated his internal breath early on. After arriving and discovering this terrifying environment, he immediately activated the shield and heat insulation skills. But even so, he still felt uncomfortable, knowing that he must not stay long in this place. The three monsters that appeared in front of them were also terrifying: a monarch flaming stone monster, a high-level commander thunderbird, and a low-level commander white-faced ghost. This environment was extremely detrimental to the elf, and specifically restrained it. The strength of these opponents were also strong and boundless, showing the difficulty of getting full marks. Jade, Mewling, help restrain them. Let your brother Tyrant go up and steal the fire of that monarch flaming rock monster. Subai looked at the opponent's data and immediately came up with a battle strategy. The opponents did not give them a chance to take a breather, either. The Thunderbird wielded an endless thunder light toward his side, while the white-faced ghost laughed strangely and launched illusion waves to influence the pets. The elf lifted its staff and expanded the Thorn's domain. It first used Vine Whip to form a shield in defense against the opponent's thunder and lightning before launching the Holy Spirit shield to protect itself and Subai. On the other side, the fox used the same illusion wave skill to restrain the white-faced ghost. The dino smashed the flaming rock monster with blighted fireballs. Mushroom clouds rose one after another to protect the dino as it also activated its fire theft skill once it got near the opponent. The moment the monarch flaming rock monster sensed that something was wrong with this skill, it turned around and tried to avoid the attack, but this was when a powerful force controlled it. The dino successfully hit it with fire theft, blocking all the flaming rock's flame skills. Weep weep. The fox was hit by a blacklight and fell to the ground, severely injured. The white-faced ghost had taken advantage of the situation when it helped the dino to launch a secret attack against it. Even though the elf had tried its best to protect it, the fox still failed to defend itself against the strange and unpredictable mental attack. Purple Jade immediately mobilized a large amount of life force to heal the fox. As long as the flaming rock could not target them with fire attacks, their victory was only a matter of time. Seeing that its blow had failed, the white-faced ghost directly rushed toward Subai, hitting him with an illusion wave, but what shocked it most was that the life-threatening blow did not kill him. What it did not know was that Subai had exposed this flaw in order to lure it over. With the protection of the Dragon Soul Bond skill, he could resist its mental attack and only became slightly disoriented. Unfortunately, the white-faced ghost was done for the moment it exposed its back to the mewling fox. A pink dreamy ray directly penetrated it, severely injuring and killing it. After getting rid of the most troublesome spirit-type white-faced ghost, everything became much simpler. The little tyrant continued restraining the monarch flaming rock, which did not pose much of a threat anymore without its fire skills. The elf resisted the Thunderbird's attack while continuing to heal the fox, which was seriously injured by the white-faced ghost. After the fox was healed, it used its control skills to cooperate with the elf and quickly killed the Thunderbird. In the end, the three besieged a monarch monster, of which the ability was greatly restricted, and the flaming rock that could only use earth skills was forced to face its death. In the end, it was restrained by the fox and the elf killed it with energy burst. In fact, the three's strength was not weak, but they just lacked coordination and command. A light flashed, and his consciousness returned to reality. His test scores had been uploaded, and he confirmed it before leaving the test room. He could directly leave after the practical exam. After taking a breath, he walked out of the room, glad that his college entrance examination was over. The corridor outside the room had long become bustling. There were too many people who had come out before him. A group of his schoolmates had also come out already. Upon seeing him, Hujie handed him a bottle of water and smiled. "How did you do in the exam and how many stages did you pass?" The other students also looked at him expectantly, very curious about how many levels he could pass. "It's all right. I passed all the stages, it's not particularly difficult." Subai took a sip of water and said. Everyone, he had passed all stages and only thought that it was all right. They were dealt a heavy blow when they heard that the exam was not particularly difficult. At this moment, they understood how big the gap was. They had passed 100 stages at most, but Subai had passed all without breaking a sweat. People with a big gap were desperate, thinking that it was no wonder Subai was so strong. Especially Shalei and Guodong, who had been at the same level as Subai once. These two felt even more bitter in their hearts. They originally thought that this kind of practical test had nothing to do with their strength and that they would not be much worse than him, but the reality turned out to be different. They did not know when, but somehow they could only look up at Subai's back. The feeling of being unable to catch up with him no matter how hard they tried was too uncomfortable and depressing. "Not bad. It's better than I expected." Hujie patted him on the shoulder. His classmates were very envious to see him laughing and talking with the woman, but unfortunately not everyone had the courage to chat with the teacher like this. "Let's get ready to go back to school." Once everyone arrived, Hujie announced this with a smile. What surprised Subai most was that, besides Chen Ruoxue, another person had actually passed all 150 stages in the assessment. This person was actually Chen Tingting. Upon careful thought, he felt that it was normal. This girl was a born fighter, and she even had the bond skill Immortal Soul of War with her blade-praying mantis, so it was not unusual for her to win full marks. As for Yang Ju and Jiang Yang, their performance was relatively normal. One passed only 114 stages while the other passed 120 stages. The score difference between them and him was rather large. Higher scores were given to the later stages. Hey, Sister Tingting, you're really amazing. I worked so hard but still couldn't reach the point of your abnormality. Jiang Yang pulled the girl and cried. He had just managed to win her over but was now going to be separated because of the college entrance examination. It was too difficult for him. Hey, Su Bai, Chen Ruoxue, you two are too abnormal. You didn't show us any mercy at all. Yang Ju sighed and complained as well. The gap between them was too big, and there was no hope of entering the same university. They finally understood the meaning behind Su Bai's words at the beginning. The grades aren't out yet, so don't worry. I won't give up on you. Chen Tingting smiled at Jiang Yang. As for the couple, they were not worried about this issue. Sister Tingting is right. Our grades haven't been released yet. Let's go have a big meal and relax. I haven't relaxed for half a month. Su Bai smiled. Okay, but it's your treat. I'm a single dog, so I'll only eat for free and never treat anyone, Yang Ju said with a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'll treat you, he said smilingly. While they were chatting, their class teacher, Wang Wenyi, came in. After everyone had quieted, she said, I'm just here for a roll call, and then everyone can go home. Su Bai. Here. This time, everyone's voice was exceptionally loud. Very well. Everyone is here. If that's the case, then, let's sing another song to bid farewell to one another and our youth. Looking at the melancholic faces of the students, Wang Wenyi suddenly suggested. Come. I'll start with the song, Changting. Beside the ancient road outside the Changting Pavilion, there is a lot of green grass. I ask you how long you will be here. As they sang, the corners of many students' eyes inevitably teared up, and Wang Wenyi could not help but turn around to hide her tears, too. This goodbye signified the end of their most innocent 3 years and the most beautiful youth. After singing a song, the teacher smiled sadly. All right, dear passengers, this train has reached the terminal. I'm going back the same way. You can fly far away and disband. You can come to school to see me again when you have time. Let's go, we've graduated. Su Bai reached out to hold Chen Ruoxue's hand openly. Yes, we've graduated. Grinning, she held his hand openly. No one would bother them for showing intimacy in public anymore. Goodbye, teacher. They waved to Wang Wenyi. Goodbye. Wang Wenyi smiled and watched them leave the classroom while standing on the podium and sending sincere blessings. I didn't understand why the graduation season is in the summer, but now I understand that tears will dry faster because of this. Chen Ruoxue took a deep breath and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. As Su Bai went out, the others also left one after another. In the end, only Wang Wenyi stood quietly on the podium in the empty classroom. She was silent for a long time and finally a faint smile appeared on her face. I'm leaving this school, I won't have to ever return. Yang Ju looked at the gate of the school and shouted loudly. However, after he finished shouting, he turned around in silence. The moment he stepped out of the gates, he realized that he was no longer a student of this school. Let's go to my house for a party, we have everything there. Su Bai laughed. I want to go, too. Am I welcome? Hu Jie drove over and shouted. Of course. He smiled in welcome. They rode in the woman's car and soon arrived at the Azure Dragon Mound. You called us over, but have you bought all the ingredients? Chen Ruoxue asked. Don't worry. I have asked our parents to buy all the ingredients in advance. Su Bai looked at her and smiled. We are not married yet, it's your parents. She blushed. He laughed and asked, then how about we get married now? I'll go to your house and steal the household registration book. Too many people had died in this world due to aura rejuvenation, and the population had since shrunk greatly. Not only had the legal age of adulthood been adjusted to just 16, the age of marriage had also been adjusted to 17. However, even so, the world's population had not exceeded 4 billion in 100 years. No way. I want an upright and frank marriage. She chided him. Haha. Just kidding. He laughed in response, actually not in a hurry to get married. What do you guys want to eat? Barbecue or hot pot are both okay. He looked at the others. Barbecue. Now that the sun is setting, it'll be nice to have a barbecue in the yard. Most importantly, everything can be barbecued. Jie laughed. Okay, barbecue then. I'll move the grill, and you can go to the kitchen to get the ingredients. He laughed. I'll help you. Ju chased after him. After installing the barbecue grill in the backyard, he released the dino to light the charcoal. Roar. Okay, it's my turn. With a wave of its small claw, all the charcoal turned bright red. It just so happens that I also have a suckling pig which has been marinated and hasn't been roasted yet. I'll roast it now. Bai took out the suckling pig from the refrigerator as the main course. Everyone worked together and quickly grilled a batch of meat. They ate around the table and drank iced drinks and beer. Wow. When did your barbecue skills become so good? Chen Ruoxue was full of praise while eating the roasted suckling pig. Yes, this level is almost better than that of a barbecue restaurant. Jie also looked at him with mild surprise as she issued this praise. It's actually very simple. I've grilled meat in the wilderness for 4 months before. Bai spread his hands. He had tried various techniques for 4 months, so how could he not become good at it? Impressive. Ju praised while chewing on a pig leg. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone struggled to finish their food. After tidying the dishes and chopsticks, everyone stood up to leave. Okay, we'll go back first. Give us a call if you need anything, Ju said. The villa is big, you guys can stay for tonight. Bai offered. No, all good things must come to an end, so I won't stay tonight. Those who are leaving, come with me, and I'll send you home, said Jie with a smile. Then teacher, go ahead. Chen Ruoxue waved her hand, intending to stay here tonight. Okay, then. Goodbye. Jie waved and drove away in her Audi. Are you sure that it's okay if you don't go back tonight? Bai looked at his girlfriend and asked. I told them in advance that I'll stay at my classmate's house. She blinked at him. That's great. He picked her up all of a sudden. Stop it. Let's put away these things first. Chen Ruoxue giggled. Although Ju and the others had helped tidy up, the arrangement was still messy. Okay, then. Bai put her down, and the two arranged everything together. By the way, why has Jade been in the form of a cat these days? I haven't seen her turn into a human. Chen Ruoxue asked after they cleared everything and started walking to the second floor. Speaking of, Bai scratched his head in embarrassment and said, she's sulking because she sneaked into my bed and was criticized by me. Don't worry, I'll go and coax her later. Chen Ruoxue shook her head but also understood his embarrassment. On the second floor, she took a bath and walked out in a bathrobe. She went over to the cub and touched its soft hair. Jade, can you turn into a girl and play games with me? Howl. No. The cub turned its head away and glanced at Bai. I apologize, I was wrong. He bowed sincerely to it. It's all right. You're a very good girl, don't care about what he said. Chen Ruoxue hugged and kissed it. At this time, the cub's body flashed and it turned into limitless beauty. It kissed Chen Ruoxue and licked her lips happily. You're so good to me, unlike stupid Bai. The cub felt very sad and dissatisfied, holding heartfelt aggravation. It clearly wanted to get close to its owner but was criticized and dealt a huge blow, instead. No, don't be mad at me anymore. It's all my fault. He apologized to his pet. The cub turned away and ignored him. It's okay, let's ignore him. Can I sleep with you today? Chen Ruoxue smiled while pulling the elf. Okay, I'll sleep with you today, not with smelly Bai. The elf raised its chin haughtily. Bai dared not speak anymore. The elf still needed time to calm down and forgive him. After watching TV for a while, he went out to the balcony and watched the stars in the night sky. There was no light pollution on the villa, so the Milky Way in the starry sky was very visible. He felt quite regretful tonight as he wanted to hug his girlfriend to sleep. However, Seeing the elf hug her as if she were its own, he decided to give up. Be good, sleep alone. Chen Ruoxue kissed him and took the elf to rest. Sigh. Mewling, come and sleep with me. Life is really so lonely. He hugged the fox. Okay, I can accompany our bai at any time. You can also tell me what dreams you want to have. I can help you dream of real combat. The fox licked his palm and spoke gently in his mind. Any dream is fine. Su Bai walked into the bedroom and asked as he lay in bed. Yes, anything. It's very simple for me. The mewling fox nodded. Then give me a gentle and calm dream. He thought for a while and told it. All right, then. Go ahead and sleep. The fox cooed. Nodding, he settled in bed and soon drifted to sleep. In his dream, he came to a beautiful Jiangnan water village with an endless lotus pond in front of him. The faint lotus fragrance even permeated the air. At 6:30 a.m., Su Bai woke up. Ah, it's time to get up for school. Have you forgotten that you already graduated? The baby fox glanced up at him from the other side. Oh, you're right, I graduated. He lay back down and continued to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already past 10 a.m. You're finally getting up, you big slacker. Chen Ruoxue rolled her eyes at him when he entered the living room. The meal is still hot in the kitchen. I'll be leaving now. Do you want me to send you back? Su Bai asked. Sadly, his girlfriend could not stay here forever. No need. Go and eat quickly. It's not good for your stomach if you skip breakfast. She shook her head and went downstairs while carrying her backpack. After watching her leave, he went back to the kitchen to eat the prepared food. She had made rice, fried potato shreds, and small fried beef. While he ate, he thought about his next step. The college entrance examination results would come out around the 25th, and the volunteers had to be filled in early July. Participation in the National League was on July 15th, and it would be August when the competition was over. After that, school would start in September. There did not seem to be much free time. However, the National League tournament could be handed over to Chen Ruoxue and the others. It was enough to enter the finals directly. He and his girlfriend had a special mobile phone to contact each other with, so they could keep in contact at any time. He wanted to take advantage of this time to go to the other 11 parts attached to the Scarlet Wilderness, so that his pet dragon could acquire more blood subordinates. Even if there was no way to infect all of them, the more the better, so he would still try his very best. Things seemed to become clear after thinking about them this way. Once he was done with his breakfast, he began preparing for his trip to the monster wilderness. Bai, are we going to the monster wilderness again? The dino asked as it gnawed on an oar and read a harem book. Yes, we are, but not now. Let's rest for a few more days before going. Before going to the monster wilderness, he wanted to relax and stroll around with Chen Ruoxue, or else he might be beaten to death there. Howl. Remember to make more potions for me. I'm nearing a breakthrough. The cub said on the sofa while playing games. It did not even raise its head. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Su Bai nodded. 5 days later, in the center of Carp Town, Chen Ruoxue tidied up his clothes and said, Be careful and pay attention to your safety. She originally wanted to travel with him, but he was going to the monster wilderness, so she had to give up this idea. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He waved his hand. Turning around, he rode into the city on Purple Jade, which had become a big white cat. The best way for him to go to the other parts of Scarlet Wilderness was to enter the one managed by Wei Ya and then rely on the ring given by her to find the spatial door and enter the other areas. Thus, he still had to enter the Scarlet Wilderness through the Blood Moon Bar. Originally, he thought that he would not return for at least a year or two. After changing his appearance, he stepped into the bar and came to the Scarlet Wilderness. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, he took a hat from his backpack. He then looked at the ring's guidance which pointed in a direction. Go this way, this should be the nearest one. Su Bai released the blood dragon. How are the flesh devourers? He looked at it and asked. Raw. I can still sense the aura of the flesh devourer on the blood beach. Its strength is steadily increasing, and it has now reached the peak mid-level sovereign. Many of them are still in the sleeping dragon abyss, they are commanders and have varying strengths, so they should still be swallowing one another. The gentle voice of the dragon sounded on his head. I see. Let's go to the sleeping dragon abyss first to catch a few inferior devourers and then set out to the other parts of the Scarlet Wilderness, he said after thinking about it. Before that, we must go to the bloodthirsty vine bazaar and buy something to make potions. If they only relied on his and the dragon's speed, it would be infinitely slow. He had already taken 4 months to explore this Scarlet Wilderness. He was afraid that the time would never come for him to finish exploring the other 11 areas. By the time he finished the task, the Blood Moon divine skill would have been born for 800 years. Coincidentally, a strange potion created by his brother had given him a bold idea, but he still needed to verify whether his brother's potion could achieve that effect or not. Howl. Come on up. The enchanting purple jade instantly turned into a giant white cat. It came over to lick his cheek, motioning him to sit on it. After keeping the dragon, he nodded. Okay. The original embarrassment and shame slowly disappeared as the frequency increased. Anyway, the cub did not care and actually liked doing so very much, so he could not hurt its feelings. Hug my neck tightly. The cub's body burst forth and glowed with light green spiritual power as it rushed across the wasteland in an instant. The blood monsters, which had thoughts of chasing it, could not catch up at all. In 30 or 40 minutes, he arrived at the bloodthirsty vine bazaar. Once he checked the market situation, he went to the largest shop to buy the spiritual plants he needed. All he wanted to buy were bloodline spiritual plants, which were very easy to buy despite being rare. However, it cost him nearly 100 million all at once. Howl. Are we leaving directly? The cub looked up at him and asked. Yes, there's nothing else here. He nodded and rode out on the cub. He just left the bloodthirsty vine bazaar when a clear female voice sounded from behind him. Wait, I have something to ask you. Senior Wei. He turned around with a puzzled expression. A sovereign flesh devourer recently appeared on the blood beach. Did you release it? She asked. Yes, is there a problem? He nodded in reply. Can you control it? No, but I can decide on its life and death, he said. Then it's all right. That thing is very evil, I'd kill it if you couldn't control it. The woman nodded. I also released some in the sleeping dragon abyss. There's no need to worry, but if you have time, let's get rid of the disgusting gathering place next to Blood Beach. That place is already rotten to the core. He asked for a favor. I've already fed them all to the Sea of Blood Megalodon. Don't worry, Wei said lightly, but you must give me a way to distinguish the blood of your ancestor blood dragon. I don't want to seal the wrong monster. The blood of the dragon could not be distinguished by ordinary people, so its blood subordinates could only be seen as blood monsters. Except for some extremely special methods, it was almost impossible to distinguish. Actually, you can seal the blood subordinates at will as long as you tell me in advance. Subai threw out a scarlet bead while he talked. You can use this after dripping blood on the bead, but it'll be useless if the bead is separated from you. He naturally did not want to give others a way to distinguish his dragon's blood. If this knowledge fell into the wrong hands, it would have a great impact on his pet, and it would be easy for others to single out the blood subordinates and kill them one by one. However, this woman had helped him many times and was also Chen Ruoshua's master, so he gave her a blood bead after thinking about it. This was made from the cocoons of the dragon, and he had made 3 in total. Don't worry, I won't let this drop of blood flow out. Thank you. If you go to other territories in Scarlet Wilderness, you must be more careful. There are no good people there. She nodded. After speaking, she summoned a card and flew away. Subai rode the cub for some distance and then released his dragon, ready to change rides. The cub was not slow, but it was not fast enough compared to the dragon. Howl. I don't want to return to the contract book, I want to be with you. Purple Jade turned into limitless beauty and took his hand coquettishly. Then let's go. Dragon, you don't mind, do you? He asked. Of course not, I'm delighted to carry elder sister Jade, too, replied the blood dragon. Howl. You're the best, younger sister dragon. The cub nodded happily and waited for him to sit down before settling itself behind and hugging him tightly. Subai, after thinking about it, He decided to let his pet be, as it did not have ulterior motives, either. Along the way, the cub looked at the scenery below and howled non-stop, clearly full of excitement. They soon arrived at the sleeping dragon abyss. Subai went in and grabbed the smaller and more inferior flesh devourers among the 100 and then left. Following the guiding ring given by Wei, he found a spatial door leading to another territory of Scarlet Wilderness. According to the sign on the ring, this spatial door should lead to the first territory, while he was still in the 5th territory. All territories of Scarlet Wilderness were not interoperable from one another. Other than the special space gates, they could only be reached by crossing the void, which usually only town hall level pet tamers with monarch pets could accomplish. How? Aren't we directly going in? Asked the cub curiously. No need to hurry. Let's do an experiment first. Dragon, go and grab some blood and non-blood monsters back. Subai shook his head. First of all, he must determine if his method worked. Roar. The blood dragon flashed in scarlet light and left to catch the monsters. Meanwhile, he smashed a hole in the ground and then spread a layer of anti-corrosion film before finally putting in the blood potion he had prepared. This was the promotion potion formulated by him, which had a 50% probability of allowing the flesh devourer to evolve completely. After pouring the potion in, he took out a flesh devourer from his backpack and threw it in. 3 minutes later, the flesh devourer exploded into plasma with a bang. He poured in another bottle of potion, followed by another flesh devourer. As the plasma and potion were absorbed, the flesh devourer did not explode this time. Instead, it floated in the potion. Its basketball-sized body emitted a faint red light, then countless tiny bloodlights swayed slightly like tentacles. The reason why it did not attack him was because it was still in a state of deep sleep. Roar. Abai, I caught the monsters. At this time, the dragon came back with 3 blood pigs and 2 white jade rabbits. Put them at the side first and wait a minute, said Subai after he glanced at the 2 trembling white jade rabbits. He took out a blue bottle from his backpack with the words hunger potion written on it. This was a potion made by his brother. After ingesting it, the monster would feel endless hunger and turn into a glutton. The monster would be like a starving ghost and would want to devour everything it saw as if it could never have enough food to eat. However, this hunger potion had a side effect. When a monster which had ingested it ate and produced more, its body essence would be condensed into something similar to the ashes found after cremation. The more it ate, the more it would vomit. If there was nothing left to eat in the end, it would die due to the tearing of the condensation. This could only be said to be a very evil potion. Subai did not know how his brother had formulated it, for his research was always very normal. It could only be regarded as a coincidence, just like how Newton had discovered gravity through a chance encounter with a fallen apple. Jade, pay attention, be careful of being attacked. He warned his pet, not wanting the cutie to be bitten by this ugly monster. Do you care about me or just look down on me? I'm also a monarch pet. The cub touched his face. Haha. It's better to be more careful. He laughed, saying to the dragon thereafter, kill the blood monster and drain its blood. Raw Tilda the blood dragon cut off the blood pig's head with its claw and then quickly filled the pit dug by its owner with its bright red blood. Subai then poured the hunger potion, along with a flesh devourer, inside. Soon, the devourer swallowed the blood mixed with the hunger potion. Suddenly, the flesh devourer, which had been in a deep sleep state, awakened. Blood light shone brightly on its body, and countless scarlet pipes erupted from it, entwining the dead bloodline pig. The pig was swallowed in just a moment, but the flesh devourer did not continue condensing the essence or turn to ash after cremation. Instead, it rushed to the other 2 blood pigs. Its endless hunger made the speed at which it swallowed extremely terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, only the skeletons of the 2 bloodline pigs were left. It then rushed in another direction as if the cub's aura was too terrifying for it and it did not dare to go over. Guide it to keep devouring blood. He instructed the dragon. Roar. The blood dragon walked in front to kill some monsters and then guided it to swallow them. Slowly, the size of the flesh devourer increased, and its breath also became increasingly terrifying. 3 days later, its aura reached the terrifying commander level, and it finally began undergoing changes. A bloody vortex formed on its body, and bloody beads condensed and scattered on the ground from time to time. "Feed the scarlet ashes to these 2 rabbits," he said. "Watch me." Under the cub's force-feeding, the 2 rabbits quickly swallowed the ashes. Their hair suddenly fell off as their veins swelled, and in an instant, they became 2 3-meter-long giant rabbits with scarlet muscles all over their bodies. "Dragon, do they have your bloodline?" Subai asked. "Yes, I can control their life and death." The blood dragon nodded. The gluttonous flesh devourer was under its bloodline, so the former's condensed essence naturally contained the latter's power. After being eaten by other monsters, they would naturally become the dragon's blood subordinates without even knowing it. "Good. Now, we can leave and go to the first territory of Scarlet Wilderness." Subai nodded in satisfaction. His brother's hunger potion was very effective. "Then do we leave this flesh devourer alone for the time being?" asked the cub. "Don't care about it and just let it wander." He nodded his head. After this matter, he developed a relatively clear plan for his next move. He would directly broadcast the existence of the flesh devourer, which had swallowed the hunger potion. The flesh devourers themselves had the dragon's blood, and their condensed blood ashes could quietly transform other monsters into his pet's blood subordinates. In any case, he was the winner. He did not need to worry that no monsters would eat the blood ashes because it had just been proven that, as long as the flesh devourers left, some monsters would come to swallow its condensed essence. He also did not need to worry that someone would kill the flesh devourer, for almost everyone who could be in the monster wilderness had blood monsters, and the blood ashes would make them stronger. They would regard it as a treasure and would be too reluctant to kill it. All he had to do was quietly release the flesh devourer. He then would start his fishing game. No matter how things developed, he would definitely be the absolute winner. No, 100 flesh devourers aren't enough. Let's go into the sleeping dragon abyss and catch some inferior ones. Subai set off riding the dragon with the cub. "Howl! Bai, you're going to make this place extinct. Is that good?" The cub glanced up at him with big purple eyes. In the sleeping dragon abyss, other than the humongous commander flesh devourer, the 1,000 big and small monsters had all been caught by him. "It's all right. The flesh devourers are everywhere, so it doesn't matter." He waved his hand and patted the dragon. "Let's go." Soon, he came to the spatial door and used the ring in his hand to open it smoothly. He rushed in with the cub on the dragon's back. "It feels no different. Have we really come to a different place?" The cub looked at the surrounding environment and wondered, seeing no major changes. "Don't worry. We have likely arrived at a new place. This place isn't bad, it looks very remote. Let's release a gluttonous flesh devourer here. Dragon, go and catch some monsters, while Jade and I catalyze a few devourers. You must be careful to hide yourself." He found a hillside to land on and gave this instruction. "Roar. Don't worry, it's no problem at all." The blood dragon agreed and flew into the forest. Subai and Purple Jade began cultivating devourers. Soon, after consuming 10 ischemic flesh devourers, he successfully produced semi-complete bodies. With the monsters caught by the dragon, he very quickly created the first gluttonous flesh devourer. "Okay, let's guide it now. We'll leave once it has been cultivated to a middle-level commander." 5 days later, he looked at the flesh devourer suspended in the forest. It was now over 10 meters long, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go and release flesh devourers elsewhere." Without resting, he passed through the spatial gate and came to the second territory of Scarlet Wilderness. "Little dragon, how do you feel?" In the clouds, he looked down at his pet dragon and asked. "Roar. Since half a month ago, I've felt the number of my blood subordinates steadily increasing, and the growth rate is also getting faster. I received more and more backfeeding from the dead monsters, and I feel like I'm about to break through to the monarch grade," replied the dragon through its spirit voice. "That's good, let's continue then." Subai nodded in satisfaction. One round of experiment had let him understand the feasibility of the plan. "Are we not returning for the time being? Your exam results should be out, right? Don't you have to apply?" asked the cub curiously. "Don't worry. These are all small things. I already asked Ruoshua to do it for me. Filling in his application form was very simple. He and Chen Ruoxue had already discussed in advance which school to apply for, and there was no need to choose slowly when the grades were out, for he was confident that his grades were more than sufficient to get him to his desired university. His results had been released a few days ago, and he had gotten a perfect score of 1,000, landing him the status as the top scorer in the nation. However, he was not the only one. 3 other people had scored the same and tied with him for first place. Including Chen Ruoxue and 3 others, a total of 5 people had scored full marks. The college entrance examination on Blue Planet was different from that of Earth. Humans on Earth had limits, but there were no limits for pet tamers on Blue Planet. Reaching the level of an elite pet tamer like Sue Bai almost gave him a highly retentive memory. The pet's backfeeding was no joke, especially that of powerful and rare pets. It could even be said that the pet tamers above the elite level were no longer considered human beings and had been separated from the level of ordinary people. Although the summoners would also make mistakes and still had to retain knowledge, as long as they were serious, numerous people with full marks would appear every year across the country. Most of those who had reached the elite pet tamer level would obtain a stable score of above 980 provided that they prepared well. The college entrance examination was originally a talent selection examination. It was aimed at everyone and could not be too difficult. However, the elite pet tamers originally belonged to the existence of exceeding the public level. They could be described as rare, so it was only natural for them to obtain outstanding exam results. Furthermore, Sue Bai had reviewed for 3 whole months seriously. After half a month, in mid-July, he had already quietly gone through 3 territories in Scarlet Wilderness. Because of the time constraint, he had changed his method. In places where monsters were dense, he would spend a few more hours cultivating them to commander grades. Where monsters were scarce, he would just nurture them before letting them free. Anyway, it was a widespread network, so it was normal even if they died. Sometimes, they would be killed even after he had painstakingly nurtured them to the commander grade. It was a pity that the gluttony characteristic of the hunger potion could not be transmitted, and once it was dead, it would be over once and for all. Nonetheless, death would generally play a role in spreading the bloodline. Including the 5th territory managed by Wei Ya, he had now conquered almost half. After checking the time, he decided to speed up again. The parts of the Scarlet Wilderness, which he had gone through, caused a turbulent struggle inside. The criminals and adventurers hiding in the wilderness scrambled to collect the blood ashes after discovering that it greatly improved the strength of their pets. For a while, the blood ashes also became a kind of existence equivalent to hard currency. Many people originally felt that they were problematic, but studies found that it had no other negative effects other than converting their pets into bloodlines. This incident had even been noticed by some deeply hidden organizations. Many people also caught some flesh devourers in the state of gluttony for research. However, the research results only showed that this thing was made by humans, and nothing else was discovered. Many people coveted the potion which could turn monsters into gluttons. At the headquarters of the 12 Dragon Slayers, in a large conference room, 12 figures hidden in black robes were sitting around a round table. The leader was a tall man with 2 black horns on his head. He was nearly 3 meters tall and full of muscles. He looked bigger than an adult hippopotamus just by standing there, and his body also exuded a frightening aura. He was the boss of the 12 Dragon Slayers, codenamed the Black Dragon King, and had an unfathomable background. I gathered everyone this time to ask a few things. First, the special flesh devourers that have frequently appeared in the Scarlet Wilderness should be a masterpiece of one of us, right? At least, it should have something to do with one of you because we all understand that if we want to cross the monster wilderness so quickly, it's only possible through the spatial gates. However, rings to access the spatial gates are only available to our organization. Of course, I'm not saying this to prevent it from happening. No matter what you do or whose territory is under you, it is your own business, provided that you don't damage the core interests of the organization. I'm bringing up this matter just for the medicine that can starve the flesh devourers. As long as you are willing to reveal the formula, the benefits of the organization will definitely satisfy you. The Black Dragon King's voice was low and hoarse, and he looked at the others calmly after speaking. I want to know who made those monsters, too. I'm afraid that there's no good intentions behind it. Who made them? The rewards given by the organization have never been stingy. Someone chuckled. I'm also curious about what kind of potion this is for the organization to place such importance on it. The group of people discussed it furtively, but one admitted being the mastermind. Everyone here was far from stupid and would not possibly admit this kind of thing face to face. After all monsters were put into the Scarlet Wilderness under the jurisdiction of others. Under the black brim of her hat, Wei Yai's black eyes revealed shock. Others could not see the trickiness of the blood ashes, but with Subai's blood beads, it was clear to her that all the monsters, which had taken the blood ashes, were transformed into the blood subordinates of the ancestor blood dragon. All these people were unaware that the life and death of their pets were already under someone else's control. After she realized what he was doing, she was shocked senseless. He actually wanted to turn the monsters in the entire Scarlet Wilderness into his dragon's blood subordinates. He even performed it so beautifully and secretly. As for the source of the special potion, she could only blame the youth's master, Gaon. Other than him, she could not think of anyone else. She was annoyed that he did not tell her in advance about such big news. She was not scared to death upon finding out about it and just wanted this meeting to end quickly so she could look for the boy. With the ability of the organization, they had probably found out about her involvement in this matter. The organization always got what they wanted, so she was afraid that someone would already be looking for Subai's trace. It's okay. There are still rewards if you tell me within the day. The Black Dragon King smiled. The second thing is the battle for the Blood Moon divine skill which is about to be born. We all have the right to snatch this divine skill, but it must not fall into the hands of the Pet Alliance. This is our home game. If it falls into the hands of the Alliance, I have to suspect that there's a mole inside us. If there is a mole, I think that everyone should understand the end, right? After all, there are so many people who want to sit in your positions. The hearts of everyone sank. Since the birth of the 12 Dragon Slayers, the Dragon Kings had been replaced multiple times. Only the Black Dragon King, White Dragon King, and Golden Dragon King had never changed in more than 100 years. The third thing is that everyone must have noticed the abnormality on Blue Planet. I can tell you responsibly that the situation this time is completely different from normal circumstances. Everyone, make mental preparations. The 12 Dragon Slayers have a lot to settle with others. The third news of the Black Dragon King made everyone's face sink further. This meant that something big was about to happen. The last time the Black Dragon King had said this, half of the dragon pets in the entire alliance were killed. Where those dragon corpses went was still a well-kept secret. Okay, the meeting ends here. You can all be off. The Black Dragon King waved his hand and turned to leave. The others looked at one another. They no longer cared about the special potion and left in a hurry, shaken to the core because of the Black Dragon King's third information. Wei Yai also followed the crowd silently, and she walked back 10 minutes later. Black Dragon King. Wei Yai bowed slightly. Although she was now a heavenly queen Pet Tamer with a sovereign pet, she still did not dare to disregard the Black Dragon King. It was because this person before her could kill a monarch with bare hands. Mistress Wei Yai, you're too courteous. I think that special hunger potion has come from you. You're really young and promising. With your qualifications, as long as you work hard, you might be the next person to occupy the seat of the Dragon King permanently. The Black Dragon King turned to look at Wei Yai and smiled slightly. Master Black, you're kidding, I'm still too inexperienced. The hunger potion was indeed made by me, but it will take a few days before I can give it to the organization. Please allow me a few days of grace period and don't make a move on my people. She slightly bowed, not wanting Subai to die, nor did she want her apprentice Chen Ruoshue to be sad, so she had to make herself the scapegoat. The gentle and polite attitude of the Black Dragon King was all a disguise. These people were already machines made of flesh and blood, and they no longer had any emotions. Of course, don't worry about it, Mistress Wei Yai. The Black Dragon King behaved very mildly. Wei Yai walked out of the headquarters and patted her chest, taking a deep breath. This place was too suffocating. After a while, she released a card and flew quickly in Subai's direction. After half a month, in the 8th territory of Scarlet Wilderness. Subai looked at his new location and patted his dragon. Let's go. Find something like a gathering place. I want to buy some materials. I've already used up all my supplies. Okay. The blood dragon nodded and quickly flew through the clouds. Upon closer inspection, its breath could hardly be suppressed, and it was almost on the verge of breaking through any time. In fact, it could break through half a month ago, but Subai had told it to suppress its strength forcefully. It must only absorb the most quintessence of strength remitted back to it. Not far away, he saw a gathering place. Because he had been busy cultivating the flesh devourers, he had not made a stopover at any human gathering place in all Scarlet Wilderness territories he passed through. However, he knew that there were more gathering places in the other territories not managed by Wei. After changing his appearance and keeping his pets, he walked toward the gathering place called Sunset City. Sir, have you been to Sunset City before? Is your stay indefinite or transient? Subai walked to the city gate and was stopped by a guard. Is there any difference? He glanced at the guard. If it's transient, pay 100,000 tolls and leave within a day. If it's indefinite, prove that you have committed a crime. Your contract book must be in a state of chaos, too, explained the guard expressionlessly. I'll be transient then. He threw a warlord monster crystal nucleus to the guard. It was the first time he had heard that proving he had committed a crime outside could let him enter a place. It was really a sin city, where all criminals abound. Shaking his head lightly, he walked into the city. There were too many lawless places like this. He could not manage it, nor did his strength allow him to. Walking into the city in silence, he found that it was even more depraved than the gathering place he had encountered by the blood beach. This was the sorrow of the world of high martial arts. The skyrocketing of personal force brought the infinite expansion of personal desires. He found the largest spiritual plant shop and walked in. Sir, what do you want to buy? At the door, a girl in revealing clothes came and reached out to hug him. Don't touch me, just stay beside me. He took a step away from her. In this shop, bunny girls would come to receive them as long as they came in, and the guests could treat the bunny girls as they pleased. Yes, if you don't like it, I can change to someone else. The bunny girl smiled. The things I want to buy are on this list. Go get them for me. Subai shook his head and handed the girl a list. Sir, please wait a moment. The bunny girl bowed and walked quickly over to the counter. Soon, she took a list and said, according to the list, all the spiritual plants add up to 300 million, the odd ones are given to the shopkeeper. Nodding, Subai sold all the low-level spiritual plants he had collected on the road. Sir, everything is worth only 100 million, the bunny girl faltered and said. She was afraid that he thought she was mocking him for being poor and would raise his hand to beat her. She was an object for the shop to receive customers and had no human rights. Without saying a word, Subai threw her another crystal nucleus and then turned to leave with the spiritual plants. Sir, thank you for your patronage. Although it was getting dark, Subai was not about to stay in this city. After observing for a while, he was afraid that he could not control himself and kill somebody, though he would not necessarily win against them. At the city gate, a large golden eagle fell, and a man in his 30s climbed off its back. He was pulling an iron chain in his hand, and at the other end of the chain was a dozen or so 14 to 15-year-old girls. The eyes of these girls were desperate and mixed with fear, and their faces were drained of blood. They walked numbly forward, led by the shouting man. It's Mr. Jin. The quality of the goods caught this time is very high, they're all so tender. I want to buy one and play with her. How much? The guard saw the middle-aged man and asked with a smile, obviously familiar with the person. This batch of goods isn't for you. They're specially selected for the city lord, you also know his preference. Rest assured, though, I'll get another batch soon. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Subai, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man blankly. Do you know what day it is today? What day? Your doomsday, day. Earth shook and dust flew as the terrifying vines rose from the ground like a magnificent army. Under the forest cluster, they turned into terrifying monsters which flew toward the middle-aged man and bit him ferociously. F***ck, I didn't even provoke you. This situation obviously shocked the middle-aged man, who cursed loudly. He immediately released 3 snakes and lizards with their tails docked to resist in his place. He himself activated a summoner skill to change positions with a stone in the distance, directly escaping the thorn's domain. However, how could the cub possibly give him a chance to escape? It launched a second attack after failing the single blow. Immediately after, a huge grass sword storm attacked the middle-aged man mercilessly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man slowed down and released a mid-level commander silver flamefish, which sprayed flames to resist the horrible grass sword storm. My lord, please help. The middle-aged man then cried for help. The guards rushed back to the city to mobilize the soldiers. Subai's face turned pale. This was why he did not want to get involved at first. These desperados might not be as strong as he was, but they definitely had a hand in fleeing. Otherwise, they would not have escaped the pursuit of the Pet Alliance. Jade, let's leave after saving these girls. He gritted his teeth and communicated telepathically to the cub. This situation was no longer appropriate for them to stay, as it would be difficult for him to leave once the soldiers arrived. Having received his order, the cub quickly made a rattan ball with its vines. It enveloped the girls and then quickly moved to evacuate. Want to leave? Do you think you can come and go from Sunset City as you like? A violent voice came from the city, and then a huge lion-faced 9-headed phoenix flew out. It was entirely red, and its head was not a bird's but a bloody horned lion's, instead. Its body exuded the terrifying aura of a mid-level monarch, and once it appeared, it firmly locked the cub and Subai as its targets. Release those girls and I will spare your life. Standing on the back of the lion-faced 9-headed phoenix was a bald man with a height of 2 meters and a scary scar on his head. Looking at the cute girls who had been taken away by Subai, he felt unwilling to kill them with the boy. These girls were enough for him to play with for half a year. City Lord Yang, help me kill him. I promise that I will get you 30 high-quality girls for free within 1 month. The middle-aged man next to him spoke quickly. How could he let an enemy like Subai leave alive? It seems like you're looking for death. Phoenix, kill him for me. City Lord Yang smiled slightly upon hearing his desired words. Roar. The lion-faced, 9-headed phoenix erupted with terrifying spiritual power, and 9 horrifying beams of blood energy burst forth from its lion's head, directly blocking all of Subai's movement. Subai's face sank. He was about to release the dino and used it as a shield and took the opportunity to ride the dragon and slip away, but a sudden change occurred at this time. A bloody light flew from a distance, directly interrupting the attack of the lion-faced, 9-headed phoenix. Who is it? Come out. City Lord Yang looked at the distance and shouted, completely infuriated. People were challenging his patience time and again. The next moment, a scarlet card flew from a distance, and as it flipped, a monster appeared in the sky above Sunset City. With a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, this monster was so big that it covered the sky and the sun and directly cast a small half of Sunset City in the shadows. Its whole body was composed of dense, blood-colored skulls, and it exuded the terrifying coercion of an emperor pet. It only appeared in the sky above Sunset City, but the lion-faced, 9-headed phoenix, which had just been arrogant, suddenly fell to the ground in fright and remained motionless. An emperor, monster. Card Queen Wei, please accept my kowtow. I have sinned, I deserve death. Please take it upon yourself to deal with me. The previously arrogant and angry City Lord Yang directly knelt on the ground with a thud, showing a smile which was uglier than crying. He slapped himself continuously while apologizing. His heart felt immensely bitter. How could he have attracted such a terrifying existence to this remote place? Upon seeing the card and the 3,000 skeleton monster, he immediately recognized who it was. She was one of the 12 dragon slayers, a heavenly queen Pet Tamer with a sovereign pet, codenamed the Queen of Cards Wei. I beg Mistress Wei to spare my life on account of the Lord Dragon King. All the people and things in this city will give the mistress an apology, City Lord Yang said tremblingly. No need. I will deal with the lives of your entire city. As Wei's indifferent voice sounded, bloody light spread from the 3,000 skeleton, and the entire Sunset City was directly submerged under it, including the lion-faced nine-headed phoenix. Everything turned into bloodlights and their bones merged into the 3,000 skeleton monster. Subai found it too late to say that there were still many innocent people in the city. Don't worry, all pets without blood contracts are kept alive. Wei Yue walked over and told him blankly, "Thank you for lending a helping hand, Senior." He bowed and thanked her. Although he could very well have escaped, she had indeed saved his life. "Leave this place with me first." With a snap of her fingers, a card flew out with invisible force and flew them away directly. Wei Yue stopped some distance away from Sunset City. He glanced at the elf and said, "Let those girls fall asleep first." "Howl tilde all right tilde." Nodding, the elf raised its staff and splashed some hypnotic powder to hypnotize the poor girls temporarily. "Senior, is there something wrong?" he asked. Wei Yue raised her hand and summoned a green card to form a transparent enchantment. She then said sternly, "You've made quite a big hoo-ha. Why didn't you tell me about it in advance? The Scarlet Wilderness is more dangerous than you think." Wei Yue was unable to calm down at the moment. This kid had made too much noise, and it was completely out of her expectations. "What's the matter? Does someone want to attack me?" Subai's face changed. He thought he had concealed it well. "Otherwise, I've already become the scapegoat in your place. You've alarmed the 12 dragon slayers, so they want your special hunger potion. Did your master give you that thing? Is there a recipe?" Wei Yue rolled her eyes. "You're also one of the dragon kings, can't you control them?" Subai asked curiously, not wanting to hand over the hunger potion. "A hierarchy also exists within the 12 dragon slayers. If it's someone else, I can definitely stop him, but it's the Black Dragon King who wants the potion. He is the founder of the organization and has remained in the position for more than 100 years without being replaced." Wei Yue glanced at him and continued speaking. "I can't beat that kind of existence even if I have a divine skill. I have the formula here and I can give it to you, but I think that you can just sell him the potion. There's no need to give the formula to him directly." He took out a pen and wrote down the specific formula for her. This was the primary version, and he did not reveal the upgraded version that he had gotten through the pet interface. This woman did not hesitate to take the blame for him, so he could not ignore her situation. "Thank you." She took the formula. "Senior, can you help me send these girls out? I can't leave here for now." Chen Ruoshue's National League tournament was about to begin, and he needed to go over to help out, so he must settle the matter here quickly beforehand. "No," she glanced at him and said, "I want to see you cultivate the flesh devourers." "Thank you, Senior." Subai was quite speechless at her deliberate haughtiness, but with her help, his speed could be increased several times, too. "Are we leaving or is it here?" asked Wei Yue curiously. In fact, she was very curious about this youth's ability to make such a big movement. Thinking back on when she was at this level, she was still messing around on Blue Planet. "This place is pretty good, you can cultivate a few flesh devourers here first." Subai nodded. "What do you need?" "I'll get it for you," she offered. "You can help me catch some monsters first." "Thank you." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Okay." Wei Yue released a card and then a monarch monster. Subai asked the cub to dig a big pit, then he took out all the last 400 flesh devourers. He began preparing the potion, then poured it into the pit to mix and stir evenly with the monster blood. Finally, he poured in the flesh devourers one by one. A series of explosions of flesh and blood sounded, and each was killed one by one until only half remained. "You made this yourself?" Wei Yue asked curiously. "Yes. I'm also a breeder, after all." Subai nodded. "Amazing. I caught monsters. Are these enough?" asked the woman anew. He looked at the monsters piled high into 2 hills behind and nodded. "Yes, they're enough." In the end, he put away a part of the flesh devourers which were complete, leaving only 10 behind. He fed them with hunger potions to turn them into gluttons. "Just feed one first." The cub tossed a monster into the monster pile, and within 10 minutes, a blood-colored flesh ball with a diameter of 10 meters appeared. It rushed toward the forest, so ravenous that it devoured every living creature it encountered. "It's so powerful. Did you think of this method yourself?" After watching the whole process, Wei was very impressed. Most people would not think of this special way to infect monsters with bloodline. Yes, but it's more of a coincidence, Subai said humbly. Let's head to the next place. Okay. With Wei, the speed increase was almost like a rocket, and he covered the entire 8th territory in one day. 3 days later, they arrived at the 12th territory. Thank you, Senior. I finished my work so quickly with your help, or else it would have taken me half a month. He bowed and thanked her. It's a small matter, I only helped you out of convenience. Wei waved her hand casually. Since you're done, let's get ready to leave. She summoned a card and was ready to take him away. Their movements had made too big a noise, so they could not stay long. Nodding, he left with her. However, after a short distance, his expression suddenly changed. Senior, please stop. My pet dragon is about to break through. A monarch flesh devourer had just been killed, and his dragon could no longer suppress the large amount of pure power backfeeding. Breakthrough? Wei's expression changed, and she quickly took him to a remote area on the edge of the wilderness. Subai released the dragon and saw that its blood was abundant as its aura rose steadily. Roar. The dragon uttered a roar which shocked the world, and its sea of blood expanded. Its body grew bigger after it entered the sea, and a gigantic spiritual vortex appeared within, showing a funnel-shaped backflow. The dragon had suppressed it for a long time, but its spiritual purity and density had completely reached the monarch grade. Hence, its breakthrough was a matter of course, and Subai was not worried. However, just when it was about to reach the monarch grade and complete its breakthrough, the clouds in the sky suddenly turned red. A blood beam then projected from the blood moon and landed on it. Roar. The little dragon's breath began to drop rapidly, and a blood-colored flame ignited on its body, making it roar in pain and toss endlessly in the sea of blood. What's going on? Why is there the blood defeat? Little dragon, you shouldn't be experiencing this. Subai was shocked to see this unexpected scene. He stared at the dragon, ready to check its detailed data. At this time, Wei took the lead to explain, this is also considered a blood defeat, but it's more accurately referred to as the blood burn. It resulted from the blood world origin targeting a monster with extraordinary talent. However, in fact, this flame has the effect of cutting bones and washing the marrow and pure spiritual power. As long as it is carried over, it will burn all the impurities in the pet's body. This is a good thing for the ancestor blood dragon, for it has blood to support it and can't die. As for the pain it has to endure, it will be of great help to its future breakthroughs. After she finished speaking, he also checked the detailed data, and it was just as she said. He could only comfort the dragon telepathically and let it endure the pain. Upon hearing this, the dragon gradually stopped tossing about. Seeing the burning flames on its body, Subai's heart almost fell to the pits of his stomach. The little dragon's breath of life had already fallen to the bottom, and it would really die if it could not resist. Furthermore, there was no way for the blood to be resurrected. However, he could not provide any external help and could only reassure his pet to keep holding on. Gradually, its breath of life stabilized like a lit candle in the wind. No matter how strong the wind blew, it still burned firmly. This lasted for more than 3 hours, and when the blood-colored flame began to disappear, its breath of life rose again. At this moment, Wei released the 3,000 skeleton monster and instilled some Emperor pure power in it. The dragon absorbed the refining, and its aura skyrocketed once more. 1 hour later, a 500 to 600 meter long blood dragon flew out of the sea of blood and lay in front of Subai. The space it occupied was comparable to a hill. Its breath had also smoothly broken through to the monarch grade. Its breath was pure and it did not have the filthy and bloody scent unique to blood monsters unlike before. It was like a green lotus out of silt, and the aura on its body also carried the primitive and mysterious feeling of an ancestor dragon. Congratulations! You have obtained a true ancestor blood dragon. It's actually difficult to achieve a complete transformation, but you helped it infect many blood subordinates, so the continuous power helped to support it. Wei smiled at him. This dragon could finally be called the real ancestor blood dragon. Thank you for your help, Senior. Subai caressed the blood dragon's head and turned to thank her. Let's go, it's time to leave. She smiled at the youth. This was just a simple effort on her part, for the dragon would have broken through to an ancestor blood dragon within a matter of time without her help. The dozen or so girls he had rescued from the trafficker in Sunset City would temporarily stay at her place. The Card Queen promised to help send them home as he really did not have the time to do it himself. Go on. Remember to treat Ruoshua better. Wei Ya nodded. He nodded, too, and turned to leave. Benefactor, may we know your name? A girl suddenly asked aloud, and the other girls at the door also looked at him gratefully, hoping to know his name. Each of these girls was beautiful and young. At this time, without despair and fear in their eyes, they looked as beautiful as cherry blossoms. Subai stopped and smiled at the girl. Go back and live a good life. There's no need to repay me. After speaking, he strode away. Even his current appearance was fake, so he naturally would not leave his name. He did not have any intentions of interacting with these girls he casually encountered. He left the bloodthirsty vine bazaar and released the cub. Bye, do you need me to carry you? Asked the cub while preparing to turn into its big white cat form. Thank you. He nodded. Howl Tilda, I'm happy to serve you Tilda. It licked his cheek affectionately. Subai caressed it and then got onto its back. The cub shook its head and ran forward. An hour later, they came to the spatial door. Purple Jade put him down and turned into limitless beauty to hold his hand. I'm hungry. Can you feed me? Its eyebrows were crooked coquettishly, and its big purple eyes stared at him with a smile. Smiling, he shook his head helplessly and took out a box of ointment to feed it. Howl. It happily ate the food handed over, slathering saliva all over his hand. Can you eat properly and not get saliva on me? He glanced helplessly at it. The elf was really like a little girl. Then I'll just lick you clean. Who told you to have fingers that smell of medicinal cakes? The elf pouted and grabbed his hand to continue licking as if it were licking an ice cream. Subai, let's go. You should return to the contract book first. I have to go out. When the elf finally released his hand, he pointed to the spatial door in front of him. All right, then. Remember to release me early. The elf nodded helplessly. After keeping it in his contract book, he stepped out and appeared in the bustling downtown the next instant. Looking around, he decided to eat first. He took a few steps before messages bombarded his phone. He had been away for too long and had missed too many messages. Boss, I want a big bowl of belt-shaped noodles. He ordered his meal before checking his messages. He opened a text message to see that he had been admitted to East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. East Capital Heavenly Abyss was one of the top 10 pet universities in the world and could be ranked among the top 3. Heavenly Abyss referred to its establishment address next to the Heavenly Abyss crack, one of the 10 largest cracks in the world. After the establishment of the Pet Alliance, with its proposal, various countries and some top gymnasiums and forces jointly established the first batch of pet universities which were constructed right next to the biggest space crack, so it was also named after that. East Capital Heavenly Abyss was located where the Kunlun Mountains originally stood. The largest investors were Fuyao Gymnasium and the Hunting Hall, of which the headquarters were also beside the Heavenly Abyss crack. Fuyao Gymnasium was established by Fang Ziyu, the first chairman of the Pet Alliance. East Capital Heavenly Abyss could be said to be the most attractive university among the top 10. Of course, the others were not inferior, but after several rounds of discussion with Chen Ruoshua, they had chosen that university. He already knew about being accepted by the university a few days ago because Chen Ruoshua had informed him, but this was the first time he had seen the notification from the university itself. This still made him happy. He scrolled down to look at the other messages, which were a bunch of S and some people asking him to pick up S. He opened WeChat and saw more than 20 friends who had added him, all of whom were looking for him to pick up S. His perfect reputation could still be used to make a lot of money. Other than that, the other messages were blessings and inquiries from his teachers and students, but he suddenly stopped as he scrolled down. He saw the message from Hu Jie, I'm leaving, don't miss me. I will experience the world. Goodbye to my best student. Goodbye. Subai silently sent his blessings. He then saw Hu Lan's message. Subai, something happened. My grandfather died suddenly. The new master led the family to the Wangs, one of the top 5 families. The young master of that family, Wang Iza, took a liking to my sister and proposed a marriage. My uncle directly agreed without my sister's consent, but my sister seemed to have known the news in advance. You must be careful, they're likely to ask you about my sister's whereabouts. Subai was shocked upon seeing this message and was almost scared to death. Upon learning that, in the month he had been absent, Hu Jie had suddenly been forced to marry out of politics, and when combined with her message, he instinctively thought that she had committed suicide. Until he saw the second half sentence, he realized that Hu Jie had run away. That was great news to him. This was how it should be. It was best to run away from such a shitty political marriage. However, with the numerous space cracks on Blue Planet, he did not believe that the two families were so impressive they could find her. It was just that he felt quite disappointed at the thought of not seeing Hu Jie for a long time. No wonder she had asked him to go out to play during the college entrance examination. She had actually been saying goodbye. Sighing, he took a sip of tea, took the bowl of noodles from the boss, and started eating with big mouthfuls. After eating, he found a place to change back to his original appearance and then took a taxi to the Blue Moon cultivation house. However, the previously prosperous place was now bleak and desolate. Fallen leaves littered the place, the door was shut, and a message saying it was temporarily closed was stuck on the door. It seemed like when Hu Jie ran away, Hu Lan had been inevitably caught back to his house. He sent a message to Hu Lan, and it turned out that he had been locked up by his family as he expected. Sighing, he turned and walked back. Where there were people, there were classes and capital. This world was not that bad, common people still had a chance. Once they were strong, they could ignore the existence of these things. Thus, he would strengthen himself silently. Back in Carp Town, Subai returned home to rest for the day before he would find Chen Ruoxue. 3 more days were left before the start of the National League tournament. Please wait a minute, we are search officers from the Alliance. Please cooperate with the investigation. On the way home, he was stopped by 4 people with certificates in their hands. Cooperate with what investigation? He stopped and asked the 4 people. Hu Jie, the eldest daughter of the Hu Corporation, had close contact with you before she disappeared. Please tell us her whereabouts, said the 4 people blankly. I don't know, you can use polygraph skills if you don't believe me. He spread his hands. The 4 did suspect him, so they used polygraph skills to test him. The result was the same as he said, he had not lied. Can I go now? He asked blankly. No, you have to tell us your whereabouts in the last month. The 4 stopped him. That is my privacy. Is it related to what you are investigating? He narrowed his eyes. We suspect that this matter has something to do with Hu Jie's disappearance. If you don't tell us, we have the right to detain you. Subai laughed. Do you think I don't understand the law? More than that, we also suspect that you illegally possess a blood monster banned by the Alliance. Please come with us. It is best not to resist, or you will have to bear the consequences. They released 4 commander monsters, wanting to arrest him by force. Ignoring these people, he took out his mobile phone to call his master. It's utter bullshit. I've never heard of cases where they could take a person away just based on a suspicion. If they dare to do it, you can punch them hard without mercy, Gao said nonchalantly over the phone. Yes, master. I understand. Subai hung up silently and then walked forward with his hands in his pocket. Stop. I told you to stop, do you hear? He ignored them and continued walking forward. Godwind dog, chase him, shouted the man in front angrily. At this time, Subai suddenly turned around and opened his contract book to release the dino. Roar. I'll destroy you. The little tyrant raised its claws and hurled 2 blighted fireballs. With 2 loud bangs, 2 mushroom clouds rose in the air. You're blatantly violating the rules of the Alliance. Hurry up and stop, shouted the 4 men, shocked by the terrifying explosion. The dino completely ignored them and only raised its claws to throw out more blighted fireballs. It had countless fireballs in its stomach and was not worried of exhaustion. Bang bang bang. This is illegal. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of being put on the wanted list? Stop, yelled the 4 men as they ran away. Their pets chased and ran around, and these 4 people were also in a panic. Bang bang bang. Subai completely ignored them, though, and only let the dino bombard them continuously. F***CK. Who is he? He's so strong. Is this the World War II battlefield? Is this the battle of elite pet tamers? It's terrifying. Oh, my God. That person seems to be Subai, the top scorer in the college entrance examination this year. Doesn't it look like him? The person being chased by him seems to be a search officer. Wow, he's really Subai. Who's this? A search officer? He doesn't look like it, though. A group of people, who had heard the commotion, came over to watch the show and were shocked senseless by the terrifying battle scene that they usually could not see at all. Some people recognized him and were shocked by his strength. It was no wonder he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Soon, the area where the 4 were seemed to have been hit by a nuclear bomb. Their pets had also fallen to the ground, half dead. If the 4 men had not escaped so quickly, they would have ended up like their pets. They still did not understand how Subai dared to do this. They were search officers sent by the Alliance, but he actually dared to attack them. Was he not afraid of being wanted by the whole Alliance? The group of spectators gloated over their misfortune. They deserved it. It was so shameful to be beaten so badly 4-on-1. At this time, the Pet Administration Bureau received the report and came over only to be shocked by the terrifying battle traces. Stop, please come with us. You have endangered public safety. The leader of the security management team bit the bullet and walked toward Subai. They started it first. I was just protecting myself. He shrugged. Hello, comrade, we are search officers from the Alliance. This person has seriously violated the rules of the Alliance by openly firing at us. The 4 people here quickly took out their search certificates. We haven't received any news of the arrival of search officers. You can talk to us after returning to the bureau. These few people took him away without any expression. Half an hour later, he walked out of the bureau unharmed, while the 4 search officers were detained. They had no document transfer order, private cross-border law enforcement, or evidence, yet their first action was to hurt people, so they had to be dismissed. Subai also understood that these people were actually expendable soldiers. Some people still refused to give up on the ancestor blood dragon and wanted to cheat him with this incident. If they succeeded, they would earn, but it would not matter if they failed, since these people were meaningless. Who cared about the 4 irrelevant people? The Pet Alliance might not even admit to mobilizing them. In the past 2 years, the relationship between the Pet Alliance and the other countries had become increasingly tense. Sure enough, it's you. Are you okay? I heard my second uncle say that you were taken away, so I came here to confirm if it's really you. Yongju ran over from a distance. I'm all right. It's just that someone found trouble with me but ended up being beaten up by me. They started the fight first. He shrugged. Ha ha ha. They're so unlucky, don't they know your strength? The other laughed. Still, you are really amazing to be the nation's top scorer with full marks. Even Chen Ruoxue scored full marks, too. You two have really shocked the whole school. This matter has been on hot search for several days already, and the videos of your previous battles have been picked out for various studies. Subai was unaware that he and Chen Ruoxue had shocked the outside world by obtaining full marks. It's okay, I was just displaying my normal strength. Subai smiled and shrugged. That's enough. You'll force me to kill you if you keep pretending. Yongju glared at him as if he would pounce on him if he continued. Haha, it's good that you came. Let's find a place and I'll tell you the secret of your little conch. Subai smiled. Really? What's the secret? At the mention of this, the other boy immediately asked excitedly. It's not a big secret. Your conch can actually undergo fusion and mutation, but the probability of death is very high. He took out a paper and pen, then wrote the specific information for his friend. Dark Sea Killer? It's that impressive? Yongju stared at the information on the paper. Of course, all monsters that have successfully merged and mutated aren't bad. You can refer to the Bone Mantis King, he said. Wow, thank you so much, my dear friend. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal, said the other excitedly. I've already eaten, so it's all right. I just came back from the monster wilderness after more than a month, so I'm eager to return home. Subai shook his head and rejected his offer. All right, then. I'll treat you to dinner another time. You're so awesome, brother. Young-ju praised him. Bye. He waved his hand and left. Oh, by the way, which college are you attending? He took 2 steps forward and turned around to ask. Beihai University, isn't it good? Young-ju said with a smile. If not for your supervision, I wouldn't be admitted to such a good university. Why didn't you enroll somewhere near East Capital Heavenly Abyss? There are several good universities nearby, right? He wondered. It's nothing, brother. I just want to make a name for myself and not rely on you for everything. The other laughed. Okay, then. Subai was helpless. Young-ju had already enrolled and was successfully accepted into that school, so there was no way to change it now. Okay, goodbye for real now. I'm leaving, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Actually, I was on a date earlier. I feel I'm about to succeed. Young-ju waved quickly while chuckling and quickly trotted away. Yeah, many monsters have popped up recently for some reason. He concurred. He wondered what had happened as it had been a few months without any incident. Back at the manor, he went to find his parents to inform them of his return. Mom, Dad, where did all those monsters come from? When he walked to his parents' villa, he saw a monster corpse piled up into hills. The shadow-hunting dragon and the purple thunderbird were all wandering about, looking very eager. Oh, you're back. These monsters were all near the manor. We were idle, so we took our pets to practice. There have unexpectedly been many monsters recently. Look, we killed dozens of them in just 3 days. There were not so many before. Father Su glanced at him and said. Yes, many monsters have been trying to destroy the shield so they can come in and steal the spiritual plants to eat. Your dad and I had no choice but to go out and kill some. Mother Su also nodded and asked, Son, have you eaten yet? I'll make something for you if you haven't. Yes, I have. I ate some noodles outside. I'm just staying at home for a day or 2, and then I'll head to the competition, Subai said. All right, then. We just squeezed some fresh floral milk. Carry a bucket back with you and drink it with your pets. His mother pointed to the house inside. Their hands were dirty from dealing with the monster corpses. Howl. I want to drink milk. The cub's ears twitched and it rubbed him affectionately with its head. All right. He went in and carried a bucket of about 5 liters of floral milk. Howl. It's not enough. Take this, Abai. The cub pointed at a half-person tall barrel with its snowy white paw. No, that's too much. This one is enough. We can come for more if we need to. He shook his head. Ignoring its tantrum, he walked away on his own. Stupid Abai. The cub carried a small bucket of milk in its mouth and walked out angrily. Come here. Give it to me, I'll help you carry it back. Glancing helplessly at it, he walked over and reached out a hand. The cub glanced sideways at him and raised its head, turning away proudly and indicating that it did not need his help. Do you want to take another bucket? Don't always bully the cub. His mother Su chided him. Subai, no need. It's enough. He waved to them and briskly walked out. On the road not far from the gate, a big white cat stood there and waited for him with its head held high. He quickly trotted over and asked with a chuckle, Should I ride my electric scooter with you? Since it was not far from the garage, there were many stored electric scooters inside. Carrot the cub twisted its head haughtily. Laughing, he caressed its head and combed its fur for it. While still pretending to be angry, the cub followed him into the garage. He rode on an electric scooter as the cub turned into a normal cat size. It squatted proudly inside the basket in front of the scooter. Smiling, Subai put down the bucket of milk under his feet and rode the scooter toward the Azure Dragon Mound. In fact, he knew that the cub had never really been angry with him. Even if it was pissed, it would deliberately wait for him to coax it. He had already figured out the cub's character. After returning to the Azure Dragon Mound, The cub turned into limitless beauty and walked back while carrying the milk. "Jade, wait for me, you don't have the keys," he shouted. "I can get in without the key." The cub continued moving forward. When he came over, the cub had already entered the house. Inside, he released his pets and handed each of them some milk and medicinal cakes. "Quack. I'll freeze it for everyone." The phoenix confirmed the safety of its surrounding environment before offering. "Raw. I don't need it, I don't drink ice." The dino sat down on the ground and shook its head. It grabbed the big bowl of milk with its two short paws and gulped the milk down. Quack. The ice phoenix blasted a chill over, and the floral milk on the table suddenly became iced milk. Subai also took a glass and drank it. The floral milk was very delicious and nutritious. The taste had improved after being iced. After drinking the milk, he watered and fertilized several potted plants in the room. He then carefully pruned their branches in a leisurely manner. He had just repaired a purple bamboo when a green spiritual power enveloped it, causing the purple bamboo to grow savagely and wasting his efforts. He turned around to look at purple jade. Who else but the cub could do it? Sensing his stare, the cub stuck its tongue out and hemped lightly before turning away. However, he was not bothered at all. He had been unsatisfied with the trim earlier, so he could just trim it again now. He picked up his scissors and silently trimmed again. The second round of trimming was much more satisfactory than the first, but the cub cheekily made the purple bamboo grow back again. He smiled at it and continued trimming without worry. He trimmed flowers and herbs for moral and spiritual cultivation and could trim a few more times for fun. After the third trimming, he waited for the cub to destroy it again, but it just glared at him and turned away to drink a glass of milk. It was already evening by the time he finished trimming the flowers and plants. He went out again to take care of the spiritual plants in the garden. After more than a year of accumulation, the azure dragon mound was no longer as bare as it was before. Alien plants of various colors thrived in the garden quietly, and Suyu had treated the plants he carefully selected very well. In the small pond at the backyard, carps of various colors swam gently. More than 10 kinds of lotus flowers of varying colors floated on the water surface alongside numerous aquatic plants on the side. That afternoon, the setting sun reflected the sunset glow on the horizon and also the small pond in this corner. The pond and the setting sun complemented each other, forming a unique and unusual symmetry. He walked gently to the small stone bridge by the pond and looked at the unique scenery here, admiring the afterglow of the setting sun. Although he preferred the morning sun, he had to praise the summer sunset. It was indeed a rare beauty. In the quiet blue sky, he could already faintly see the galaxy in the sky. He looked up and asked indifferently, "Are you not coming out yet? Are you waiting for me to catch you?" Slam. In the quiet pond, there was nothing more than the sound of koi's slapping on the water. He raised his foot and walked forward 2 steps. At this moment, a yellow duckling moved sheepishly to him. "Hello, master. Are you here to look at the stars, too? What a coincidence. The book says that all the stars we see come from the past. Do you think it's true or false?" Subai gave it another glare and threw a storage necklace at it. "You have enough potions inside, stop harming the kois here. I'm still looking forward to transforming them into dragons. You can just tell me if you don't have enough potions." The kois in this pond were not ordinary and were all dragon carps with dragon bloodline. He had bought them at a high price, only to be eaten by the phoenix. Quack, quack. "Thank you, master." The phoenix froze for a moment and then quickly thanked its master, feeling quite touched. It did not expect him to be so attentive to its changes. In fact, Subai had discovered that its location was wrong and had thus found out about this matter. This phoenix worked hard day and night and was about to break through to a low-level commander. Soon, it would catch up with the progress of the dino. As for the dino and the other pets, they always thought that the phoenix was still a mid-level warlord that had yet to complete its evolution. He wondered what they would think upon seeing its true strength. "Come on. Let's go home for dinner." He looked at the starry sky. "Quack, master, I'm not hungry. You can go and eat, I'll continue to practice for a while." The phoenix reassured him. "Don't worry, I won't steal the koi anymore." "All right, then." I'll leave now. He shook his head and turned to leave. The phoenix stretched out its long neck and sighed in relief after checking that he had indeed left. Quack. I was almost found out by my master. Scared me to death. While muttering to itself, it took out a purple flower from under the flower pot and glanced at it. According to the recipe in the book, it'll be completed after adding this. Thank goodness it's in our Bai's garden. Looking around, it carefully clamped the flower under its wings and then walked out quietly. Subai returned home and glanced at the cub. I'm heading over to my parents to eat. Do you want to come along? Go by yourself. I've made an appointment with Ultimate Invincible to play games. The cub raised its tablet and howled. Hassie, Hassie. Ultimate Invincible's sound came from the tablet. Okay, then. He was quite surprised that it was still in touch with Ultimate Invincible. Ultimate Invincible was just an ID, which was the mysterious monster that the cub had been competing with ever since it started playing piano tiles. Ultimate Invincible once told them it was in the Vatican, which had long disappeared. Subai had always been curious about it. His instincts told him that this monster was not simple. However, too many things were on his plate, and he really had no time to go there. After going to college, he would spare time to explore the situation. He rode an electric scooter and went to his parents' house. As soon as he entered, Suyu ran over and patted him with admiration. Brother, you're too impressive. You even obtained a full score in the college entrance examination? You don't know how my teachers and classmates started looking at me differently after finding out that you are my brother. Haha. It's nothing. It's not particularly difficult once I work hard. He smiled. Son, you're really amazing to be the top scorer this time. Your school principal personally called me on the day your grades were released, exclaimed Father Su with a relieved smile. In fact, he had never thought that his son would be so promising. He was never strict on his sons, so their accomplishments actually had nothing to do with him, but this fact only made him admire Subai even more. Yes, when we heard that you're a top scorer nationwide, we were shocked for a long time before accepting this fact. Mother Su laughed while serving the dishes. In fact, they were still in a bit of disbelief and felt like they were in a dream. Their prior expectation was for Subai to enter a top-notch university, but unexpectedly, he was directly admitted to East Capital Heavenly Abyss, a college that they did not even dare to consider. They had never dared to consider that kind of college which was established 100 years ago and had a deep foundation. The requirements for enrollment in it were too high and unreachable, so ordinary people could not enter at all. However, their older son ended up being admitted in such a miraculous way. Chen Ruoxue, his girlfriend, was also admitted there, which sounded no different than a dream. My accomplishments today are thanks to my encounter with my pet. Its mutation gave me a chance to rise, said Subai. However, he understood that the root cause was his chance at a new life, even though he still had to work hard himself. Yes, fortunately you met Purple Jade. Your dad and I are really useless. We didn't even have money to buy you good beginner materials, said his mother regretfully. Don't think that way, Mom. Didn't I say that it doesn't matter? I met Jade due to fate. If I had had a lot of money then, I would have chosen other beginner materials and wouldn't have met my primary pet. I might have even flunked if that had been the case. Subai shrugged. Come on. Let's eat. He understood his parents' feelings, but he really did not blame them. All right, let's eat. You too, eat more. I prepared all these for you. The family happily began eating. By the way, son, the Blue Moon cultivation house opened by your teacher suddenly closed. We could only change to another cultivation house, informed his father. Yes, I know. It's all right, you can take care of the affairs of the manor. Subai nodded. After eating, he rode back to the villa to take a shower and then went to bed early. He pulled his quilt to see the white cat sleeping soundly. Shaking his head, he lay down next to it and slept. The next morning, on August 9th, he woke up early. He packed his things and headed to Shanghai, which was the venue for the National League tournament. Shanghai was also the hometown of the previous year's national champion. The rule was that the hometown of the previous winner would host the next competition. Howl. Good morning, Abai. The cub raised its claws and greeted him. Good morning. He waved to it and then turned to take a shower. Okay, let's go. He motioned them forward after feeding the pets. The cub turned into a big white cat to carry him. After leaving the manor, they went to Cannes Airport. Although he came to the airport, he did not want to take a plane. Instead, he took a large flying pet, also known as a flying mount. This was because a plane was too fragile and would crash as soon as it was attacked by a monster. Its speed was not very fast, either, and this kind of large flying pet could replace it. The back of these flying rides could be arranged into various buildings, hotels, restaurants, shops, and even guest houses. As long as the flying ride reached the commander grade or higher, these buildings had almost no effect on their speed. Of course, planes still existed for the few who wanted to ride on it. After buying a ticket, he flew directly to Shanghai. The flying mount he was riding on was an independent pet, a giant ray. The building on its back was a 3-story hotel, which could accommodate about 200 people. The speed of the giant ray was very fast. Even though the distance between Cannes and Shanghai was more than twice as far as before due to the fusion of the world within the spacecraft, it still only took an hour for the giant ray to reach. At Shanghai Airport, he looked around in search of Chen Ruoxue. The cub nudged him and indicated. She's there. He turned in the direction the cub indicated and saw his girlfriend waving at him. He also raised his hand to wave at her and then walked over quickly. Have you eaten? I'll take you to lunch if you haven't. Don't be hungry all the time. She took his hand and inquired. By the way, have you finished your business in the Scarlet Wilderness? She turned her head and asked. Yes, thanks to the help of Senior Wei Ya, or else I wouldn't have made it back in time. He nodded. That's good. Actually, it might have been better if you didn't come. This game isn't as simple as we think. Chen Ruoxue sighed. Su Bai was silent for a moment before asking, is it because this competition involves the issue of the host city ownership next year? Yes, there are a lot of benefits involved, so it's too complicated. It feels like several provinces are deliberately losing in the semifinals. Chen Ruoxue sighed again. There was huge interest involved in where the City League tournament was held. It seemed to be a competition based on strength, but in fact, which city hosted the competition each year was very tacit in everyone's mind, and there was a secret set of rules. It's okay. We just need to play seriously. Anyway, we have come to this point already. He hugged her shoulder. Purple Jade changed into a big cat and took them to the hotel where their team was located. As soon as they arrived, a group of people who had been waiting there stopped them. Please wait a minute. What's the matter? He asked. Hello, I'm Hu Qingfeng, Hu Lan's cousin. Can I invite you to the cafe next door to have a chat with you? A young man dressed in trendy brands with blonde hair walked down from his Rolls-Royce, approaching him like a Korean idol and smiling at him. Just tell me directly if you have anything to say. We don't have much time, he said blankly. His words caused Hu Qingfeng to pause slightly, but he maintained his casual smile. All right. As far as I know, the relationship between you and my cousin, Hu Jie, seems different. You're much closer than normal teachers and students. My cousin has been alone with you several times before she disappeared, and she seemed to have driven secretly to a mountain, so I want to ask for her whereabouts. You should know, shouldn't you? Before she left, she told us that she already has someone she likes. She even said that she's devoted to him, so we gave up, thinking that she'll never agree to a marriage alliance. After the Wang family learned about this, they chose to marry my sister, instead. My cousin has nothing to do with it now. I just want to let her know that she can come back, and the family won't blame her. We won't stop her from marrying whoever she wants as well. We just hope that she can come back soon. Hu Qingfeng was gentle and polite, and coupled with his handsome face, which was only slightly less handsome than Su Bai's, he exuded a sense of modesty and grace. However, his gaze was focused on Chen Ruoxue's face as he observed the changes in her expression. Su Bai was taken aback, and then shook his head. I don't know where teacher Hu is, I can't help you inform her. That's a shame, but you can just tell us when you see her, so don't worry. Hu Qingfeng smiled. All right, then. Is there anything else? If not, we will take our leave first. He nodded and spoke slowly without revealing any emotions. In fact, he was thinking about how to deal with this guy without leaving any traces behind. From this person's expression, he could tell that he had designs on Chen Ruoxue. There's one last thing. I sincerely invite you to join our Hu family. I can promise to pay for both of your pets in the future. You should know that after reaching the sovereign level, pets consume tens of millions of basic energy supplements every day, and it'll cost hundreds of millions just for a little training. Without a stable source of income, it isn't enough to venture into the monster wilderness as a livelihood. Hu Qingfeng tried again. Okay, I'll consider it. Su Bai nodded. What about you, lady? Are you interested? You don't need to do anything to join the Hu family, you just need to help us at some critical moments. Otherwise, we won't disturb you. The man smiled as he invited her. I'm not interested. Sorry. Chen Ruoxue refused more simply than her boyfriend. After she finished speaking, Su Bai patted the cub and told it to go. Purple Jade loudly mewled at the few blocking the way as if to say that whoever got in the way would be killed by it. Once the two entered the hotel, Hu Qingfeng's expression gradually turned gloomy. D***mn, they really think they're so important. Let's go. Master Feng, it seems like the relationship between those two is deeper than you think. Her expression didn't change despite your remarks. His subordinates got in the car and commented. Chen-ph. The seeds of suspicion have been planted, and they will sprout sooner or later. If not for the two pure blood dragons in her hands, I wouldn't even bother chasing such a loose woman. I've long grown tired of women who are more beautiful and stronger than her. Only an inexperienced caveman like Su Bai will treat her like treasure, said Hu Qingfeng with disdain. The pure blood dragon pets were being monopolized by the Alliance, so they could only be owned by first established gymnasiums and top families. If other forces wanted some, the best way was to draw pure blood dragons, which had naturally appeared in the wild, into their families so that they could have dragons that could be passed on. Hu Qingfeng and many people started harboring such plots only after seeing the two dragons in Chen Ruoxue's hands, but Su Bai was a thorn in their eyes, and many wanted to kill him. Exactly. Those talented and beautiful girls on TV have all succumbed to you, Master Feng. She's nothing. Still, I heard that Su Bai has some background. It seems like he is part of the Pet Tamer Association and is suspected to own an ancestor blood dragon. Is it good to play like this? Someone reminded him softly. Chen-ph. He's nothing in my eyes. If my stupid cousin, Hu Lan, didn't give him the purgatory tyrant egg, how could he have risen to this point? He's just an ungrateful terror. I kindly invited him to help lift him up. A guy like him, who came from the backwater, really thought that this society is simple and he can rise based on talent. Is the ancestor blood dragon something he can own? Is he even worthy? He's dead meat even if he has an ancestor blood dragon. Did he think that there's only one person who dislikes him? This is the territory of the Wang family. As long as someone dies, his background and all are fleeting. Hu Qingfeng sneered coldly. Once he's dead, I'll chase his girlfriend and make love with her in front of his portrait. His subordinates remained silent, for they knew that he could not be persuaded otherwise. Hu Qingfeng hated those civilians who did not have any background but still dared to be arrogant in front of him. Those who had done this previously ended up in miserable states, and he had often made love with others' girlfriends in front of them. Let's go, I'll take you to heaven and earth to play today. He calmed down. They drove away and soon arrived at Heaven and Earth Clubhouse, which was located a few kilometers away. They got out of the car and were about to enter the clubhouse. Suddenly, an invisible force appeared out of thin air, and the whole Rolls-Royce was turned into ashes in silence. The people in the car could not make the slightest resistance from beginning to end. Some of those nearby seemed not to have noticed this scene at all. In the hotel elevator, Su Bai looked at Chen Ruoxue and said, "When I finished the college entrance examination that day, I just went out with Teacher Hu for a walk, nothing else. Do you think I'll believe in other people's provocations? Aren't you looking down on my trust in you? Don't I know what kind of person is?" Chen Ruoxue huffed and chided him. Hu Qingfeng thought his remarks were perfect, but it was no different than bullshit in her eyes. "Ha ha. I know, but it's better to spell it out clearly with you. There was nothing to worry about from the start. Subai said. It's really annoying. Just because I used 2 dragons in the game recently, a lot of people have come to bother me. These people are really shameless. I said that I have a boyfriend, yet they still keep bothering me. It even made me afraid to go out. I wouldn't have joined the competition if I had known earlier. Chen Ruoxue wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned on him, complaining irritably. They are just coveting the 2 dragons in your hand. Don't worry. Now that I am here, you can just stand behind me. He gently hugged his girlfriend's back. Everyone dared to harass them mainly because they had no background. However, there was nothing they could do about it. The society had developed over the years, such that the chaebol and capital were so powerful, they were naturally extremely arrogant. Humtilda, she buried her head in his arms and nodded. Soon, they went up to the 3rd floor and walked into the club suite. Subai, welcome. You came just in time. In the living room, Yu Lingyu and the others quickly welcomed them with a smile. Thank you. I will try my best to win the game the day after tomorrow. He smiled. Li Xing poured 2 glasses of ice cola for them, while Yu Lingyu handed the collected information about the opponents to him. Looking at the information, he found that the opponents in the National League were way stronger than them. Among the 5 players, the one with the lowest strength had a mid-level commander pet. The strength of the captain and deputy captain were not clear. They had at least high-level commanders. According to speculations, they might even have monarch pets. Subai looked at the information and felt like they had no chance of winning. His teammates were too weak. In fact, this was also normal. It was difficult for ordinary people to compare with those aristocratic children who had never had to worry about resources since they were young, including those under the guidance of professional cultivators. What they could compete with was experience of fighting monsters in the wild. From Emperor Pets onward, there was no way to rely on the realm of resources piling anymore. Where is Director Tang? Asked Subai curiously. He's not here. I don't know where he went, but he left yesterday. Yu Lingyu shrugged. Can I take it that he's given up on the game? Subai raised his hand questioningly. He was suddenly disappointed in the game. He had hurried over just for this. The others also fell silent. Tang Long leaving without saying a word at this critical juncture was self-evident. I don't know what he thinks, but I really want to win. After a long time, Yu Lingyu said, the result isn't important anymore, let's just try our best. All right. I'll go back to my room first. He exhaled and asked Chen Ruoxue to take him to rest in her room. It was really ironic. At first, it was Tang Long who asked him to help the team win the championship, but now he was the first to leave. That director was completely unreliable. However, he actually had nothing to do with Tang Long and had come here for his girlfriend. It's okay. Let's just play this game casually. Chen Ruoxue comforted him. I just feel that it's unfair to you, and it's me who asked you to play in the semifinals. I'm so sorry, I'm all to blame. She had been the one who allowed them to enter the semifinals and had even exposed all her cards in order to do so. However, Tang Long had left directly on the eve of the finals, which was really damning. What infuriated Subai the most was that, even if he exhausted all means to win the championship, Tang Long could still enjoy the fruits of his labor for free in the end. It's okay, I'll just take it as practice. Let's just play normally and not expose our trump cards, then we won't be in danger anymore. We're unfamiliar with Shanghai, and many people are still coveting your pet dragon. She took his hand as she spoke. Subai fell silent. Can you promise me this? It's just a game, not an important event. It's not the only way to participate in the Heavenly King round-robin tournament. Listen to me, or I'll ignore you. She rubbed his face affectionately. Okay, I promise you. He sighed deeply. Forget about the D*MN match, I won't take part anymore in the future. It's meaningless. He had also let go of winning now. No matter how many games he participated in, he would be unable to improve his strength now. Thank you. You're the best. Chen Ruoxue kissed him. They chatted for a while, and when it was almost noon, she said, let's take out food. It's too troublesome to go out to eat. Okay, I'll call for a takeout, he said. After eating, They remained in the room instead of going out. At night, when they were both playing games, thumping sounds came from the door. Subai, Ruoshue, are you two asleep? What's the matter? Chen Ruoshue opened the door and asked. People from the Pet Administration Bureau are looking for you. They said that they are doing investigations. They're waiting for you in the living room. Li Xing pointed to a few police in uniforms standing in the living room and looked a little enviously at her. Understood. We'll come right away. She nodded. Put on your shoes and let's go out. The Pet Management Bureau is here. She patted her boyfriend. Subai nodded, having heard what Li Xing had said. What's the matter? The two put on their clothes and went to the living room. These officers took a look at them, then took out 5 photos, and said, please come with us to the bureau. We suspect that the deaths of these 5 people are related to you. According to our investigation, the people they last met near the hotel were you two. Hu Qingfeng. They're dead. Subai saw the 5 men in the photo and was shocked senseless. We did meet them once, but this should have nothing to do with us. We've been in this hotel ever since. You can check the monitoring. We have already investigated, but we still need you to go to the bureau to record a confession under the polygraph test. It will only take half an hour. Please cooperate with our investigation. These 3 people from the Pet Administration Bureau said. Okay, then. The couple exchanged helpless glances. He harassed me the most in the past half-month. He stuck at the door of the hotel every morning and pretended to be a gentleman, but I wasn't stupid enough not to know that he was there for my 2 dragon pets, complained Chen Ruoshue a little angrily. She had not dared to mention more to Subai before and had taken the initiative to change the subject. Knowing his direct temper, she was afraid that he would have a conflict with the man. Now that the guy was dead, she confessed everything and complained fiercely. She wanted to have food delivered at home because of this reason, too. She was afraid of going out to meet those annoying people and of her boyfriend having conflicts with them. Naturally, she did not care about their annoying life and death, but she was afraid that he would suffer in this unfamiliar place. Don't worry, I won't let this happen again. Subai reassured her. In fact, he could tell from Hu Qingfeng's words at that time that the guy had been harassing his girlfriend, so he actually wanted to find a chance to teach him a lesson. However, before he could do that, the guy died in a well-deserved manner. They had walked a distance when an enchantment appeared out of thin air and covered them inside. 10 powerful high-level commanders then appeared, each of them a behemoth over 10 meters in size. They were distributed in different directions around them, and their bodies exuded powerful pressure. Subai glanced at them and his heart sank suddenly. He said solemnly, be careful. The other party has come prepared. They're targeting us with the attributes. I understand. Chen Ruoshue nodded. As they talked, she was about to release her pets, but he stopped her suddenly and shook his head. Leave it to me. Just get ready to leave when I say so. Leave it to you alone? She looked at him in surprise. He responded with a snap of his finger. A blood-color figure rushed out of the golden contract book, and the entire enchantment was directly swallowed by the sea of blood, including the 10 commanders which exuded a terrifying aura. These monsters all disappeared in an instant without making a splash. Before she could react, he hugged her and carried her on the blood dragon, which turned into a blood shadow and disappeared into the night sky. Master Ze, is that the ancestor blood dragon? It's terrifying indeed. It's definitely the dragon according to its breath. Why did you leave such a good opportunity? If you killed him then and snatched the dragon, we could use the Hu family down as a scapegoat. Nobody would know that we had anything to do with it. On top of a tall building in the distance on the street where Subai had just been besieged, a young man in a black robe stood against the wind and looked in the direction the youth had disappeared in silence. A 20-something man in sportswear stood next to him. No, my goal from beginning to end is to see if he has an ancestor blood dragon and what he is capable of. Do you really think that we can fool others by simply putting the blame on the Hu family? There's no need for evidence in front of the strong, they just need to do what they think. Gao An is Subai's master and is far more terrifying than you think. If we anger that old man and he comes directly over, it'll also be difficult for our Wang family. That lonely old man places great importance on his apprentices, he can't maintain his composure. Young Taoist Wang Yize stood with his hands spread. Then, didn't we kill Hu Qingfeng for nothing? Keeping him alive could let us control the Hu family. The young man was quite puzzled. HMPH. He deserved to die. Is Sister Hu Jie's reputation something he can casually tarnish? Wang Yize shook his Taoist robe, his face filled with murderous intent. At the mention of this, he wanted to smash that dead guy's body 1,000,000 times. The man in sportswear was taken aback for a moment and quickly lowered his head. He thought that it had just been a whim of Master Zi to propose marriage to Hu Jie and was just interested in women. Now, it seemed that he had a different sentiment toward Hu Jie. He silently recorded it, ready to revoke the search for the woman and even find a way to protect her. As for Su Bai, it doesn't matter if we let him raise the ancestor blood dragon. With a trainer of his master's level, that dragon will definitely be raised to my satisfaction, Wang Yize said lightly. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand to grab the void, and a purple thunder and lightning claw formed, tearing the void directly. Roar! A dragon-shaped cross-blood-killing mark appeared out of thin air, offsetting the remaining prestige of his thunder claws, which turned into a blood shadow and fled. How was it? Didn't I tell you? Isn't it cultivated well? Su Bai has already discovered us and has the nerves to come back. How interesting. Wang Yize did not chase him and simply laughed. Wasn't this a supreme feat? The man in sportswear was shocked. He could understand the power of Wang Yize's hand of thunder and lightning and had witnessed it kill a group of monarchs before. Skills were divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced, but there were stunts above the advanced. These types of skills were different, but they were all invincible at the same level. Either a certain hit or a certain death could be called a supreme feat. A supreme feat could not be resisted. The exact name should be called the God Dragon Original Skill. Only a highly trained God Dragon can awaken it so early. Wang Yize squinted his eyes and decided to obtain the Ancestor Blood Dragon as soon as possible. Su Bai was a bit beyond his expectations. If not for his divine skill which could not be used a second time, he actually wanted to steal it a bit earlier. On the other side, Su Bai looked at his pet dragon which grew back from the tail and asked, "Are you okay?" Bai, I'm fine. That person is so strong, and his breath is terrifying. He's at least an emperor Pet Tamer. The blood dragon shook its head. More than that, he has a divine skill, said Su Bai solemnly. This person should be Wang Yize whom Hulan had mentioned, but he did not expect him to be so terrifying. Although he was not sure what his divine skill was, this person was definitely the most terrifying peer he had ever seen, much better than the girls with dragon pets who had sought him before. He thought that this was just a dude who relied on his family and initially wanted to solve it all at once so that he could take care of Hu Jie's troubles. However, it turned out that he almost failed to escape. If his pet had not awakened the God Dragon Original Skill, the cross-blood killing mark, and directly locked on the guy's body, it would have really been impossible to escape. Furthermore, the guy had no desire to chase and kill them. It was not unreasonable that these families could thrive forever. Some hedonistic guys were just superficial. At that moment, Su Bai's desire for the divine skill born in the Blood Moon world increased further. It was too terrifying and was indeed an existence that needed to be nurtured by a world origin. Soon, he quietly returned to the hotel. Upon seeing his return, Chen Ruoxue hurriedly rushed over. "Are you all right? What did you do?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just went to the battlefield to see who attacked our son. My concealment method is very clever. Don't worry." Su Bai shook her hand and smiled. He must go out and have a look. He could not always be chased and killed inexplicably, without even knowing who the enemy was. Chen Ruoxue took a close look at Su Bai's body and calmed down after making sure that he was not injured. "When did you become so strong? Was it this time when you entered the Scarlet Wilderness?" she asked again, not reassured. She thought that after going out with her mistress, Wei Ya, for so long, she could finally catch up to him, but when they met again, he had still surpassed her by a lot. Especially earlier, the dragon actually stunned the opponent's 10 high-level commanders in seconds, and the opponent had died without even the slightest reaction, which surprised her too much. Yes, luckily, I became a little stronger. Subai nodded. The reason why I didn't let you attack earlier was not that I was afraid that you couldn't deal with them, but that the situation must be resolved quickly. They must be hiding more than a wave of people in secret. In fact, Chen Ruoshua's strength plus his pets were enough. However, since the other party had come prepared, there must be more than one method. The best way to cut the Gordian knot was a quick and direct strike. What do you mean by luck? It's so hard for me to chase you, and I still can't catch up. Chen Ruoshua lay in bed helplessly. No, I'm the one who's chasing you so hard. He smiled and pounced on her, picking his girlfriend up, not wanting to talk about these bad things anymore. What do you want to do? Chen Ruoshua looked at Subai, who was close at hand, her face a little red. What do you think? Shall we sleep? He asked, smiling. No, let's take a shower first. She pushed him into the bathroom and then handed him clothes. Subai finished washing up and was about to hug her when she entered the bathroom. Soon, she came out wrapped in a white bathrobe. A trace of heat radiated from her body. Her face looked flushed after having just showered. Seeing her come out, he jumped over and hugged her. Ooh! Chen Ruoshua, while resisting him, reached out and turned off the shining light. After a deep kiss for a long time, there was a low voice from under the covers. If you can't resist it, I can do it now. I just want to wait for my 18th birthday next year before giving myself to you. She felt his fiery body and whispered. I also want to wait until that very meaningful day. Let's just go to sleep, he hugged her and whispered back. Okay. The voice in the bed disappeared. Chen Ruoshua hesitated for a long time. Feeling Subai's still hot body, she stretched out her small hand tremblingly. Let me help you. Oh Tilda, I love you, Ruoshua. Just this once. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Subai woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes only to see a pair of beautiful big eyes looking straight at him affectionately. He took her into his arms. You're amazing. Last night was the first time I know, you're forbidden to say it. Chen Ruoshua covered his mouth with a pillow, her face blushing. It was really shameful to help her boyfriend do that kind of thing, and he actually wanted to talk about it. Hee. I'll love you forever. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. Mitch scumbags love to say that. She pushed him away, snorted, and got up. If it had not been for her fear that this guy would be too uncomfortable, she would not have done that kind of shameful thing. Subai also got up. He was still smiling when he washed his face. Keep smiling, and you'll open your room and sleep alone today. She glared at him with a blushing face. I'm just happy. He was even happier looking at her blushing face. That's not okay. I said that you can't smile, so you can't. Okay. Subai stopped smiling immediately. It would be bad if he angered his girlfriend and broke the welfare. After breakfast, no one in the living room studied tactics. Tang Long's departure was a big blow to everyone. Subai did not say anything. The prizes for being the National League champion were having a chance to participate in the Heavenly King round-robin tournament, a total of 1 billion cash, and a pet of the league's advanced breeding house. The Alliance Cultivation House was an ancient nurturing house established more than 100 years ago. It was operated by the Trainer Association. There were all kinds of weird monsters and spirits in it, and they could choose what they wanted based on their judgment. Under normal circumstances, the Trainer Association would only issue 1,000 quota each year, and each one could be sold at sky-high prices. The National League tournament could get 5 additional spots. What Subai valued most was the number of places in the Heavenly King round-robin tournament and the chance to choose pets. He had always wanted to see a long-established Alliance nurturing house. He shook his head and got ready to return home to read books, play with the cub and the fox, and bully the dino for the rest of the day. Raw Tilda are by, I have nothing to eat. The dino pushed him while he was reading. Ruoshua, take out a bag of ore for the dino. Thanks, he opened his eyes and said. Okay. Chen Ruoshua took out a large bag of ore from her backpack and handed it to the Purgatory Fire Thief. After getting the ore, the dino returned to its original spot and gnawed on its food while watching a harem show. From time to time, it even commented on the male protagonist's behavior with relish. Ding dong. Subai, Director Tang is back. He's back with a lot of treasures. As soon as he fell asleep, he heard a knocking at the door along with Li Xing's shout. Tang Long is back. He was stunned to hear this. Chen Ruoxue was also stunned. The two put on their shoes and walked out of the room. Tang Long had obtained a bunch of equipment and potions from somewhere and was now presenting them to everyone. Seeing the two of them, he smiled and said, "I don't do things like abandoning friends. I left first because I was caught back by my family. Still, I sneaked out again and borrowed some spiritual plants from my family's spiritual garden, which I then specially formulated as potions. With these, a few of our pets can break through to the commander level, and coupled with the equipment, it's not a problem to eliminate one or two opponents. In this way, the pressure on you two can lessen by much. As for the nonsensical unspoken rules, we must win the championship if I say so. Don't even try stopping me." Tang Long spoke domineeringly, and when he finished speaking, he smiled again. "Subai, Chen Ruoxue, I also prepared equipment for you too. This has cost all my money. Come and see if they're appropriate." "There's nothing inappropriate. This time, we're bound to win the championship." Subai smiled. Tang Long's unexpected return had indeed surprised him. This guy was really an unexpectedly honest person. Although he also had his purpose, he was definitely within the scope of friendship. The other people in the living room laughed, too. Whatever unspoken rules did not matter to them, they would just do what they wanted to do. After all, people just had to have the courage to break rules. Rules. It's enough. Thank you. Subai nodded. The treasure's increment of their pets' attacks was limited. Generally, there were more auxiliary types and defense types, and they were all consumables and could not be used a few times. Subai also had them, but he did not need these things under normal circumstances. For example, the pure heart. It only controlled and was immune to dizziness, confusion, and sleep, yet it had high requirements for quality. After dividing the treasures to everyone, Tang Long took out the potions for Wang Chen Shan, and Zhao Li. "This is the potion I've spent a lot of money to dispense for you, and I've also taken out a part of the club's budget in advance. See if you can make your pets break through, but your pet's breeding allowances may be reduced in the future." Tang Long had no other way. He could not pay for everything all by himself, for he also had to raise his pets. He had given these three people potions naturally because of their pet attributes and strength. The electric python had evolved into the dragon subspecies of the single-horned electric dragon, the flame crow had evolved into the four-winged flame crow, and the diving crocodile had evolved into the deep-sea crocodile. They not only had good attributes but had also completed their secondary evolutions, which was why Tang Long had chosen these three. Regarding this, others could not refute this fact and had nothing to say. "Thank you, Director." The three nodded gratefully before returning to the room with the potions. "Now, I believe our chances of winning have greatly increased." Li Xing clenched her fists and said. "Yes, as long as Zhao Li and the others' pets break through, the odds of winning will indeed increase." Li Hai pulled Li Xing and said. "Okay, I've done everything I could. The rest is up to everyone's, including yours and Coach Zhao Kong's, efforts." Tang Long took a sip of water and lay on the sofa. "I'll return to my room first." Subai took the fire-avoiding crystal and pure heart back to the room. "Here. These are for you too." He handed the two treasures in his hands to the cub and the dino, which were playing games and watching drama respectively. "How is this used?" The cub took a look and brought the fire-avoiding crystal to its neck. "Raw. Sister Jade, I know. This can be used by infusing it with spiritual power." The dino was about to inject some spiritual power into it as it spoke, but Subai quickly slapped it away. "No, this pure heart can only be used 3 times. You can only use it during the game. As for you, Jade, you can use it when you're under attack by a fire attribute pet. It has a 15% damage-free effect." These things were very expensive, with the lowest market price of tens of millions, and could only be purchased by professional pet tamers. Normally, he would not use these extravagant things. If he had the money, he would rather buy an extra bottle of potion for his pets. "Howl. Thank you, I'll buy." "Oh, raw. Same." The dino bounced around like a baby, playing with the transparent pure heart which was the size of a ping-pong ball. Remember, only use this thing when I tell you to. It's only immune to the timely control of hypnosis, dizziness, and chaos. It can't help you be immune to strong and continuous mind control like that of the baby fox, he exhorted. Raw. I understand, bye. The dino nodded like a simple-minded man. Soon, Wang and the three of them came from their respective rooms. Zhao Li and Qian Shan had happy smiles on their faces, but Wang was looking depressed. Sorry, my single-horned electric dragon failed to break through to the commander level. I failed everyone's expectations. He bowed in apology. Qian Shan's diving crocodile and Zhao Li's flame crow had both broken to the commander level in an instant, but the electric dragon had failed to do so. It's okay. Your electric dragon is much stronger than ordinary pets, so it's naturally harder for it to break through. Don't blame yourself. Li Hai comforted him. Wang remained silent and shook his head. He kept the electric dragon and sat on the sofa with his head low. Everyone understood this kind of thing. Although Su Bai had a plug-in cheat, he dared not say that he could formulate a catalytic agent and make a 100% breakthrough for his pets. No one could be accurate about such things. Okay, let Coach Zhao explain to everyone about the routines against the opponents. Don't go easy on them and don't be afraid of insidious things. There are only winners and losers in the game and there's no such thing as an insidious method. You must learn from Su Bai on this point, Tang Long said. Su Bai, it's called a strategy, not an insidious method. I understand, but it's still worth learning from. The director waved his hand disapprovingly. Who would believe him? The boy was quite speechless. Had he left such a deep impression previously? It was not that he no longer used insidious methods but that he did not want to use them in formal occasions. If he did, everyone would guard against him, and his insidious methods would no longer carry an element of surprise. However, Tang Long's strategy increased the team's chances of winning. In addition, they would be on the offensive rather than the defensive tomorrow. They held high hopes for the game. In the evening, Chen Ruoxue, who had been in the hotel room for 2 days, suggested, let's go out to eat tonight. I checked, and there's a famous specialty seafood barbecue not far from here. All right. It'll be good to go for a stroll. It's too boring to stay indoors. Su Bai nodded. They told you Ling Yu about it and left together. What do you want to eat? She asked, smiling while holding his arm after leaving the hotel. I want to try grilled octopus, as well as garlic scallops, oysters, and grilled prawns. I want to try them all. I haven't tried them yet, Su Bai thought for a while and said. I want to eat grilled squid. I heard that there's some special seafood there, so I want to eat it all, too. I've already booked a seat for us. Chen Ruoxue shook the phone and said. Howl. I want to drink milk. The elf walked over to the two and batted its eyelashes. The supermarket next to the seafood shop should be selling it. I'll buy Baiyuan milk for you. It is more expensive than floral milk and is said to taste more delicious. Chen Ruoxue took Purple Jade's hand and smiled. Thank you. It kissed and even licked her in its joy. You're welcome. She smiled, knowing that this was the cub's way of expressing intimacy. Cats licked whoever they fancied. Hee hee. I wanna eat fear. Can you let me scare someone? Super Big Demon batted its eyelashes at her, too. She rolled her eyes and was about to reject it when a Porsche slammed its brakes and stopped beside the two of them. Ruoxue, where are you going? I'll take you there. When the car window was rolled down, a young man in fashionable clothes and with golden earrings took out a rose and spoke with a smile. He had bought over the front desk of their hotel a long time ago and had been chasing after her as soon as the two came out. Get lost. Can't you see that she has a boyfriend? Su Bai pulled Chen Ruoxue behind him and cursed unceremoniously. He had met this person, and according to the information, this was Yang Hai, the captain of the Shanghai team. His family was a real estate tycoon. Yes, are you blind? Don't you see that I have a boyfriend? Chen Ruoxue also cursed. Yang Hai did not get angry at all despite being scolded by her. Instead, he smiled elegantly and said, Ruoxue even has a unique sense of beauty when scolding. After speaking, He sized up Su Bai with disgust in his eyes and turned to look at Purple Jade. He swept his gaze across the elf's chest and legs, looking amazed. Brother, this is your pet. Can you sell it to me? I'll buy it for 1 billion. With that money, you'll have enough to breed pets in the future. Isn't it a good deal? Do you want to die? Su Bai smiled. Yang Hai laughed disapprovingly. It's okay. I believe that you'll figure it out, brother. It's so cost-effective to trade a commander pet for 1 billion. If you figure it out, come to me anytime. I advise you to leave Ruoshue early. Doves don't mate with crows. She's destined to become a soaring phoenix. If you really love her, you should let her go. Don't restrict her development as you have no future. If Ruoshue were like me and didn't have to worry about resources from a young age, it's estimated that her pets would easily reach the sovereign level. Before he finished speaking, Super Big Demon quietly appeared behind him and immediately enveloped him with hypnotism. At this moment, a beautiful demon butterfly fairy appeared beside Yang Hai and a wave of illusions repelled Super Big Demon's attack. Don't be so naughty. I'm treating you sincerely. As long as you are willing to break up with him, we can get married right away. Yang Hai held the 1.5-meter-long demon butterfly fairy in his arms and left with one hand driving the Porsche. At first, I thought he's a human being, but now it seems that he's just a black crow in the world. Chen Ruoshue clenched her fists and cursed through gritted teeth. If not for them being in public, with psychic alarms everywhere, which could alert the police about a fight, she would really try to kill the guy directly. Fighting openly in the city was dealt with very strictly, and a professional pet tamer certificate would be revoked at once. A non-professional pet tamer would be unable to obtain a license for life and might even go to jail. Serious death sentences were not a problem. This was a strict rule to maintain social stability. If there was no background or if the psychic alert was blocked, no one would dare to commit a crime in the city. Don't get angry. You are indeed a dove, he's right. Unfortunately, he's the crow, not me. Su Bai teased her. Don't worry. This kind of thing won't last long. In his heart, that guy was already dead. Not only Ruoshue, he also had evil designs on Purple Jade. It was better for that kind of arrogant scumbag, who felt invincible with his rich background, to go to hell. Once I've nurtured Xiao Bing and Xiao Hei, I must get rid of all these people. Chen Ruoshue was still furious. Actually, Chen Ruoshue was not to blame. The main reason was that these people were attracted to her dragon pets as flies were to feces. In their opinion, no one could resist money. If they could, it only meant that they did not offer enough. They were certain that Chen Ruoshue would eventually make a choice in order to cultivate her 2 dragons. After calming herself down, she finally sorted out her mood and took her boyfriend to eat. As for Su Bai, he was not bothered. Those people made him disgusted, so the best way was to send them to hell instead of getting angry over their bullshit. He would just take their bullshit as their last words. However, their meal still became dull and tasteless. No one could eat calmly after being disgusted by feces. Soon, it was the next day. Su Bai and the others got up early and arranged their luggage. Regardless if the game was successful or not, they would leave in the afternoon. At 7:30, they ate the arranged takeout and set off on time. I'm waiting for you to return triumphantly, Tang Long said with a smile in the living room. Just do your best, don't have too much psychological pressure. Everyone nodded and walked out behind Yu Lingyu and Zhao Kong. This time, Su Bai was the captain and Chen Ruoshue was the deputy captain. This was based on the actual situation, and no one disagreed. Even if they disagreed, they would be unable to beat the two. Their destination was the Beihai Coliseum, which was not far from their current location. It was the largest stadium in Shanghai. It was a syndrome sports arena which integrated various functions. The entire Coliseum could hold nearly 200,000 people. Normally, the seats would not be filled, even if Su Bai and the others appeared in this National League tournament. It was not bad if 80,000 or 90,000 people came to watch. Ms. Chen, here is a rose from a guest, signed by Yang Hai. When they went downstairs, the lady at the front desk took out a large bouquet of roses. Wow, that person is too disgusting. Sister Ruoshue has already said time and again that she has a boyfriend, but he still sends flowers here every morning, Li Xing said angrily. The opponent had not only disgusted Chen Ruoshue but also their other female players. The man's pursuit of their teammate was too persistent. The other players also looked coldly and gritted their teeth, feeling a wave of anger in their hearts. As for Chen Ruoshue, her face was as cold as snow, and sharp killing intent radiated from her eyes. The front desk lady moved away in fright. They soon arrived at Bihai Coliseum. The Coliseum was crowded with people, and the exclusive passage that Subai took was also surrounded by a group of fans. The men looked at Chen Ruoshue, while the women looked at Subai. The last provincial competition had made his reputation soar. News of a god carrying his team members to win had been uploaded on the internet a long time ago. They walked into the rest area expressionlessly. Unlike last time, many fans cheered for them. However, everyone's mood was not very good, and there were many fans of the Shanghai team sitting in the rest area opposite them. These players waved to and interacted with their fans. Soon, the opening ceremony of the game began. After various fancy performances, some wonderful clips of the previous fights between the two sides were displayed on a big screen. The commentators also brought the atmosphere to the highest point through a passionate commentary. Okay. Now, I announce the official start of this match. The game mode is the traditional offensive and defensive battle. According to the results of the prior draw, the Shanghai team will send players to defend the match, and the Can team will send players to attack. Let us invite the Shanghai team to send out defenders. With the exciting music, the commentator announced the official start of the match. This game relied on Chen Ruoshue and Subai. Wang Er and the others aimed to pull down two opponents, but if it was impossible, they just had to pull down 1.5. I understand. Wang Er nodded and walked to the court. Now that both players have entered the arena, let the fight begin. With this announcement, the match began. You sent a weakling who doesn't even have a commander pet to play against me? You guys are so funny, Long Zhizhong disdainfully said. Sharp-nosed shark, rush up to kill the electric dragon with death roll. Following his order, the blue-skinned shark hovering in mid-air flicked its tail. Its mouth full of fangs made people shudder in fright. The single-horned electric dragon sent out a series of electric shocks, but it was not easy to handle in front of the shark, which was 2 levels above it. Its speed was too fast and it avoided the attack directly. In the blink of an eye, the sharp-nosed shark had gotten near the other, and its blood basin mouth bit on the single-horned electric dragon. At this time, it did not care about the electric dragon's attack, because it would be dead once the latter was hit. Furthermore, the electric dragon no longer had the opportunity to evade. At this critical moment, the electric dragon gave up the electric attack and rushed over with its mouth open for a bite. However, the sharp-nosed shark suddenly stopped at this moment. The bite of the electric dragon's teeth had gnawed a large piece of flesh from its neck. With the support of the dragon attribute's dragon fang, the defensive effect of the sharp-nosed shark had been greatly reduced. Hiss. However, the sharp-nosed shark turned sideways in pain and directly tore off a large piece of flesh and blood from the electric dragon's body. Its injury had aroused its ferocity. It was at this moment that Wang Er opened the contract book and kept the electric dragon. He raised his hand to surrender. I admit defeat. Before leaving, he showed a hint of sarcasm. He had released 2 pets at the beginning. In addition to the electric dragon, there was also a spiritual pet enchanting butterfly with a strong concealment ability. Despicable. Long Zhizhong yelled. The sharp-nosed shark was seriously injured by that bite. Wang Er is still as cool as ever. Even though he's so much weaker, he still left an unforgettable memory for his opponent. I wonder who will be the second person sent out by the Can team. Although Wang Er lost, the audience still cheered for him. The game was so ruthless. For a while, people slightly looked forward to Can's comeback. With such a fierce player, they might really have a chance. Also, people would always be on the underdog's side to the point that they had unrealistic expectations in their hearts. Good job. Hurry up and get treatment. The coach patted Wang Er. He had always been optimistic about this boy's harshness. Second one up is Chen Shan. Go up and try to kill them, Coach Zhao Kong said again. The low-level commander diving crocodile still had a big chance of winning against the sharp-nosed shark, which had suffered a serious injury. When Chen Shan came to the field, his commander diving crocodile brought a big surprise to the audience, but the Shanghai team found it a bit incomprehensible. I won't be careless this time. Your commander diving crocodile is useless. Long Zhezhong looked at Chen Shan, raging. He directly released his other hidden pet, the commander devil octopus. Chen Shan's expression changed at the sight of his opponent's terrifying trump card. After a few moves, Chen Shan undoubtedly lost. However, he managed to chase the wounded shark and severely injure it, though his pet was also seriously injured. Are you all from the dog family? Long Zhezhong gritted his teeth. How could the opponent fight as if they were on a battlefield? Chen Shan smiled sarcastically and turned to leave. They did not know that the Can team had already accumulated a lot of anger. Not only were they ridiculed when they came here, they were also ridiculed due to coming from the backwater. Several female members also received harassments from the opponents, and they had already longed for pieces of their meat to be bitten off. Next, Zhao Li went up. He was also furious, for the guy in front of him had hit on his girlfriend, Wang Li. His four-winged flame crow and the hyacinth relied on the suppressing force of air to kill the water attribute devil octopus. However, the opposing team next sent a member with two flying pets, a dandelion-like wind poison attribute spore flower monster and a windfire attribute blue-winged bald eagle. These two pets were too powerful, and Zhao Li was defeated very quickly. At this time, Can has sent the deputy captain, Chen Ruoxue. Her double dragons and the super big demon have always played a role of 4 in the previous games. I don't know how many of the opponents they can defeat this time. Let me announce the start of the game. Seeing her go on stage, the audience bubbled with excitement. The Can team is so impressive in today's game. They're so ruthless that I think there's hope for them. I feel the same way. Even if they lose, they still put up a fierce fight and bite off the opponent's flesh, so I'm a fan regardless. Ruoxue performs well in her fights. I think that she can kill off 3 opponents in one go. Her god dragon and giant dragon are too cool. I also hope Can wins. The Shanghai team is too arrogant. Ruoxue, you can do it. I'm cheering you on. Stupid brother, don't snatch with me. The audience shouted as Chen Ruoxue revealed her pet in the arena. Right in front of her was the terrifying super big demon, and on the left was a white ice dragon with a body length of 100 meters, also known as the winter ice white dragon. On the right was the black flame dragon, of which the body was pitch black. Black flames burned on its body, and coupled with her cold and murderous angelic face, just standing there together gained them countless fans. Although the 2 dragons were only at peak high-level warlords, just appearing would give the opponent a horrible suppression. This was the horror of the top overlord of the food chain. The biggest reason why Chen Ruoxue was so strong was that the only nemesis of a dragon was a blood pet, but it had been banned by the Alliance, which made the dragon attribute almost invincible on Blue Planet. Spore Flower, Blue-Winged Bald Eagle, attack. The opponent gritted his teeth and could only charge forward. Hee! Laughing sinisterly, Super Big Demon instantly transformed into a dozen figures and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, the offensives of the Spore Flower and the Blue-Winged Bald Eagle were messed up. The attack of Super Big Demon was too terrifying to ignore. Once they were restrained, the terrifying attacks of the Winter Ice White Dragon and the Black Flame Dragon followed one after another. Be it a physical attack or a spiritual attack, the dragons were top-notch. In this way, the opponent was defeated in almost a few minutes. Cheers and applause rang in the field. Amazing. I love Ruoxue. It's such a strong combat tactic. These people can't compare and are even unable to deal with the super big demon. Chen Ruoxue's fight was methodical, and with the addition of her beauty, the audience cheered more and more enthusiastically for her. However, soon, the Shanghai team also grasped the focus of the battle. They would focus on hitting these 2 dragons, which were not of high levels. As long as they were injured, it would be beneficial to them. Under the Shanghai team players' style of trading pets for injuries, the weaker Winter Ice White Dragon was injured. After an anxious battle in the morning, the game has finally come to an exciting stage. Now, it is the turn of Shanghai team's deputy captain, Qian Shanxue, who has both beauty and strength. This game is becoming more and more interesting. I announce the start of the game. Chen Ph. You can get lost now. Qian Shanxue looked at Chen Ruoxue with a frosty face. She especially hated her two dragons. Were they not just two lousy dragons? Why were so many people chasing after her, such that even her boyfriend, Yang Hai, broke up directly with her? She must tear these 2D*MN dragons apart today. Are you jealous that I have two dragons? Chen Ruoxue sneered. She did not have any good feelings toward Qian Shanxue. In fact, she did not have any good feelings toward the members of the entire Shanghai team. Your good days are over. I have 3 commander pets and a multifit gem eye of the spirit attribute. What do you have to fight against me? As Qian Shanxue spoke, she released her pet. In the middle was the multifit gem eye composed of 3 different gem eyes in purple, blue, and white. It was a very rare type of gem eye spirit monster, with terrifying attacks. On the left was a great sun golden crow with light wind dual attribute, and on the right was a sea dragon with water electric dual attribute. All of them were mid-level commanders that exuded terrifying breaths. This lineup was extremely superb, and it could only be cultivated by the rich. In fact, Qian Shanxue was only 17 years old, and it had only been a year since she became a pet tamer. Chen Ruoxue's eyes were solemn. She had known the opponent's strength a long time ago, which was why she told Su Bai that it was difficult to win this game. The opponent was too strong. Eliminate the 2 dragons for me, use the eye of the gem to see through their attacks and stop the ghost pet. Qian Shanxue yelled and launched an attack. In the face of the spirit attribute, the high-level warlord Super Big Demon could not attack easily. Its deceptive shadow clone could be seen by the opponent. However, Chen Ruoxue did not give up. She directly instructed her pet to issue a shadow curse. At this time, Super Big Demon could already use this skill to the maximum. Transforming the opponent's shadow into a target already achieved the highest 70% of its strength. You're really looking for death. Gem Eye, kill it. Seeing the Super Big Demon launch an attack without evasion, Qian Shanxue laughed. Chen Ruoxue was belittling her. The 3 eyeballs of the gem eye's combined body sent out a complete thought force ray to kill the Super Big Demon directly. However, just when it was cast, the audience gasped in shock. Chen Ruoxue had suddenly released a warlord thousand-face fox. A magical light wave then turned toward the gem eye, which was temporarily unable to evade the attack. The winter ice white dragon and the black flame dragon attacked the combined body of the gem eye at the same time. When the fight was over, Chen Ruoxue raised her hand and said, "I admit defeat." After speaking, she kept her other pets and left with the dying Super Big Demon. The other party's gem eye had also fallen to the ground, severely wounded and dying. Despicable. You're shameless. You didn't follow the rules. You don't have any morals. Qian Shanxue cursed and ran over to the dying gem eye. This was her core pet. I must admit that Chen Ruoxue played so beautifully. No one would have thought that she still has a fantasy thousand-face fox, which wasn't released from beginning to end. She successfully dealt with the opponent's core pet. Next, the captain Su Bai can defeat Qian Shanxue almost effortlessly. He then can defeat the captain, Yang Hai, in a nearly intact state. It's a beautiful play. The commentator was amazed by Chen Ruoxue's gameplay. The audience was even more stunned. They did not expect this move at all, nor did they expect Chen Ruoxue to have a hidden thousand-face fox pet. It was so showy. They returned to their senses and cheered loudly. Impressive. Now, we can see the 2 team captains bump heads. I'm looking forward to the appearance of Su Bai, the leader of the Fireball God cult. Yes, I also want to see the Fireball bombardment. Several terrifying elementary skills of Su Bai made him gather a lot of fans. I'll leave it to you. Chen Ruoxue returned to the rest area and patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Don't show off too much. Don't worry, I will return in triumph. He smiled. After speaking, he set foot on the field. Fight begins. With the announcement of the commentator, Su Bai indifferently released 2 pets. One was the thousand-face fox, which had evolved into a nine-tailed magic fox queen, and the other was the purgatory fire thief. Without his words, the dino launched an attack. Its fierce, small eyes glanced at the two silly birds in the sky and directly launched a series of blighted fireballs. Roar! I'll destroy you. I hate flying guys, roared the dino, and mushroom clouds exploded from the sky. The great sun golden crow and the sea dragon originally had a chance to escape, but the illusion control skills of the thousand-face fox directly smashed their dreams. In the end, the match ended amid a wild bombardment. Do you think that you can win this way? Your strength is like a rookie in front of young Hai, Chen Shanxue said with a calm face full of disdain. In the final round of the two sides, Su Bai will play against young Hai. This is also the final battle of the National League tournament. With the commentator's speech, the whole arena burst into cheers. Who do you think will win? No way. Do you really think Su Bai can win? Yang Hai definitely has a monarch pet in his hands. HMPH. A monarch pet can't withstand the bombardment of fireballs. Yang Hai's dad is a real estate tycoon in Shanghai. Everyone knows that. I'll bet on Su Bai even if I go bankrupt. Hee. I bet that he can't even resist 30 moves. Otherwise, I'll do a handstand. Ignorant people have this kind of delusion. It's impossible. Do you think that the fireball technique is invincible? Ridiculous. The audience had many different opinions. A lot of people hoped that Su Bai could win, for they were poor and hated the rich. However, even more people thought that Yang Hai would win because this was almost a fact. As the exciting music sounded, the fans on both sides began to cheer. The voices of the fans on both sides formed a sharp contrast. The voice of the fans on Yang Hai's side was like a tide, while on Su Bai's side, it was like a small river which was about to dry up. Do you see? Just based on the number of fans, I've already crushed you dozens of times. Who are you to compare with me? I'll show you what despair is. As Yang Hai spoke, he opened his gold contract book. The pages turned, and pets flew out and landed on the ground. A total of 5 pets emerged. The strongest was a monarch bone mantis king, and it was his main attack pet. Other than that, there was a water attribute silver-clawed sea lion and a gold attribute six-winged iron ant. There was also a wind thunder golden-beaked sky thunderbird in the sky and a spirit butterfly fairy at the back. Other than the bone mantis king, the other 4 were all high-level commanders. Hee. Come on. Why don't you release your powerful pet for me to see? Yang Hai looked at his opponent contemptuously and with his face full of disdain. What did Su Bai have to compare with him? Su Bai ignored his provocation and released his pet. Other than the dino and the fox, which had both been released before, he released the peak mid-level commander Purple Jade and the Ice Phoenix. Quack quack. The Ice Phoenix already knew that it would play today, but it was immediately stunned to see so many dangerous things. Looking at the horrible lineup of the opponents, he directly hid behind the little tyrant. Quack. It's too terrifying. Master, this world is really too dangerous. Ha. These are your pets. Why did you release a baby duck? I suddenly feel like fighting with you is degrading to my status. Yang Hai laughed loudly, suddenly amused at the sight of Su Bai's lineup. He now called for 2 kings, while Su Bai had 3, 4, 5, 6, and not 7. The latter could not win even if he were given a card to play. The audience on both sides of the lineup deeply felt the gap between the rich and poor. Many who were optimistic about Su Bai also shook their heads silently, feeling hopeless. Charge. Let him feel what despair is. Yang Hai laughed. Although he was very proud, he still did not let his pets fight on their own. Seeing the 5 pets rushing toward him, Su Bai did not panic. He looked at the clown-like Yang Hai as if he were looking at a dead person. The opponent's demon butterfly fairy took the lead in activating control, but the 9-tailed magic fox king understood the profound meaning of illusion and attacked it with a dreamy ray. Although it could not kill it, it could prevent it from activating its control skills. The demon butterfly fairy had awe-inspiring killing intent and changed its goal to kill the thousand-face fox first. Quack, quack. Don't hurt my master. Seeing the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations erupting on the 5 pets of the opponent, the Ice Phoenix flew tremblingly into the sky. A chill burst out, causing the water in the air in the battlefield to condense into a rain of ice arrows. In the face of this weak attack, the 5 pets of the opposing team did not bother to dodge. The range attack of the mid-level warlord was no different from that of Tickling. Quack, quack. Seeing that the attack was not vigorous, the Ice Phoenix rushed toward the golden-beaked Thunderbird as if it were not afraid of death. There was a trace of contempt in the bright eyes of the golden-beaked Thunderbird as it raised a claw to kill the Ice Phoenix. Feathers fluttered and dust flew. The Ice Phoenix was beaten by the claw and sent flying without any suspense. It fell to the ground motionlessly. On the ground, the elf held the staff in its hand and launched energy balls, while the dino kept smashing fireballs one by one. However, the opponent was high-level and fast and avoided almost all of their attacks. Kill them. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Hai showed a cruel smile and shouted directly. At this moment, the golden-beaked Thunderbird flying in the sky suddenly softened its wings and fell as if it had been drugged. At the same time, the elf suddenly raised the staff in its hand. 500-meter diameter thorns rose from the ground. The dark green thorns and vines with a diameter of more than 1 meter shimmered with metallic luster and turned into terrifying monsters as they twisted and entangled the 4 other pets. These vines all had the strength of a mid-level monarch pet. No one alive had ever seen such a terrifying thorns domain, and its appearance immediately entangled the 4 pets on the opposite side, which were all caught by surprise. Quack! Die! At this time, the fallen Ice Phoenix suddenly flew up. It unleashed its 1,000 miles freeze skill and turned the entire battlefield into ice. At the same time, the dino, which had been stalling for a long time, released a huge fireball. It was a fusion of more than a dozen blighted fireballs. The scorching heat collided, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, drowning everything. The dino took this chance to surreptitiously release spiritual power, taking 2 drops of blood from Yang Hai, who was in a daze. At this moment, the audience, including the commentators, was all stunned. They still could not understand what they were seeing. The referee sent a pet to blow away all the water vapor so that everyone could see everything in the field. Su Bai was standing proudly on the left side of the arena. The dino and the elf, which had not been kept into the contract book, stood beside him, completely intact. The dino's fierce gaze revealed disdain, and it stretched out its claw to raise a middle finger. Roar! You're all trash. Yang Hai did not respond. His other 5 pets were severely injured and beaten. Only the bone mantis king was better off, but its bones were also scattered. For a while, everyone did not understand what happened. It was obvious that Yang Hai was about to end the game, but in just a few seconds, things had reversed. That low-key domain and that obviously weak duck suddenly became extremely terrifying. What was with the duck that froze the entire battlefield with an ice freeze? How much strength was Su Bai hiding? The referee could not analyze the battle for a while and must watch the replay. In their opinion, it was completely impossible for Yang Hai to lose. At this moment, there was a strong spiritual fluctuation in Purple Jade's body. The audience, the referee, and the bewildered Yang Hai all looked over, thinking that things had turned around and that Su Bai's pet had a problem. A spiritual power vortex quickly formed around it and then quickly contracted. It had just broken through to a high-level commander. Yang Hai. The audience. The referee. Su Bai wins. I now solemnly declare that this National League tournament's winner is the Cannes juvenile team. Let us all congratulate them. With the sky full of bubbles and exciting music, everyone cheered, shouted, and reveled in their glory. They only cared about who won. It did not matter who lost. Roar roar. The dino also danced to the audience like a simple-minded man, and the audience could not help but laugh. Su Bai shook his head and returned to the home rest area with a smile on his face. I told you that we could win the championships. He looked at his teammates, who were still in a daze, and said. From beginning to end, he had never taken the opponent's monarch pet seriously. All he hesitated on was how to defeat the opponent without exposing more trump cards. He knew that he was mired in controversy and in deep waters now, but the Ice Phoenix had been solely responsible for it. He himself did not know how many trump cards the Phoenix kept hidden. It was normal for that lass, with delusions of persecution, to hide a bit of poison in its body. You hid it too deeply. What kind of pet is your duck? I feel that its attack is so terrifying. Zhao Li shook his head. Chen Ruoxue also glanced at him. It was too scary. The ice dragon was obviously born with the ice phoenix, but why was the latter so much stronger? However, if she knew that the phoenix would run out every night to exercise, she would not be so surprised. Even Su Bai admired its perseverance. This might be the benefit of its extreme paranoia. I guess the characteristics of the duck should be similar to doubling the power of the second attack, but it shouldn't be as simple as that, Coach Zhao said with a smile. This is a secret, I can't reveal it. Seeing the curiosity of the others, he shook his head. As for the origin of Purple Jade and the little tyrant's primary skills, he naturally could not reveal it, either. He played with the small trophy in his hand. It was made of amethyst and was very beautiful. This was the best player trophy. Both he and Chen Ruoxue had one. As for the championship trophy, there was only a huge one, and Li Xing was currently holding it. In fact, compared to these, I think the most terrifying is still Purple Jade. Its thorns domain is too frightening. Those vines are too strong and grow with a strength equivalent to a monarch monster. It's the biggest reason for the failure of Yang Hai. Coach Zhao Kong sighed. The others did not want to talk about this anymore as the big gap in strength just made them feel desperate. Soon, the group of people returned to the hotel with the trophy. Zhao Li saw the trophy held in Li Xing's arms and slapped his thigh in excitement. Come on. Let me see the big baby, he said with a trembling voice. There you go. Li Xing smiled and passed the big baby over. This trophy was a bloodthirsty dragon, the pet of the boss who held the first National League tournament. Apart from this trophy, Su Bai and the others only had one championship ring. It would take half a month for the bonus to be distributed. According to the agreement at the time, Su Bai and Chen Ruoxue would obtain 350 million each, for a total of 700 million. The other 300 million would be allocated to the club and other players. This was already agreed upon because there was a big gap between the strengths of each other. They could win the championship almost thanks to the couple. After all, an able man took more. The others also earned fame and could choose pets from the top-notch cultivation house, as well as participate in the Heavenly King round-robin tournament. Naturally, no one thought that there was any problem. Ha ha ha. This is great. Everyone did amazing. I'm so proud of you. Tang Long laughed loudly. Let's order a takeout. You guys can have a good rest. After dinner, we will leave here to go to the advanced cultivation house to select your pets and return to Cannes. We'll celebrate tonight. Tang Long put the trophy on the coffee table and spoke again. Su Bai and the others nodded, thinking that this arrangement was reasonable. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they all returned to their rooms to take a much-needed rest. Just as Su Bai walked into the door, Chen Ruoxue slammed the door shut and then slammed him against the wall. She pinched his chin with her small hand and said haughtily, "Tell me, how much strength are you hiding? I'll throw you out today if you don't tell me." "I really didn't hide my strength. You don't know that Ice Phoenix. That lass has extreme paranoia, her strength will naturally increase quickly as she exercises day and night." Su Bai was quite excited to be pressed against the wall by his girlfriend. He could not help but kiss her pink lips, which were close to his. With a bang, she hit his 8 packs and glared at him. "Be serious." At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. Li Xing was shocked to see this scene. Wow, it turned out that Su Bai liked being dominated. He was like this, huh? No wonder she stood no chance. "Ah, I'm sorry, I wanna ask if you like candid whores. I didn't do this intentionally. You guys can continue." She froze for a moment and immediately apologized. Her entire face flushed, and she walked out in a hurry. She did not even think that the two talents would make out just minutes after entering. Chen Ruoxue froze, not knowing how to face Li Xing and the others later. Her image had been ruined. Su Bai was also stunned. He felt worse than Chen Ruoxue, thinking that his image had been completely destroyed. Chen Ruoxue quickly locked the room from the inside and hammered her fists against his chest. It's all your fault that my image is ruined. Compensate me. He wanted to cry without tears. She had obviously taken the initiative to pin him against the wall, and his image was destroyed even more thoroughly. Why did it feel so refreshing to have her punch his chest, nonetheless? Hey, he was not a pervert. Subai shook his head quickly. Forget it, I'm ignoring you. I'm so tired. She stared helplessly at him, then let go of him, and lay in bed. She was completely deflated, as if her light and dreams had been lost. Would you like me to go out and threaten Li Xing? I'll tie her up and make her cry if she dares to speak out. He walked over and hugged her small waist. B*LLSH*T. She rolled her eyes and placed her long legs over his. Massage my legs and shoulders. Okay. Smiling, Subai went to work straight away. Her long legs, covered in her sky blue jeans, were enough to make him drool. I seriously doubt that you have a plug-in cheat. How can you always be better than me? Chen Ruoxue said angrily. Yes, I do have one. Subai chuckled. B*LLSH*T. She rolled her eyes and took out her phone to order takeout. He massaged her legs while she rubbed his shoulders. After a while, Subai got up and released the pets, ready to feed them lunch. He thought that they would all run to him and wait for feeding, but this time they did not. The little tyrant, little blood dragon, purple jade, and mewling fox all stared at the ice phoenix at the same time. Upon seeing the unrelenting stares of its 4 siblings, the phoenix backed away. Quack, quack. Master, please help. They're going to kill me. It yelled as it backed away, looking miserable and desperate. Quack. Brother and sisters, I didn't do anything. I didn't steal food. I really didn't do anything. When it saw that Subai was not coming, it slumped on the ground and kept kowtowing. Howl. Hash, say, what is your strength now? If you lie, I will eat you. The cub put on a vicious expression and glared at the phoenix. Roar. If you don't tell the truth, I'll eat you up. The dino opened its mouth with fierce eyes. The dragon and fox were also curious. Quack, quack. I'm a low-level commander. Sister Jade, you can rest assured that you will always be my eldest sister, and I will always be obedient to you. The phoenix begged for mercy while showing off its strength. Upon learning of its real strength, the other pets stopped terrorizing it. How did you break through so quickly? The cub asked curiously. The reason why they came over and questioned the phoenix together was it had shocked them too much. They always thought that it was a weakling at the warlord grade, but it was already a low-level commander on its first fight. Its speed of breakthrough was much faster than theirs. Quack. I always go out to exercise every night, the phoenix whispered. The cub and the other pets fell silent upon hearing this. No wonder it had broken through so quickly. However, it was still too scary, was it not? Did it not rest? Did it not play? Did this make sense to keep working hard and live like this? Also, many times, exercising might not bring a breakthrough. Did it really work? They were shocked and ashamed for a while. Unlike the others, the phoenix only lived to survive. It just wanted to live forever, so it could only continue improving its strength to protect itself. The other pets were blank sheets of paper upon birth that had gradually understood the world through their perceptions. Meanwhile, before the phoenix was born, when it had yet to perceive what the whole world was like, its worldview had already been shaped by the memory its mother had imparted to it. It was a world filled with terrifying monsters. Even its mother at the end of its evolutionary road could die at any time. Its mother had told it to be cautious, to be careful, and to work hard in improving its strength. With the establishment of such a worldview, even if everything was normal in this world, its brain would still be filled with horror. This produced endless spurs to be cautious. Once this kind of worldview was established, it could not be changed anymore. Even if one day it became invincible, it would still be as cautious, for fear that it would die if it were not careful. Just like how even if one used an eraser after scribbling on a piece of white paper, it would still leave traces. Don't bully the phoenix. What she said is true, I can vouch. You'd all better come over and eat as soon as possible. I've prepared everything for you, Subai looked at his pets and said. He also knew that they were not malicious, so he hence did not stop them, as they would become motivated when they learned of this fact. The phoenix was a spur that would never stop moving forward. The other pets remained silent and went over to eat. He looked at the phoenix shrinking into the corner of the room and shook his head. The pets thought that the phoenix had been frightened into exposing its strength. However, in fact, this was not the case at all. It had already become a mid-level commander and was about to reach the peak. Even in the competition, the phoenix had not used its full strength. Quack. Master, you promised not to expose me. It hurriedly spoke through the spirit transmission upon seeing his expression. Don't worry. Hurry up and eat. He knelt and patted it. The pets lay on the coffee table to eat, while he went to the bed. Chen Ruoxue put her chin on his belly, looked at the phoenix which was eating, and poked him. Do you think that the phoenix kept a special memory like this for her? Su Bai shook his head. Then do you think that we can do it? Chen Ruoxue asked again. Yes, we can, but the conditions are very demanding, or it will have filled the streets. He took advantage of the situation and hugged her small waist. Pet eggs had basic self-protection, and the entry of external spiritual power would directly destroy their origin. The difficulty was no less than transforming an alien planet. Ah, my heart is tired. Chen Ruoxue rolled over and sighed. Sigh, yes, my heart is tired, too. Life is not easy. Su Bai also sighed. In silence, the two looked at the ceiling. At this time, Chen Ruoxue's phone rang. As soon as it was connected, their meal was delivered. The takeout is here, can you get it? She looked at him and asked. She was afraid that she would be embarrassed to bump into Li Xing when she went out. However, Su Bai was even more afraid. He guessed that Li Xing had already regarded him as a pervert, and he was also afraid of bumping into her. Husband, go get it, please. Chen Ruoxue said softly, acting coquettishly with a humble attitude. Please, husband. She gave him a kiss and pushed him forward. Okay. He had to admit that his coquettish girlfriend was irresistible, and he could not handle it at all. He sighed heavily and walked out of the room, looking around the living room. When he checked that Li Xing was not there, he heaved a sigh of relief. He went out and took the elevator. He quickly walked out when the elevator door opened, but suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Li Xing was inside, and she had stopped the elevator for him. After thinking about it, he bit the bullet and walked in. In the empty elevator, the two people stood in different corners. Sorry, I just wanted to invite Sister Ruoxue to eat candied haws with you. I forgot to knock on the door. I'm sorry. I promise not to tell anyone what I saw. After a moment of silence, Li Xing spoke, looking a little flustered. No, things aren't what you think. Okay, I understand, I won't tell anyone. Su Bai did not want to explain anymore. Li Xing saw that he had stopped talking, but she could not calm down. Su Bai was such an excellent person. She could never figure out why he did not develop feelings for her despite staying together for a long time. She had always thought that her figure and appearance were not bad. Although her figure was not as good as Sister Ruoxue's, Su Bai should be unable to ignore her completely. Now, she understood, it turned out that this youth liked being dominated. No wonder Sister Ruoxue said that she had forced him to confess. Su Bai did not understand what Li Xing was thinking and silently looked up at the ceiling. He went downstairs to receive the takeout and then took the elevator back silently. Will you play in the National League tournament again? Li Xing asked suddenly. I don't know, I don't think so. Unless someone gives me enough money, he thought for a while and replied. After going back this time, we probably really have to go our separate ways. We will probably never see each other again. Li Xing sighed. She knew that this was the highest probability. When she first joined the team, she really hated Su Bai. With so many matches, everyone's previous unhappiness had long since disappeared, and their relationship had improved a lot. However, the other team members understood that these two top scorers in the college entrance examination were destined to spread their wings and fly high. Who knows? We are all from Cannes. We still have a lot of opportunities to meet. We can get together during the holidays and have a drink or something. Su Bai laughed. After he finished speaking, he held the takeout and walked out of the elevator. Back in the room, Chen Ruoxue had already fed her pets. Su Bai put the takeout on the table and said, "Come and eat. Director Tang told us to eat faster or we won't be able to catch the ride." "Okay." She washed her hands and walked over. After dinner, the group of people gathered in the living room with their suitcases. Tang Long nodded and said, "If all your belongings are here, let's go." "Let's go." Su Bai nodded and took Chen Ruoxue out. He nodded and left by himself. The elf stayed beside his girlfriend. After going to the toilet, he released his dragon. He directly let it activate the God Dragon wishing skill and took him away. He had bought the God Dragon wishing skill for the dragon. It was an intermediate skill of which the function was to conceal its presence and accelerate its speed. After leaving the airport, he took out a crystal and threw it to the dragon. "This is fresh blood. See if you can find it." "Raw tilde, that's a simple matter to me." The dragon swallowed the blood and flew after sensing its source. They arrived in the city center in the blink of an eye. He made a left turn, a right turn, and then flew straight. Finally, they came to the top of a 100-story hotel. Su Bai saw Yang Hai in the distance at a glance. In front of the huge French window, a pharaoh-like woman moaned in pain, with her hands and breasts pressed against the window. Behind her, Yang Hai lowered his head and shook her body with a sullen face. "Young Master Yang, can we do it in the house? There are people outside." The woman pleaded to him. Although this was the top floor, some people would still pass by on their flying pets from time to time. "Shut up, you be *tch. Do you want your dad to die or should I pull your dad and boyfriend over to watch?" Yang Hai slapped her harshly. The woman grimaced in pain, but she no longer uttered a single word. She stared out the window with empty eyes, silently bearing everything. "Weren't you very arrogant before? Are you dismissing me? Be *tch, can't you *ck*ing talk?" Yang Hai only became more rude and violent. Hiding in the air outside, Su Bai frowned. He had seen this woman on TV before. "Kill him with your blood skills," he instructed indifferently. He had wanted to kill Yang Hai even earlier. This situation just eased the last bit of burden he felt. The blood dragon opened its mouth and uttered a blood curse. Yang Hai, without any precautions, turned into a bloody mist at the touch of it. Su Bai quickly disappeared into the void while riding the dragon. Whoever provoked others would be sent to hell by him personally. He did not want to have poisonous snakes staring at himself and his family in secret. "Hurry up. The flying mount will take off soon." Chen Ruoxue looked at Su Bai, who returned late, and shouted, "I'm coming." The boy smiled as he ran over. Chen Ruoxue naturally reached out her hand to hold him and walked to the ticket gate. Soon, they got on the flying mount. They were still on the hotel-type flying mount this time, and their destination was the East Capital. That was where the East Capital Heavenly Abyss University was located. It was next to Heavenly Abyss, the large spatial crack formed by the fall of the Kunlun Mountains. A city named the East Capital was built here when the Pet Alliance was founded more than 100 years ago. The headquarters of the entire alliance was also set up here. Although there were 5 branches outside the alliance headquarters, they were not as prosperous as the main office. After more than 100 years of development, East Capital had become one of the largest cities in the world. Because it was built after the rejuvenation of spiritual aura, the buildings here were much taller than other cities. The skyscrapers were bigger, taller, and sturdier. This was all to adapt to the existence of monsters. Many monsters were relatively large, and they could not become smaller, either. If the houses were too small, they could not get in. However, Su Bai could not experience the prosperity of East Capital on this trip because the advanced cultivation house of the Pet Alliance was not here but in a canyon near the wilderness outside, instead. After getting on the flying mount, he took Chen Ruoxue and the elf back to the room to rest. Inside, he lay in bed to rest. Chen Ruoxue also lay next to him shortly after. She pulled his face over and whispered, "Did you just go and kill someone?" Just as he was about to speak, she said again, "Don't lie to me." Su Bai nodded immediately. "I couldn't let a poisonous snake miss you secretly. I have no objection, but you shouldn't hide it from me. Do you think that I would be soft-hearted? I was actually thinking of hiring a killer from the branch organization of the 12 Dragon Slayers organization to do the job, Chen Ruoxue grumbled. Having seen too many dark sides of human nature in the Scarlet Wilderness, her views were almost the same as that of Su Bai. No, I just wanted to solve it quickly. It's the same whether I told you or not. He shrugged. All right, let's not talk about it, I want to sleep. She stopped speaking and closed her eyes. Okay. Su Bai nodded. What kind of pet does our Bai want to choose this time? The elf leaned over and asked telepathically. Actually, I don't want to choose any pets now. I just want to see what it looks like inside. Su Bai responded. He was satisfied with his pets for the time being and could not afford to raise more. I don't believe you. Your mouth is a deceitful ghost. The elf turned into a white cat and slept on his left. Su Bai. Forget it. He would just take a good nap. After more than an hour, the flying mount reached the East capital. Their destination was in the blue and white valley below. At this time, almost everyone was out, standing in the stands and looking at the vast heavenly abyss in the north. The entire heavenly abyss was 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers in diameter, and its edge could not be seen even from the sky. Only the incomparably dark bottomless abyss quietly stared back at them. It's so shocking. The Kunlun Mountains actually disappeared and were swallowed completely, murmured Su Bai as he looked at the boundless heavenly abyss in the distance. It was too shocking. Even though he was so far away, he still had a fear of being swallowed at any time. It was really too big. The diameter of the moon was only 3,476 kilometers, but the entire moon could not fill this terrifying abyss. If Blue Planet had not become stronger and stronger due to the aura recovery, and its size had not grown a lot invisibly, it might have been directly broken apart by this abyss. What made him feel even more incredulous was that such a huge space crack was actually sealed by one person. According to legend, Fang Ziyu, the first chairman of the Pet Alliance, had sealed the abyss full of horrible monsters, such as abyss dragons and trolls. He had accomplished this feat alongside his only frost dragon. In addition, he established Fuyao Gymnasium and Hunting Hall here. Su Bai could not imagine what kind of strength was required to achieve this step. Beside him, Chen Ruoxue, Li Xing, and everyone gasped in amazement at the sight of the abyss. Here, they could deeply feel the condensed horror of the abyss. Under everyone's shocked stares, the flying mount landed at the small airport in Blue and White Valley. All right, we should go down now. Following Tang Long's reminder, everyone returned to their senses and dazedly disembarked. Once they exited the airport, they went directly to the Blue and White Valley, of which the advanced cultivation house of the Alliance was located. It was a super canyon dedicated to cultivating monsters. As an advanced cultivation house, it naturally sold many pets every year. After looking for a flying mount, they passed through the continuous residential areas, and saw a huge canyon in the distance. The huge transparent shield on the canyon emitted a slight blue light. It's huge, Chen Ruoxue exclaimed. Yeah, it's so big. It can hold a lot of things inside. Li Xing also nodded. Come on. Let's go down. The flying mount flew down and everyone got off its back. This high-level cultivation house, which was affiliated to the Trainer Association, was called the Blue and White Cultivation House. It specialized in pet incubation and cultivation. It was different from the Blue Moon Cultivation House, which sold medicines and gave consultations about pet cultivation. Although they were all called cultivation houses, their main directions differed. In fact, the Blue and White cultivation houses were better called breeding houses. The breeding house was very large, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The cages on the shelves contained various juvenile monsters or spirits. They either lay down and slept in docile manners or gnawed their cages fiercely. All of their spiritual powers had been locked, so there was no danger even up close. There was also an endless stream of people buying pets. As soon as Su Bai and the others came in, a female shopping guide in a uniform came over and asked with a smile, "Young masters, young mistresses, what pets do you want to choose? We have to go to the Blue and White Valley. This is the tag, please find your manager." Tang Long took out a special tag and said, "Okay, please follow me here." The female shopping guide's face became more respectful and gentle upon seeing this tag, and she led them forward. They bypassed the mall from the side and quickly went down to the blue and white valley. Are you the champions of the National League tournament this time? Please show us the tag. A female manager wearing a black uniform looked at them with a professional smile. Subai and the others handed over the tag. After the female manager confirmed it with a special device, she nodded and said, "According to the regulations, only the 5 of you can enter the valley." "I know. We just came along with them, but we won't go in," said Tang Long. After speaking, he looked at Subai and the others. "We, adults, will walk around the cultivation house and wait for you at the entrance." The 5 teens nodded and walked in with the female manager. "Here are 5 maps. Please tell me your desired location, and I will take you there. It's up to you on what pet you end up with." The female manager climbed up a white jade crane and said. This white jade crane was white all over, and its whole body was made of white jade, just that it was alive. The square platform on its back carried tables, chairs, and benches carved with white jade. It had pavilion railings, too. No one knew, though, if they had been installed or carved. The 5 walked forward, took the maps from the female manager, and checked each carefully. The entire Blue and White Valley was divided into 11 regions according to different attributes. There were different communities under each region, which were arranged in a very orderly manner. "I'm in no hurry. The 4 of you can choose according to your own wishes," Subai said. "I'm not in a hurry, either." Chen Ruoxue shook her head. "Then I'll choose first. I want to go to the area where the dark monster is located," Wang Er said. "Okay, then." The female manager nodded and directed the white jade crane to take off. It was her job to receive people into the Blue and White Valley. "Are all the monsters and spirits in this valley young ones?" Subai looked at the canyon below and asked curiously. "No, those beyond the servant level will be caught and thrown into the 11th area on the map. Defective products and strange species are thrown away." The female manager shook her head and said. Since the white jade cranes were invisible when they flew, these monsters could not find them, so it was more conducive when checking each monster's situation. The area where the dark pets lived was relatively dark. After the crane flew over, there was no monster on the ground. "Take a good look, I'll catch whichever you want." After the female manager finished speaking, she threw a bunch of dark spirit crystals down. A few moments passed, and some fast-moving shadows could be seen snatching the spirit crystals. With their eyesights, they could see clearly. An excellent pet tamer could judge whether the pet was good or bad through the fighting of monsters. Subai took a good look and saw that these monsters were very good. Their potentials were above the standards, and many were extremely powerful. For example, the black demon ape carrying a big rock stick. It was a 4-armed demon ape with the blood of immense magic. Its strength was terrifying and its upper limit was also high. There were also very rare monsters below, such as Night Soul Tiger, Dark Praying Mantis, and Black Lotus Demon Eater. However, he was a little indifferent to these pets. Since they could survive in this canyon full of powerful monsters and survived the elimination process of the laws of nature, though, they should naturally be of excellent breeds. "I want the 9-headed bat that just flew away." When the spirit crystals were almost gobbled up, Wang Er suddenly spoke. "Okay." The female manager immediately directed the white jade crane to send out a hypnotic light wave. The commander crane easily hypnotized the bat and it fell. A spiritual force grabbed and threw it to the ground. This monster looked terrifying. It looked like a bat but also had a long purple scorpion tail, 8 contractible spider legs on its abdomen, and 9 heads. Looking at its attributes, Subai knew that this was a good assassin. Good choice. It's definitely one of the strongest shadow assassins. The female manager complimented. Wang Er directly took out his contract book and contracted it before he kept it inside. The female manager was about to leave, but Zhao Li suddenly spoke and asked for a dark thorn demon. The female manager nodded, hypnotized the demon unhurriedly, and grabbed it. Zhao Li looked at it and asked with a smile, "Subai, what do you think of this guy?" "Not bad. It looks to have the cluster characteristic. It's very suitable for group fights," he said. The cluster feature enabled the pet to replicate itself, which was a relatively rare trait of plant monsters. You have a good eye. Are you a trainer? The female manager glanced at him in surprise. Haha. I was lucky enough to become a junior trainer. Subai laughed. Impressive. No wonder you're the champion. The female manager nodded and looked at him with some admiration. Next came Chen Shan. He thought for a while and said, I'm going to the mine area. He did not choose the light and dark attributes, which were difficult to cultivate because they cost too much and some materials were simply hard to buy. In the end, his choice was a thunder-swallowing slime with a thunder spirit dual attribute. Next, it's your two's turn. Where are you going? The female manager looked at the couple. I want a healing pet, so I want to go to the wood area. I want to go to the 11th district. If there is nothing I want, I won't choose it for the time being, said Subai. He had no shortage of pets right now. If he could not see what he really wanted, he really would not choose any. He could still sell this spot at a high price. Alright, here is closer to the 11th district, so let's go there first, but that district is more dangerous. Everyone, pay attention to your safety. The female manager nodded. The deepest part of the blue and white valley outside the 11th area was also the area with the largest range. There were all kinds of monsters inside, and it could be regarded as a defective toll station. After coming in, the female manager dropped all the spirit crystals with different attributes along the way. Everyone then saw a scene which was completely different from other districts. The fight for food in the 11th district was too bloody. There were too many monsters here, and it was densely packed, with their attributes being chaotic. Although they were very fierce, they did not seem to be worthy of being contracted. Most of the monsters that can't survive are all killed. Otherwise, there would be more here. Too many monsters fail the research every month. This is a large garbage dump, and there are no good monsters here, the female manager also said bluntly. Subai did not reply to her and just looked around curiously. He checked the data whenever he found it necessary. After a round, he completely lost interest. These trainers were inhumane. They threw all the lowest grade rubbish here, and there was really no way of getting a bargain. Let's go to the wood area to pick a pet, then we can leave. I won't pick any. He shrugged. This was good, since the cub could not say he was a fickle. You really don't want to choose one? Although there's no space dragon or some super rare pets here, there are still a lot of other pets. The female manager looked at him. She had her motives for trying to persuade him otherwise. On one hand, Subai's handsome appearance gave her a good impression, and on the other hand, it would be troublesome if he regretted it and decided to come back again. Forget it. There's still a gap between these monsters and my expectations. Subai shook his head. He had already decided to sell this tag for money. As for his pets, he thought about waiting for his strength to rise to the next level first. He then would go to the Kraken's nest in the Construct Reservoir spacecraft and find a good Kraken to contract. In the end, he was still disappointed with the Alliance's advanced cultivation house. To ordinary teenagers, the pets in this place were definitely okay, but to someone like him who possessed outstanding pets, this place was dull. He even had Krakens at his home. There was no other choice. His appetite had been too nourished, and he could not eat plain tea and simple gruel anymore. When they arrived in the area holding wood attribute monsters, the female manager tossed the spirit crystals anew. Help me choose and see if there are any good ones, Chen Ruoshua asked him. Don't worry. I'll do my best to help you pick one. Subai nodded as he promised. Upon hearing this, she simply stopped looking and gave her boyfriend the full authority of selecting the monster she should contract. Time passed bit by bit, and half an hour had been spent as they made a full turn around the area, but Subai had yet to speak. Hubby, what are you doing? She nudged him. No, the quality of the monsters here is inferior. Not one of them is close to my purple jade. He spread his hands and explained. Chen Roshue, Zhao Li and the others, I don't agree with what you said. The monsters and spirits here are definitely the best in the entire alliance. You're too arrogant. The female manager argued unhappily and felt that the boy was talking big. My purple jade's potential score is 95. It has a dual attribute and is now a high-level commander with a Thorns domain the diameter of more than 500 meters. Is there a pet here that can match it? Subai glanced at the woman. There's none, but are you telling the truth? The female manager was surprised. If that was the case, the pets here were really no match for it. There were only monsters and spirits with potential ratings below 85 and upward of 60 here. Of course, you can go and watch the championship battle of the National League tournament. He used that pet in the game. Zhao Li chimed in. I suggest that you sell this tag, too. In a few days, I'll take you for a stroll to a good place, where you'll definitely get a wood pet that can please you. He pulled Chen Ruoxue along. Really? She was a little surprised. It was not that she did not believe in him, she was just surprised to hear of a place that she did not know about. Of course. Subai laughed. There were a few thousand krakens in the kraken's nest, and it was impossible for him to contract all of them, so it was perfectly fine to give one to his girlfriend. Okay, then. I won't choose any pet here. Let's go out. Chen Ruoxue nodded, giving full trust to him. After leaving the Blue and White Valley, the 5 people quickly went to the entrance of the cultivation house. Tang Long, Li Xing, and the others were already waiting there. Have you all chosen your pets? Li Xing rushed to them from a distance and immediately inquired. The 3 of us did, but not these 2. They think that the quality of the pets here isn't good enough. Zhao Li shrugged. Yes, for Sister Ruoxue who has a dragon, and Subai who has a purgatory fire thief and limitless beauty, other pets appear too ordinary. Li Hai laughed. Then are you going to sell that tag? I have a channel to sell it, asked Tang Long as he walked abreast with them. How much can it be sold for? Chen Ruoxue asked. 100 million or 200 million at most, Tang Long said. That's all right. Please help us deal with it. Subai nodded. He had asked Zhu Lingen, and the girl said that she would pay 100 million at most. This kind of tag was not valuable in the upper class, and it was mainly sold to people who had some money but were not that important. After speaking, he threw the tag with 2 spots left to Tang Long. Don't worry. I'll try my best to sell it at a good price. I don't need any handling fee, said the director with a smile. Thanks a lot. He nodded. Let's go. There's one last flying ride. We can rush back to Cannes today. I already booked a banquet, so let's have a good celebration in the evening. Tang Long smiled. They rode the flying mount to the airport and reached Cannes in 2 hours' time. There was no way to skip the evening banquet. At the banquet, Tang Long opened a bottle of red wine and asked everyone for a toast. Chen Ruoxue was not good at drinking, but after everyone's strong request, she had to drink a little. After a drink, she leaned on the bench to rest. Wow, Sister Ruoxue really can't drink alcohol? Is she drunk already? Li Xing was a little surprised. Tang Long and the others also thought that Chen Ruoxue had only been trying to excuse herself from drinking. The physique of a pet tamer should be no problem in terms of alcohol consumption. She's a lightweight, Subai said, but it's okay. Just let her sleep for a while. He understood that his girlfriend felt at ease because she knew that he was by her side. Oh, then we've put her on the spot. Tang Long apologized. It's okay. Let's just continue. He merely shook his head. Everyone toasted and refilled their cups again. They understood that, after this separation, it would be difficult to get together again. They all felt quite sad. They targeted Subai frequently, but it was hard to get him drunk. Soon after, the banquet ended, and he prepared to go home with Chen Ruoxue on his back. Strangely, although she was a pet tamer, she had little resistance to alcohol. Be careful on your way back. Li Xing and the others waved. Thanks. Bye. He waved his hand and took Chen Ruoxue back to Carp Town. On the Azure Dragon Mound, he looked at Chen Ruoxue, who was lying in bed with a flushed face, and rubbed his hands excitedly. Bye, what do you want to do? Chen Ruoxue seemed to be a little awake and dizzy. I'll give you a bath, he answered naturally. You smell of rice. Help me undress, I'll wash myself. Don't touch me at will, or I'll bite you to death. Chen Ruoxue quickly sat up. She was almost awake now thanks to the physique of a pet tamer. Bite me to death. If you bite me, Then I might really die. Subai laughed while undressing her. I'll bite you to death. She glared at him with unfocused eyes and staggered into the bathroom. After a while, she went out wet and fell on the bed. Subai wanted to dress her, but she did not cooperate and kept clinging onto the quilt. I can't be blamed, you refused to put on clothes. He shrugged and went to take a shower. After coming out of the shower, he had just climbed onto the bed when Chen Ruoxue, who was still in a daze, hugged him like a pillow. Subai turned stiff. My love, you aren't wearing any clothes. Are you trying to torture me to death? This felt even more uncomfortable than being beaten to death. In the end, he released the mewling fox and let it give himself a hypnotism. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Chen Ruoxue woke up in a daze. As her perception became clearer and clearer, she grew sober. She looked down at her body and her face turned red instantly. No way. Although she would give it to him sooner or later, she did not want to do it while unconscious. Hing, called the mewling fox. Already fluent in fox language, she quickly understood that Subai had done nothing and had hypnotized himself to sleep. Subai also woke up at this time. He kept the fox and looked at Chen Ruoxue next to him. Are you finally awake? You should stop drinking next time. It's relaxing for you to fall asleep, but I was uncomfortable all night. Isn't it all because I trust you? If it's a big deal, I'll compensate you. She pouted. How so? He batted his eyelashes. I'll take action and help you adjust the balance of your yin and yang. Chen Ruoxue blushed and whispered. Oh tilde, take action. Hurry up tilde. At this moment, Subai felt like he was about to fly. Another pillow smashed at him. Okay, I'm going to make breakfast. Subai threw the pillow back. At this moment, he felt refreshed as his yin and yang had been balanced. After leaving the bedroom, he released his pets first. Howl. Bye, didn't you choose a new pet? As soon as Purple Jade came out, it looked at him and asked. It had long been open to his constant contracting of new pets. Just like women's clothing, there was only a difference between 0 times and countless times. It just wanted to know what he had contracted this time. Raw tilde. The other pets also looked over curiously, all hoping that their new sibling would not be too strong. They would be irritated if it was like the ice phoenix. He rolled his eyes. I don't have the slightest integrity in your eyes anymore. Yeah, what else? The cub looked at him suspiciously. Was this not something obvious? Subai. I'm telling the truth, I didn't contract any pets this time. Are you going to eat? He rolled his eyes and put down the medicinal cakes before leaving. He was heartbroken, love was gone. Purple Jade looked around curiously. Did its master really not have a new contracted pet? This was too illogical. Little did it know that this was only because the boy had not found a suitable one. Subai simply whipped up and ate treasure porridge and fried eggs and pork. Wow, these dishes smell heavenly. What a good cook you are. Chen Ruoxue walked in and praised. It'll be ready soon. Subai smiled. The porridge was quickly cooked using a pressure cooker. It was ready in a while. He put it in a bowl and placed it on the table for them to eat. Where's that place you're talking about that we can choose pets? Is it where your master is? Chen Ruoxue asked while eating. No, it's not. It's a secret for now. You'll know when we get there. It'll definitely be an eye-opener for you. Subai shook his head and said again. Well then when will we go? We have to report to school on August 25th, it's just a few days away. She reminded him helplessly. There were only 10 days left before the start of school. I know, but I'm not sure, either. It'll depend on the situation. If I can't help it, we'll attend school for a few days first before going there, he said. Okay, then. Chen Ruoxue became more and more curious about what kind of place her boyfriend was talking about. After eating, she packed her things, carried her backpack, and said, then I'll go home. Give me a call when you want to head over to that place. Okay, be careful. Subai nodded and sent her off to the rooftop. On the rooftop, she directly released her white dragon and rode it in the sky. Subai took out the key, opened the upper shield, and let her leave. After she was gone, he returned to his room, but to his surprise, the pets had changed today. Although it was time to eat and play, they were releasing spiritual power while playing. Only the phoenix and the dragon were really devoting themselves to releasing spiritual power, though. Passerby shook his head. It seemed like the phoenix's spur was still very useful to them. He did not expect them to behave like the phoenix and exercise continuously all day long. After all, rest was still very important, and working hard sometimes did not guarantee a breakthrough or promotion. However, he also did not want the cub to play all day long. It would be nice for them to be spurred on. The reason why he did not require the other pets to train and exercise now was that, at a higher level, their comprehension and actual combat experience were more important. They had experienced enough fighting in monster wildernesses, so there was naturally no need to train their skills, nor could they improve too much. He prepared some fantasy potions and called the fox. Mule. Passerby, what's the matter? It raised its head to look up at him with a pair of charming eyes. To what extent has the strength of your senior, the 12-tailed magic fox, recovered? Passerby touched it. I don't know, either. Senior's strength is too high, I can't see through it. The mewling fox shook its head. Passerby, what are you going to do? Nothing. It's all right if you don't know. Don't inquire for me, you'll be misunderstood. These potions are for the senior fox. Please give it to her. Passerby sighed. Okay Tilda, I'll go to her then. Nodding, the mewling fox used its spiritual power to carry the potion and then left. Learn well from your senior. He waved his hand. In fact, he wanted to know the strength of the 12-tailed magic fox to see if he could persuade it into following him. He was still uncertain about the Blood Moon Divine skill fight. There were big bosses inside, and he was afraid to go in without a trump card. However, he also knew that it was a pipe dream. It was impossible. The 12-tailed magic fox was too arrogant, and it would not easily follow him. He lay on the sofa in a daze. The cub trotted over and batted its eyes. Passerby ignored it and turned over. We don't even have the basic trust between us. We don't have love. Passerby, I was wrong, you're the best. I was just kidding before. It nudged his arm and turned him over. Its strength was not something he could resist. Okay, I'm not mad at you. I'm just thinking about things. Can you not bother me now? He looked at it helplessly. I wanna experience a French kiss. I just saw it on TV, and it seems to feel great. Can we try it? The cub blinked and spoke coquettishly. No, you can wait for Ruoshua to come. You can kiss her to experience it. Passerby flatly refused. No, I wanna try it with a guy, but I don't wanna try it with anyone except you. It was relentless. That won't work. I have a girlfriend. It's wrong to do this. He shook his head in a firm refusal. I just wanna try, there's no other meaning. It showed a pitiful look. No means no. Passerby shook his head resolutely. He knew that Purple Jade just wanted to try it out, but he could not open Pandora's box. After the first time, there would be innumerable times. The bottom line would be broken step by step like this. Howl. Carrot HMPH. It glared at him and left. Passerby went back to the room and lay in bed to think about things. He fell asleep after thinking for a while. At this time, hypnotic powder seeped in, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Not long after, the elf surreptitiously appeared in his room. It snorted softly upon seeing him fast asleep. If I did it like this, no one would find out. I'm such a genius. It came forward and kissed its master just like how it saw on TV. After trying various tricks, it left with satisfaction. It felt normal and had no exaggerated reaction like what it had seen on TV. Before leaving, it looked at the sleeping boy with a smile in its eyes. I kissed you, and I won't tell you. In the afternoon, Passerby woke up and stretched. Ha! I overslept. Why does my mouth taste sweet? Feeling puzzled, he licked his lips and swallowed again. He shook his head and took out the special mobile phone from his drawer. This had been given to him by his master. It was specially used to call the old man, and he needed not be afraid of being recorded. It could get through to his master even in an alternate world. After pressing the call button, he waited for about 10 minutes before his master answered the phone. Disciple, Why have you called? Gaon's roar came from the phone, and an explosion louder than thunder could be heard. Master, are you busy? Do you want me to call you later? Subai was silent for a while and asked. You're not in the way. Just hurry up and say it quickly. There was another deafening roar. I found a kraken's nest. Sigh. Didn't I tell you not to call me if you're not dying and in danger? Wait. What did you just say? A kraken's nest. The kraken's nest that isn't empty. The kind of giant kraken which is much larger than an aircraft carrier. Gaon's voice became louder. Subai, yes, it's a real kraken's nest. Where is it? Asked his master. At this time, the explosion and howling on the other end had disappeared. It was obvious that Gaon had blocked the outside sound. It's actually in my house, behind the space crack in my manor. I've long discovered it but just couldn't find a way to tell you about it before, said Subai. After thinking about it, he decided to tell Gaon. He could not contract a kraken by himself as it was too powerful. If he did it alone, it might take ages. Just wait at home for 2 days, I'll come find you soon. I'm very busy now. I have no time to chat with you, Gaon said. Okay, master. Gaon hung up before he could finish speaking. Subai was a little confused and curious about where his master was. Hearing the deafening explosions, the fight must be intense. However, he had not heard of a war breaking out. After thinking for a while, he did not bother about it anymore. He had always wanted to develop a kraken's nest, but it was too difficult. There should be sovereign krakens inside, or the 12-tailed magic fox would not have been afraid. He had actually hesitated between looking for his master or Wei Ya. In the end, he still chose his master, whom he felt was absolutely trustworthy. Once he left the room, he looked around and found that the cub was not there. The phoenix was not there, either. Only the dino could be spotted sleeping inside. He sensed that the dragon was in the bedroom and walked over lightly. In the bedroom, the dragon, which had shrunk to a length of 1 meter, was lying in bed as it played with various types of metal and crystals. Its eyes shone while its claws moved incessantly. Noticing his arrival, it quickly put away all these things. What's wrong? It had a slight trepidation. Don't be afraid. It's normal for you to have a hobby of collecting baubles and trinkets. I won't stop you, you can continue doing so. Subai waved his hand. He had been wondering why the blood dragon was hiding in the room. It turned out that his pet was afraid of him finding out about its little hobby. Subai shook his head. Pets all had their quirks. Purple Jade loved playing games and planting flowers, Little Tyrant loved eating ores, Little Dragon loved collecting shiny things like gold and silver crystals, Ice Phoenix only loved training, and Mewling Fox was keen on creating dreams for itself. Every pet had what it loved to do and its favorite environment, but because of him, they were all together and lived in harmony. In fact, in terms of attributes, none of them liked being too close to one another. Since his master had told him to stay put, he was not about to go out. He spent his days drinking tea and growing flowers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye just like this. At noon on a certain day, Subai was drinking tea in the living room while he played with his pets. Suddenly, Gaon called, I'm outside your house's shield, open it. Oh, I'll be there soon. He was surprised at first but quickly got up to get the key. Bye, is your master here? Asked Purple Jade curiously. Yes, my master is here. He went out to the balcony and opened the top shield. Not long after, his master flew down on a bird and landed on the balcony. What you said on the phone, is it true? Asked the old man straightforwardly. Yes, the kraken's nest is on the other side of the space crack at the bottom of the reservoir. There are at least emperor krakens inside. He nodded. Let's rush over and look. Master, wait a minute, I'll bring a pet. No need. Is there any difference? Gaon glanced at him disdainfully. He grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him on the flying bird's back. With a shake of its wings, the bird carried them to the surface of the reservoir. The entire bird turned into a spot of light green which formed a circular shield that protected the two. At this time, a terrifying atmosphere broke out from the bottom of the water. The 12-tailed magic fox appeared on the surface of the water instantly and watched the two humans with wary eyes, especially Gao-an, whose pet made it feel a terrifying suffocation. "Senior Fox, don't worry, we're not here for you. We're here to check the situation of the Kraken's nest." Subai quickly explained the situation. "Relax. I'm not interested in you. Otherwise, you would have been caught by me already. You should take good care of your current injury. Don't waste it all just when it has recovered. I don't want my apprentice's effort to be wasted." Gao-an glanced at the fox. If not for his apprentice, he would really catch it and bring it back for study. After all, he might really discover something about the eternally miraculous beauty. He ignored the fox and directly entered the water, smoothly passing through the space crack and entering a boundlessly deep ocean. "Wow, I already feel Kraken's breaths." A look of excitement appeared on his withered face. He let the sphere transform into a monster to take them up. "Don't worry. I'm here. There's no need to be afraid. My algae is invisible and can't be detected easily." As if noticing his disciple's expression, Gao-an patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. The algae hurried all the way. It soon broke to the surface of the water and flew in the sky. Subai saw the vast and boundless surface of the ocean, including the big and small krakens cruising in the air and in the water. What shocked him the most was the kraken with a continent on its back. The moment Gao-an saw it, he quickly increased the invisibility function of his algae. "Master, are you looking at the situation in this world?" he asked curiously. "Yes. This should be a broken world. Something is wrong," said Gao-an. "What's wrong? Is it because you haven't seen other creatures besides the krakens?" he asked after thinking about it. The old man glanced at his apprentice in surprise. This youth was rather observant. "Yes, I suspect that these krakens haven't eaten for a long time, and some of them have even starved to death. To other monsters, it doesn't matter as long as they have spiritual power and don't eat, but to krakens, they consume too much spiritual power and must swallow food to replenish their energy. If they're unable to replenish their energy for a long time, they'll die. That is, they will fall into a deep sleep and die in the middle," Gao-an explained. Soon, they reached the end of this world, where the void was. The sea was blocked by the void barrier, and there were still a few huge krakens floating on the surface of the sea here. They were motionlessly drifting with the flow. Other than a blue kraken which still had signs of life, the others were all dead. Although the krakens could eat and swallow everything, they were not reduced to cannibalism, which was the reason for these intact corpses. "I'll take the living one away first. It'll die if I don't treat it." Gao-an summoned his contract book and kept the kraken inside. Subai glanced at his master's contract book, which was in the color of amethyst. Its cover was entirely made of amethyst and surrounded by purple streams. "Master, is your contract book at the epic level?" he asked curiously. From low to high, a contract book was bronze, silver, gold, diamond, amethyst, and epic. The amethyst contract book could contract powerful monsters of the sovereign grade. If it was an epic contract book, it could contract legendary undead monsters. Thus far, Subai had not seen a real undead monster. Upon hearing his question, Gao-an smiled and shook his head. "No, it's an amethyst contract book. It has yet to reach the epic grade. I don't have an undead pet, either." "Okay." Subai nodded in response. Even an amethyst contract book was an unreachable level to him. Since his contract book had mutated into the contract book of life, it had become particularly difficult for him to promote it. For example, he did not have the ability to collect monsters into his contract book without forming a contract first. Following Gao-an, he traveled around the world of the Kraken's nest and found dozens of dead krakens. Another 8 of them were half dead. "I'm basically certain now that this Kraken's nest was separated from a corner of the main world for some reason. It's been cut off for at least hundreds of thousands of years. These krakens, which are all trapped here, have already swallowed everything that could be swallowed. If not for the powerful spiritual power of this world, more will have died," Gao-an eventually concluded after traveling around. Subai nodded in agreement with his master's statement, for some mountain peaks and submarine volcanoes had been gnawed, which showed how hungry these guys were. In this world, besides the krakens, there were almost no other signs of life. There should be kings in this kraken's nest, right? Can we use food to lure them into taking refuge in us? Master, you shouldn't lack monster corpses, right? I believe that these monsters, who have been hungry for hundreds of years, will definitely cooperate. Subai pondered for a moment, then looked up, and wondered aloud. Most of the high-level monsters were highly intelligent and were at least like ordinary humans, so negotiation was the most appropriate. Ha ha ha. You deserve to be my apprentice. You have the same idea as I do. That's definitely the best way. When we show enough strength, their king will definitely choose to cooperate. I don't want this kraken's nest. Since you found it, you can contract the king or its son. You can freely control this kraken's nest then. I'll provide food here to prevent them from starving to death. At the same time, I want to take some krakens to fight. I have a particular need for them. In this way, it'll be mutually beneficial for us. What do you say? Gao and patted him on the shoulder. I'll listen to you, master. Subai nodded and smiled. It would be too fake to say that he did not want this kraken's nest. He definitely wanted it. This kind of large monster nest was too rare, and he definitely wanted to keep it to himself. With his master providing food here, it would not matter if the other took some krakens, as long as he did not take too many. Anyway, the kraken's nest could slowly grow stronger here. Okay, then it's settled. Let's go out first. I'm going back to prepare some monsters' flesh and blood. By the way, I'll treat the 8 half-dead guys, lest they die. Gao nodded and returned as he spoke. Soon, the two came back from the kraken's nest. Gao threw him back onto the azure dragon mound and patted him on the shoulder firmly. You're really lucky. Stay at home. I'll come over tomorrow morning. At that time, we'll go into the kraken's nest together again. Don't disclose the secret of the nest. I'll tell you clearly that there is only one such kraken's nest on Blue Planet. If one of the top 10 peak gymnasiums finds out about it, it'll cause you a lot of trouble. Subai nodded. Master, I want to give Ruoshua a kraken as well. Can I tell her? That girl is not bad, you can call her over, too. I'll put a spiritual seal on her. Gao thought for a while and nodded. He had a good impression of Chen Ruoshua. Thank you, master. I understand. Subai quickly thanked the old man. His master could be said to be one of the strongest spiritual individuals in the world, and with his spiritual seal, almost no one could crack it. Okay, you silly boy. Open the shield, I'm leaving. Gao snorted. Master, aren't you staying for tea or something? He opened the shield while he talked. I don't have time, I'm very busy. Recently, foreigners have started attacking Blue Planet again. The old man waved his hand and left in a flash of light. Subai returned to the living room happily. The smile on his face was completely unstoppable. Hee. After today, he would also have a kraken. He wondered what attribute it would have. Howl. Abai, what are you thinking of? You look so wretched. The elf patted him on the shoulder. Snap. The little tyrant picked up the tablet and snapped a picture of him before tapping his shoulder. It threatened, roar. You look like a tram idiot. Quickly give me 3 packs of ores, or I'll send this to Sister Ruoshua. Little brother, hurry up and give me food. The dino smirked at him. Subai. I'll give them to you tonight. He surrendered. Raw tilde very good, young man tilde the dino nodded in satisfaction and returned to watching Demon University. Let me announce one thing. Tomorrow, everyone will have a new partner. It should be a kraken. Subai thought for a while and told the pets about this joyful thing in advance so that they could psychologically prepare for it. Haven't I told you, guys? Abai likes the new and hates the old. Isn't he a scumbag? The elf pinched his face and complained to the other pets. Both the dragon and the phoenix nodded silently. Their owner was a scumbag who stepped on 5 boats. HMPH scumbag. The dino clicked its tongue disdainfully. Subai. No, tyrant, do you have the face to say that to me? Don't you feel guilty? Won't your conscience hurt? He could not bear it anymore. All the pets here were qualified to complain about him, except the purgatory fire thief. The dino seemed to have remembered its scumbag behavior of making love with 2 purgatory flame ladies before. It turned its head and quickly ran away, covering its face in shame. They're both willing. How am I a scumbag? It whispered in defense. Subai. He really could not reach such a shameless realm. How can I be called a scumbag? This is a great sacrifice made for me to become a peak pet tamer. The so-called one chopstick is easy to break, but a bunch of chopsticks are difficult to break. If we want to climb to the pinnacle, we must find a lot of partners. Everyone must join hands and work together. In the end, we can snap. Before he finished speaking, the cub brought a chopstick in the kitchen and snapped it in front of his face. Howl. It's broken now. It grinned at him. It was no longer the small pet which would feel so moved by his casual comments. Subai. Then what do you want? He asked. Chmph. Nothing much. I just want you to kiss me, then I won't haggle over it. The elf stuck its face out. Subai. Was it retaliating against him for not letting it kiss him in the morning? For the sake of harmony and continued friendship with his pets, he kissed the cub's left cheek. This side, too. It stuck out its right cheek. Okay. He kissed that side as well. Now, I agree. I'm looking forward to the new partner. The elf smiled. Raw Tilda, you'll have to give us an extra meal, or else we'll disagree. The dino raised its claws. The dragon and phoenix nodded silently. On this point, they were united. Subai. He regretted teaching them to read. After becoming literate, these cuties had gone bad. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Chen Ruoshua and asked her to come over. Only her 36D bosom could warm his young heart. In about half an hour, his girlfriend arrived on her dragon's back. Subai came to the shield, and soon she flew downward and landed on the balcony. Where's the place you're talking about? She asked immediately. I don't think we have enough time today. It's almost dark. It's all right. We can go back tomorrow morning. It's very close, and I have to wait for my master. He laughed. Then why did you call me over now? Couldn't you just tell me to come in the morning? She rolled her eyes at him and giggled. Why? Have you missed me? Yes, I've missed you so much. Subai nodded. He still wanted her to help him adjust the balance of his yin and yang. Of course, it would not come true if he said it aloud. I don't believe you. Chen Ruoshua rolled her eyes again. As she walked into the house, she asked, what kind of place is it? If you don't tell me, I'll go back. I can already guess your thoughts completely. What thoughts? He pretended not to understand. Forget it if you don't understand. I'll sleep with Purple Jade tonight. Chen Ruoshua shrugged. Haha, I was just kidding, he hastily said. Having tasted the marrow, the longing for its taste grew. This was exactly akin to experiencing the balance of his yin and yang. The desire could not be curbed. Although she was also using hands, it was still completely different from doing it himself. It was not impossible to use her feet or other things. Okay, I'll tell you. It's a pew-blooded kraken's nest, he whispered secretively. Kraken? Chen Ruoshua's hands trembled. She had thought about all kinds of pets, but never did she consider that it would be a kraken. Yes, pew-blooded krakens. You can pick any attribute, he patted his chest and said. A man with a kraken's nest was this arrogant. Where is it? Is it at your master's or the colossal kraken gymnasium? She took a sip of water and asked slowly. Krakens were the exclusive pets of the colossal kraken gymnasium. It was too rare to the outside world, and except for Gaoan, she could not think of other places. I'll tell you this tomorrow. Subai laughed. Chmph, fine. She snorted and looked at his messy hair. Have you eaten today? Did you just wake up? I ate breakfast and overslept until noon, so I haven't eaten lunch yet, Subai replied. I'm about to make lunch. Do you want to join me at the table? I ate lunch already. Just stay here. I'll cook for you. Chen Ruoshua rolled her eyes. Don't you want me to help? No, you just sit obediently. Okay. Thank you, wifey. Subai liked having someone cook for him. Not long after, she finished preparing the food. 1 dry stir-fried beans, 1 small stir-fried beef, 1 twice-cooked pork, 1 seaweed egg drop soup. The rice was naturally white rice. Wow, everything smells good. He took a bite of pork and a mouthful of rice with gusto. Although he was really hungry, the taste of the food was indeed comparable to that of restaurants. Of course. Chen Ruoxue nodded happily. She had devoted herself to practicing cooking for a while. Su Bai had generous servings of rice and did not leave any dishes behind. After cleaning the table, the two chatted while they watched TV in the living room. Time passed very quickly, and it was soon night time. Su Bai could not wait to get into bed after showering. After a hot kiss, he had Chen Ruoxue adjust the balance of his yin and yang. Chen Ph. I knew that you didn't call me over for a good thing. Faster. Okay. Glancing at the two of them, Gao and waved his hand and said, pour me a cup of tea, we'll set out after drinking it. Yes. She poured purple sparrow tea into 3 clean teacups. She had just brewed the tea to enjoy it with Su Bai moments ago. This tea is really refreshing, it's not bad. Gao and took a sip and said with satisfaction. The feeling of enlightenment and promotion caused by the purple sparrow tea was hard to refuse. Ruoxue, do you have a spiritual seal? If not, I can cast one on you. Unless it's voluntary, no one can spy on your secrets, and you needn't be afraid of mental attacks, either. He glanced at the girl. She nodded at Su Bai, who also nodded gently. Thank you, Master. Chen Ruoxue confirmed and quickly thanked Gao and Ha. Okay. The elderly chairman laughed loudly and summoned his contract book to release his algae pet. A terrifying spiritual force circulated in the air, which turned into a seal that penetrated Chen Ruoxue's spiritual sea. A transparent shield then shrouded the spiritual sea of hers. Thank you, Master. Chen Ruoxue immediately felt the difference and thanked the old man again. It's a small matter. Gao and waved his hand before speaking. Let's go to the Kraken's nest. Okay, Master. Su Bai had already kept his pets in his contract book. As his master got up and walked out, he took his girlfriend's hand and followed behind. Chen Ruoxue walked abreast with him while looking curious. Judging by the looks of the two men, this Kraken's nest was probably nearby, was it not? When they arrived on the balcony, the algae unleashed a shield to cover the 3 people and then headed for the construct reservoir. It's really in the construct reservoir, she exclaimed in disbelief. Is it in the reservoir's space crack? Chen Ruoxue asked again. She would be a fool if she still could not guess it. Yeah, isn't it surprising? Actually, I've just discovered it not too long ago, said Su Bai while kneading her small hand. She did not get angry and allowed him to do so. They were already husband and wife to her. Also, her attention was focused ahead. She had never seen a Kraken's nest before. With the algae, the 3 quickly passed through the space crack and came to the bottom of the deep ocean abyss. Then, in a flash, they arrived above the ocean. This is huge. There are so many. Looking at the numerous giant Krakens cruising in the sea and the sky, her small mouth formed an O shape. She was completely shocked by this scene. These Krakens were colossal and also exuded a terrifying aura. What she could not imagine most was that this humongous Kraken's nest was connected to the construct reservoir. Su Bai was also carefully observing the area. Last time, they mainly observed the situation in this world and had not actually studied the nest carefully. They had not gone close to the center of the Kraken's nest before, either. Now, they were above the center, that was, above the back of the giant Kraken which was floating in the sea. Today, the land on the back of the giant Kuan was in a mess, and various Krakens were presently lying helplessly like salted fish on land. The plants on land grew very fast under the strong spiritual energy, but every time they just grew, the Krakens nearby would open their mouths to swallow them whole. Some poor Krakens were even gnawing the soil, while some were drinking water. They just wanted to eat everything that could be eaten as they were too hungry. At the heart of the mainland, Su Bai spotted a huge concave-shaped nest, about 1,000 meters in diameter. It was surrounded by spirit crystals, and the rich aura turned into white mist. However, No kraken made any effort to move to the place. They continued eating the soil and gnawing on the trees. None of them coveted the nest at the heart. Subai guessed that it should be where kraken eggs were stored and hatched. As for the one guarding next to the kraken's nest, it should be their king, for it occupied a lot of territory by itself. It was more than 10 times that of other krakens. This should be the giant kraken king. It looks so good. Chen Ruoxue came back to her senses and pointed to the big guy near the center of the kraken's nest. I think so, too. Is it, master? Subai asked. The kuan was nearly a kilometer in size, and its whole body was blue and white, with a single horn on top of its head. There seemed to be starlight and the Milky Way flowing in it. It looked very similar to the kraken which sat under the Cloud Dream Builder character in King of Glory. This fellow had a combination of water and space. It lay directly on a big river with its mouth wide open, swallowing all the water in the entire river. From time to time, it would gnaw on a newly grown forest to curb its hunger. That's right. That guy is their king. Don't be deceived by its wasted appearance. In fact, its strength has reached the sovereign grade and its size is much larger, too. It has just sealed itself. I'm going to reveal its true size now, so be careful. With that, the entire algae transformed into a giant purple kraken with a diameter of 1,000 meters. It was 1/10 of the algae's form as a giant kraken. Its breath reached the peak of a sovereign pet in an instant. In fact, this was not its complete body. Although its complete body strength was also at the peak sovereign grade, its total amount of spiritual power was different in all aspects. Upon the appearance of the algae's breath, the krakens in the nest immediately stiffened. Terrifying aura burst forth from their bodies, and they surrounded the algae. Puff! This terrifying and powerful aura just appeared and formed a huge storm. The hurricane in the sky raged, and the sea surged. Subai and Chen Ruoxue shivered. Every aura here was at least the emperor grade. The two were trembling at the formidable strength. Although the algae resisted most of this breath coercion, their palms still perspired as cold sweats broke on their backs. Who are you? Where did you come from? The king of the blue-white giant kuns sent out an invisible telepathic wave. It doesn't matter where I came from, what's important is that I can bring you food, a cornucopia of food. Gaon glanced at the blue-white giant kraken and said, if you don't have food, you won't be able to live long, will you? All your sources have been depleted. He raised his hand to open the contract book and released thousands of monarch monsters. The moment the monsters were thrown down, they were divided by these krakens. After eating them, they looked up at Gao and eagerly. They had been hungry for too long, and this was not enough to fill their bellies. What do you need us to do? Help you fight? Sign a contract with you? King Kuan looked at Gaoan. When it discovered the strength of the old man seated on the algae, it knew that their species had no choice. The reason why they could survive while at death's door was their lack of origin, so it was almost impossible to keep the opponent at bay. Many pure-blooded krakens were here, but most of them had disappeared over the years. They had either died or turned into kraken eggs. Of course, it's to help me fight. You must sign a contract with me. I promise to make you prosper, have endless food, and never have to suffer from hunger. You don't have to follow me after you help me fight. You can come back here and continue being the king. After Gaoan finished speaking, he threw out hundreds of monarch monsters again. They were gobbled up in an instant. Subai had no objection to Gaoan's approach. The king must be controlled, and his present level was not sufficient to make a contract with it, so only Gaoan could contract it. I'm willing to sign a contract with you under my title as the Giant Kraken King, as long as we don't starve to death. The Giant Kraken King agreed without much hesitation. Was it not waiting for death if it disagreed? I, Gaoan, promise to let you eat to the point of bursting and not starve to death. The old man nodded and made this promise. He summoned his amethyst contract book, and a binding law was materialized from between the pages. Seeing the contract that flew to it, the giant Kraken King did not resist and accepted it with pleasure. With a flash of light, the contract was completed. Ha ha ha. This is a meeting gift for you and your kind. Gao and let out a big laugh and immediately dropped hundreds of emperor monsters. Seeing these emperor monsters, Su Bai and Chen Ruoxue could not help but feel quite distressed. How could these emperor monsters be used as feed? Thank you, master. Whatever the master wants, it will be the direction of my battle. The giant Kraken King crawled down, extremely humble. The other Krakens, which had eaten the monsters, also squatted and roared. No, no, no. My apprentice is the one you should be most grateful to. He discovered you first and then notified me. Without him, you might still be starving. Gao and pointed to Su Bai. Thank you for saving my Kraken clan that was in dire straits, young master. The Kraken eggs in the nest are for you to choose from at will. The giant Kraken King once again sent a telepathic wave of message. Haha. Thank you, Senior Kuan. Su Bai quickly thanked the monster and then he took Chen Ruoxue to the nest to select a Kraken egg. Wow, these eggs are huge, she exclaimed when she walked inside. Su Bai was also a little shocked. There were about 400 to 500 eggs in the huge nest. These eggs could be said to be the largest they had ever seen. Each one was 2 meters high and had different colors, but they all exuded powerful breaths of life. Su Bai, the middle one should be the giant Kraken King's egg. Take it. Just choose a wood attribute egg for me. Chen Ruoxue looked around and said after recovering from her shock. Actually, there's no such thing as a giant Kraken King egg. The quality of the eggs in the middle is identical. You can take them at will, Gao and walked over and said. Then I'll take this one. Chen Ruoxue jumped off her ice dragon's back and landed beside a giant green egg. Then I want the middle one. Su Bai nodded. The quality of these eggs was indeed the same. But I must trouble Master in helping us bring it back, he requested. You don't need to take it back, just hatch it here, Gao and said. Hatch it here? Don't we need to configure incubation fluids or something? Chempage. Have you ever seen any kind of fluid that's better than natural essence? Gao and rolled his eyes. Haha. You're right. Su Bai patted his head sheepishly. In fact, he wanted to bring them back so that he could replenish their lost origins, but it did not matter if he skipped doing so, for these Krakens were originally very unique creatures. Therefore, they could slowly replenish their origins themselves just by swallowing food non-stop. All right, drip your blood on it. I'll ask the giant Kraken King to come over and hatch it with a bit of origin, Gao and said very happily. This Kraken's nest was very timely. With the support of this nest, his odds at winning the battle outside had improved by a big margin. Without hesitation, Su Bai directly bit his finger and dripped his blood onto his chosen egg. He opened the contract page and punched in the binding law. Gao and nodded and flew out. Not long after, 2 giant Krakens came over. One was the giant Kraken King and the other was a blue giant Kraken. The blue giant Kraken with an entirely green flesh was also a sovereign. It resembled a whale, and although its breath was not as strong as the king's, it was terrifying enough. They were the parents of these 2 eggs. Giant Krakens were hermaphrodite and could choose to self-breed or hybridize. Both of these eggs were obviously the product of self-breeding. They glanced at Su Bai and Chen Ruoxue and opened their mouths to spit out a strong source of origin which surrounded the 2 eggs. The spiritual power around them also gathered. This was the beginning of incubation. Thank you, seniors. They both thanked the 2 Krakens. You 2 stay here. The eggs will hatch in about 2 or 3 days. I'll take some Krakens away first and then come back, Gao and glanced at the 2 and said. Okay. Nodding, Su Bai handed him the card which could open the Mana's shield. The old man nodded and turned to leave. Only the couple remained after. When did you discover this Kraken's nest? Chen Ruoxue leaned on him and asked. The 12-tailed magic fox discovered it after I tricked her over. Then you're really lucky. If not for this, you probably wouldn't find this Kraken's nest even now. Yes, I was really lucky. I wanted to wait until I was strong enough to explore this on my own, but after thinking about it, it's better to obtain a Kraken as our trump card first. It's definitely better to obtain one first. Chen Ruoxue sighed. This time I've taken advantage of you again. I feel like you're providing for me. If you think so, Then we can get married when we go out. That way, there won't be such a psychological burden. He chuckled. If you want to, I'll go home and steal my family's registration certificate. She glanced at him and laughed. Haha. You don't have to. I don't believe that your mother will reject me if I propose marriage to you, Subai laughed and said. Come, let's clean up. We have to spend the night here. He released his pets. Tss, tss. Hal Tilda, is the sun coming out from the west today? Arbai, why didn't you go with Sister Ruoshua? The elf touched his forehead curiously. Subai rolled his eyes and pushed its soft, small hand. He said, be good. Get me some spirit crystals with water and wood attributes. Thank you, my little cutie. Surrounding this kraken's nest were various spirit crystal veins with different attributes. The krakens were reluctant to swallow them because they were used to preserve kraken eggs. Howl. You only call me cute when you need my help, and then find me disdainful when you don't. Purple Jade looked at him in dissatisfaction. Subai. It's not the same. Okay. Mph. Purple Jade snorted and raised its chin haughtily before leaving. Not long after, it returned with 2 pieces of spirit crystal veins, both the size of a 2-person bathtub. Their properties were naturally wood and water. Thank you, Jade. He thanked his pet and got ready to take the attribute light balls. The elf only snorted and said nothing. The efficiency of his attribute light balls had greatly increased, and those from the 2 spirit crystals were consumed in a few strokes. The attributes of the 2 kraken eggs were fully saturated. Did you do the same to my egg? The elf watched his movements and asked. It already knew of his magical ability. Not only did he make her vines thicker and bigger, he also increased the power of the little tyrant's fireballs by dozens of times. Although Purple Jade did not know how he had gotten this ability, it was powerful and amazing. The elf also noticed that he did the same thing to the eggs of the dino, the fox, and phoenix. The abilities of all his pets were generally very strong. Yes, I ran through several mountains and forests in order to saturate your origin. It kept me busy for 10 days. At that time, my ability was still too weak. I was far from being strong and could only infuse the light balls bit by bit. Subai sat down while leaning on a kraken egg. In fact, there's no way. At the time, I didn't know if my ability would bring any sequelae to pet eggs. Still, I didn't hesitate to do so because your beginner material was very bad. When you were born, your probability of high potential was just commonplace. Fortunately, God gave me a plug-in which let me meet you, a heaven-favored pet with great potential. Then shouldn't I call you Papa Arbai? The elf sat opposite him and tilted its head. Subai. Before he could speak, the elf rubbed his arm again, kissed him involuntarily, and licked him again with its tongue. Don't worry. When the both of us are about to die in the future, I'll eat you. Subai. Once the 2 spirit crystals turned into rocks, he waved his hand and said, okay. Help me deal with them. He shook his head. Now was not the time to recall the past. When he had the strength to defeat everyone, it might be more enjoyable to recall the past. You don't need to move the spirit crystals, the elf asked. No, throw these 2 stones away and come back. He shook his head. The current level was enough, or any stronger, and it would attract his master's attention. By the time Purple Jade returned, Subai was already riding on the dragon. He reached his hand out for the elf. It jumped up while smiling, sat behind him, and hugged him tightly. Subai, Jade, don't hug me so tightly. The elf's figure was better than Chen Ruoshua's, and it had a natural golden ratio. This kind of figure belonged to a full-grown woman. It was naturally very comfortable for his pet to hug him like that, but he did not want this to happen. Why? You should like this feeling very much, right? You seem to enjoy it when Sister Ruoshua holds you like this. I don't want to let go, it feels very comfortable. The elf ignored his protest, determined to pester him. Subai could only divert its attention. He raised a hand to release the fox for the elf to hold. I don't want to hug Sister Fox, I wanna hug you. The elf looked at the fox in dissatisfaction. The other glanced back at the elf helplessly. Without the fox, we can't find where Ruoshua is. Subai smiled. Mph. The elf showed an upset look but did not refute him. Dragon, how are you feeling lately? Is the number of blood subordinates still increasing? He touched the smooth scales of the dragon and asked. This time, he had to take the initiative to change the subject. The attributes of the bloodline are still increasing, but the speed has slowed down recently. All blood descendants should add up to several 100 million, but my strength seems to be stuck. I can't improve and am stuck at the peak low-level monarch. That's strange because blood power returns to me every day. Subai, it's my fault. First, slowly polish your strength and forge your body with the extra blood power. After we start college, I'll find a way to improve my contract book. He was quite embarrassed to pull his pets behind. In fact, it had been 10 months since the last promotion of his contract book. However, he could not be blamed. He had been working hard, but there were too few treasures that contained the law of life, and they were too expensive, too. He did have to prepare to improve himself, though. Purple Jade was already a commander and was about to break through the monarch level. Both the Little Tyrant and the Ice Phoenix were also commanders and were not far from evolution. The greater possibility was to evolve and make breakthroughs in one breath so that they could directly reach the high-level commander grade. The Mewling Fox had the lowest level among them, and it was only a peak low-level commander. However, this could not be helped. It learned a variety of things which mostly needed to be comprehended, so its speed was naturally not fast. Its strength should not be underestimated, though, especially its outstanding performance in control. Without the fox, it might not have been possible to win the last national city competition. Relax, I'm not in a hurry. The blood dragon comforted. This made Subai feel like he was a waste. It was too difficult. Generally speaking, this situation was almost non-existent. However, the scene on the beach at this time caused him to leave these thoughts behind temporarily. Chen Ruoxue was wearing a swimsuit and playing with the white dragon on the beach. Come on, let's go down. Subai patted the dragon, a little impatient. As a summoner, the Pet Tamer Academy had naturally taught them swimming, one of the basic survival skills. However, men and women had been separated in lessons, so he had never seen his girlfriend swim before. Wow, I would have come with you if you'd told me you were out to swim. Subai took off his clothes and jumped into the sea. Chempage. You pervert. Stay away from me. Chen Ruoxue poured water on his face and ran away, giggling. You can't run away, you'll get caught by me. Hee hee. He shook his head, splashed her with water, and then chased after her. Purple Jade and the blood dragon also went down to play in the water. No, don't do this, I was wrong. When Chen Ruoxue was swimming, Subai grabbed her ankle and pulled her long legs over. They messed around, and she struggled with a blushing face. What are you afraid of? No one else is here in this world, just us. He chuckled. Chen Ruoxue only felt weak. Her long legs flicked weakly into the water as she looked at the sun in the sky. Her face blushed further. Young girls like her blushed and felt shy easily. However, it was precisely its charm that Subai also enjoyed very much. In the end, the two swam back. He lay on the beach with her half lying in his arms. The sea washed the beach and splashed cool water on them from time to time. In the distance on the sea, many fed giant krakens were playing and frolicking. Some fell from the sky into the ocean, and some flew from the ocean to the sky. They were of different shapes and colors, some resembled blue whales, some humpback whales, and some sharks, but they were all undoubtedly huge. Chen Ruoxue turned to her side and hugged Subai, pointing to the krakens in the distance and asking, "Why do you think that they're so much smaller?" "The krakens we saw at your master's experimental base that time, the smallest among the giant krakens fighting in the nebula, were the size of the moon, right? There were even planet-sized ones. Compared with those guys, these ones are too small. If not for the affirmation, I would suspect that they're not pureblood." Subai placed his hand on her slender waist, watching the giant krakens playing in the water in the distance. He said, "Actually, it's not difficult to understand. They are thin from hunger. Plus, they change the size of their bodies according to their environments. Their current body type is naturally not perfect. The spiritual power consumed by a perfect body isn't the same as their present physique." "Oh, I see. I thought so, too, but I wasn't too sure. Chen Roshue batted her eyelids. Howl. Sister Ruoshue. The cub rushed over happily from a distance and threw itself into her arms. What's the matter? She glanced sideways at the elf. I like Sister Ruoshue. Don't play with stupid Abai. It hugged her and rubbed her chest. Chen Ruoshue's eyes widened, and she wanted to resist, but the elf left her helpless. Seeing its determined expression, she sighed helplessly. Okay, let's go play in the water. Chen Ruoshue shook her head. In fact, she had already played enough in the water, but there was no other way. With the elf pulling her, she was too embarrassed to refuse. Su Bai put his hands on his head and looked at the beautiful scenery on the beach. The more they played, the crazier they got. In the end, Purple Jade's naughty use of spiritual power set off waves. Chen Ruoshue was beaten with no power to fight back and could only drift with the flow. Seeing the spirit running away, Chen Ruoshue came over and could not help kicking Su Bai. You don't care if your wife is being bullied. Despicable. I can't help it. Jade doesn't want to play with me. If I went, I'm afraid that I'd be dealt with even worse. Knowing that she couldn't kill me, she'd definitely make a heavy move. He grabbed her foot and said with a grin. UB*ST*** road. She pinched his chin, still feeling angry. You. Ouch. Su Bai's face distorted in feign hurt. Her words were too cruel. He looked at her and said angrily, let's go. Let's take a stroll in the deep sea. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant kraken slapped into the water not far in front of them. With a splash, a few meters of high waves brought the two into the sea. In the blue ocean, the rays of light fell in bunches, and Chen Ruoshue widened her eyes to look at Su Bai. She pointed to the farther deep sea. He nodded and took her hand to swim over. Behind the two of them was the pure blue sea. This uninhabited kraken's nest world became the private world of the two for a while. It seemed like even the krakens were shocked, and several of them suddenly revolved around the two people. It was a pity that there were no other creatures in the ocean, otherwise, this scene would be much more beautiful. 2 days passed slowly. Su Bai looked at the kraken egg in front. It looks like it's about to hatch today. The origin, which enveloped the kraken egg, had been completely absorbed by it, and it was not absorbing spiritual power anymore. This was a sign that it was about to hatch. There are so many kraken eggs. If they didn't eat so much, I'd really want to raise 2 more. Chen Ruoshue sighed. After Wei Ya became her teacher, she was not short on resources but still did not want to rely on the older woman's affections to feed her pets. Let's settle with one for the time being. Anyway, this is a kraken's nest. When we're rich in the future, we can raise more slowly. Su Bai smiled. Krakens ate everything and consumed a terrifying amount of food. Just when the two people were talking, 2 crisp bangs echoed. Then the shells of the 2 eggs shattered, and 2 kraken babes with body lengths of 2 meters emerged. One rushed toward Su Bai and the other rushed toward Chen Ruoshue. His kuan had a single horn on top of its head and was chubby, with a big and round head, like a real kraken. The streamer on it was shining with a mixture of blue and white lights, and it seemed like there was a galaxy reflected in it. Su Bai saw that the kraken, which possessed the skin of the King of Glory's dream builder, ran out. Oh, there was an ancient lamp missing on the horn of the kraken in front of him. Chen Ruoshue's was dark green, with a white and slender belly, and looked like a blue whale. At this time, a gust of wind blew in. Gao and stood on the back of a transparent kraken and landed in front of the two. Here, these are for you too. Feed them to the ones in front of you and be good to your new pets. The old man threw 2 backpacks to the pair respectively. Thank you, master. Su Bai quickly thanked the elderly chairman and opened it to see that there were a lot of potions inside the backpack. It seemed to have been specially formulated by Gaon. As soon as he opened the backpack, the kraken before him could not help but open its mouth. It made a dolphin-like sound, indicating that it wanted to eat. Don't worry. No one is fighting with you over this. He laughed and patted its head. Since I have requisitioned so many krakens from you, in the future, your pet feeding expenses will be paid for by me. I'll ask people to send the supply to you every month, but it doesn't include advanced evolutionary catalysts. You must figure out how to acquire those on your own. Gao looked at the two and said, "No need, master. I can earn money on my own, and I don't lack money for my pets." Subai shook his head quickly and refused. "Plus, making money allows me to spur myself so that I can make faster progress." Of course, even though he refused on the surface, he hoped that his master could see through his bravery. "Master, I don't need it, either. I actually have someone sponsoring me, so I don't need more help in cultivating my pets." Chen Ruoxue quickly shook her head. "Who is your master?" Gao glanced at Subai and ignored him. Instead, he curiously inquired about Chen Ruoxue's master. "Subai." Chen Ruoxue was about to say something, but she hesitated, took a deep breath, and said after thinking for a while, "Senior Wei Yue is my master." Gao was a little surprised to hear this. Has Wei Yue walked out of her past? Otherwise, she would not accept a direct disciple. This was a good thing, though. He immediately nodded and said, "Wei Yue is a good person. You have a bright future with her, but don't tell others about your ancestry, or it will cause trouble. A kraken's favorite thing is to eat and swallow meat. She probably doesn't have enough flesh and blood, so I'll provide you with food for your kraken." "Then thank you, master." Chen Ruoxue quickly thanked the old man. She knew that she would seem unappreciative if she refused now. After Gao finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. Subai panicked and hurriedly asked, "Master, what about me? Tumphh, didn't you just want it?" "I think you're right. This is more conducive for you to spur yourself." The elderly man snorted and glanced at him disdainfully. Did this kid think he would not know his thoughts? Hee. I was just joking, master. In fact, I also need your support. Subai smiled. He was not asking for too much. No matter which gymnasium he handed the krakens in the nest to, he would not need to worry about the materials for cultivating pets in the future. The reason why he told Gao and asked him to take so many away was that he had supported him as a master many times and had treated him really well. However, this did not prevent him from asking him for some materials for cultivating pets, for after these krakens were taken out, they would definitely not be used by Gao alone. He would surely give them to others. Should the people from the Trainer Association not pay for these krakens then? He thought it was only natural that they did. The Trainer Association even wanted money when he bought things there. Tumphh. Who told you to pretend? Gao sneered and said indifferently, "I'm a man of my words. Do you want me to prepare the medicine or do you want to write the medicine formula yourself?" He was naturally just teasing his disciple. The benefits generated by these krakens were too high, and he would never be greedy as the boy's master. He felt it beneath his dignity to be greedy. "Of course, I want the one prepared by you, master," quickly replied the youth with a grin. "Okay, let out all your pets and let me see what level they are now." Gao motioned. Subai threw the potion to the kraken in front of him and let it drink that slowly. He opened his contract book and released all his pets. The little tyrant, blood dragon, purple jade, mewling fox, ice phoenix, and the kraken which had just hatched. There were 6 pets in total. Gao glanced at them with a hint of shock in his eyes. His disciple actually had a phoenix now. His other pets also had top-notch aura. Only a year had passed, yet the boy had already reached this level. This was even achieved when he was buying potions from his own pockets. While surprised, the elderly chairman felt a bit detest at the same time. If this kid put his energies into becoming a trainer instead of a pet tamer, he should be an intermediate trainer now. A senior to boot. After letting the algae record the specific conditions of the 6 pets, Gao deliberately nodded with a cold face. They're not bad and at acceptable standards. They can forcibly go to the next level. After that, I will help your family pay off the arrears of the manor. I heard that you still have a younger brother who passed the trainer exam. I will go back to see him later and arrange a master for him. Yes, master. Subai no longer refused this time. This was because he knew that, compared to the Emperor and Sovereign Krakens, this thing was nothing. Also, you can rest assured that I will feed the Kraken's nest regularly. I will only take away normal adult krakens and won't move anything else, including the eggs. Gao and waved his hand again and said, "It's all right, there's no room for discussion." He glared at the boy. Yes. Subai stopped talking and understood that his master was calculating the bill. Even brothers would calculate scores clearly. He did not want to destroy the pure relationship between the master and the disciple because of this kraken's nest. "Okay, pack up here and then come out to find me. I'll feed the krakens outside," Jiaoan said before turning to leave. After the old man left, Chen Ruoxue could not help but smile. "Why are you smiling?" Subai glanced at her. "Nothing. I think that someone is a bit funny." She patted him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, I can see through your bravery." He ignored her and turned around to watch the kraken finish the bottle of potion. "I'll call you Blue Sea, nicknamed Pee-Pee Kraken." He patted it and took out a bottle of potion. "Onum, onum." Blue Sea Kraken made a hum that resembled a laugh as it opened its mouth wide and waited for him to feed it. Subai glanced at it. This guy deserved to be a kraken. Its throat was something like a whirlpool in a water-blue space. While feeding his newly hatched pet, he looked at its specific data. Name, race, Blue Sea Kraken monster, gender, male, level, mid-level servant, attribute, water, space, swallow, features, passive, swallow, exclusive feature. Nothing but swallow, can swallow everything to gain the power of evolution. Star water curtain, passive characteristic. Manifested as the blue and white star streamer circulating on the surface of the Blue Sea Kraken. There is always this layer of streamer which can offset half of the psychic attack, and any psychic attack on its body has only half the effect. Skills, water splash, water wave, restrained, fire attribute. Weakness, there is no obvious weakness in attributes, it is slightly weak against fire attributes. Evolutionary direction, there is no fixed evolutionary direction for krakens. At present, one possible evolutionary direction is Blue Sea Kraken, Deep Blue Sea Kraken, Mountain Sea Monster Kraken, Flowing Cloud Kraken. Introduction, Kraken King Egg, full of origin, male, loves to eat. The universe is so big, it will only take one bite. Regarding the specific data of the Blue Sea Kraken, Subai was not surprised. Most krakens were like this. It seemed simple, but in fact it was super strong, much better than those fancy passive traits and characteristics. It was just that his new pet's beginner skill blinded Subai's eyes. Water splash. Was it kidding? Its father was a sovereign, so why did it not inherit any awesome skills? In fact, he also understood that this kind of thing was fateful and very metaphysical. It seemed like, because of his plug-in, he had always been a non-chief in the matter of luck. "Why are you in a daze?" Chen Ruoxue patted him. "I named this one green grass, what do you think?" "It's okay. Yours should be a green grass kraken. It's a very good wood attribute kraken with huge development potential." Subai looked at her new pet and nodded. Name, race, green grass kraken monster, sex, female, level, mid-level servant, attribute, wood, space, swallow, features, passive, swallow, exclusive feature. Nothing but swallow, can swallow everything to gain the power of evolution. Vegetation armor, passive feature. Every time the green grass kraken swallows a wood attribute life, it will form a thin layer of vegetation armor around its body. The strength of the armor differs according to the strength of the opponent swallowed. Its form goes to a layer of light green streamer, and the armor can stack infinitely, but it cannot be restored after being consumed. Skills, healing fluctuations. Restrained, water. Weakness, fire, evolutionary direction. There is no fixed evolutionary direction for the kraken. At present, one possible evolutionary direction is withered tree kraken, single-horned tree kraken, island kraken, mountain sea kraken. Introduction, Kraken King Egg, full of origin, female, loves to eat. There are so many woods, it is impossible for it to just take one bite. The second characteristic of this green grass kraken made Subai feel quite interested. Did this answer the phrase, fold the thickest armor and get the most venomous hit? Moreover, this green grass kraken could evolve into a continent. An example was the one they were stepping on right now, this continental kraken, which was an evolutionary type of an island kraken. After evolving into a continental kraken, its lifespan would be extremely long. However, the evolution of krakens had no laws to follow, and there was no way to speculate with common sense. This was also why many people liked krakens. They were full of infinite possibilities and plenty of surprises. I just don't know what is the second characteristic of these two krakens. Chen Ruoshua looked at the two krakens and said, "Haha, it's easy. Just go out and ask my master later." Su Bai smiled. Krakens were monopoly pets, and there was very little information about them on the market, so it was difficult to detect them using illustration machines. Although he knew about it, it was not easy to say it directly. "I think so, too." Chen Ruoshua nodded and started to pack up. Su Bai kept his pets in the contract book for the time being, leaving only Purple Jade. After packing up, he rode on the blue sea kraken's body. It was soft but full of elasticity and felt very comfortable. Once the elf was seated, he patted the Kuan's head. "Pee-pee kraken, let's go." The Kuan let out a happy cry, and its body jumped up and flew toward the vast world outside the kraken's nest. Chen Ruoshua followed closely behind while riding the green grass kraken. For a while, both of them felt the joy of riding new pets. "Howl. This new brother feels pretty good." The elf titled its head and exclaimed, "Su Bai, you're not human." "Howl." The elf bit him. "I'm not a human, so I can bite you." "Hey, just bite me, don't lick me." He could not stand it anymore, his neck was itchy. "Howl. Tilda, ZHMPH." The elf huffed. It had no other choice. The contract law existed, such that it could not hurt its owner. The more Purple Jade thought about it, the angrier it got. "Have I eaten a piece of your meat? Do you think that you can avoid the contract law by cutting it off yourself? It doesn't matter, you cut it off by yourself and I'll restore you to your original appearance." The elf looked at him and howled. "Su Bai. What was going on? Where did the previous lovely Purple Jade go? Do you hate me that much?" "No, I just want to taste you because I love you." Outside, even after the blue sea kraken flew out, Gao and was still feeding the other krakens. These krakens had been hungry for too long, and the food before was not enough for them. "Onum, onum." Upon seeing the food, the blue sea kraken's eyes lit up, and it rushed forward. It was not afraid of death at all. "You can't eat such things. Come back now." Su Bai found that his pet did not listen to orders at all. Chen Ruoshua's pet dashed forward as well. Although newborn pets were close to their masters with the contract, both were nothing in the face of food. Hence, it was worthless to try to order them around. When Gao saw this situation, he snorted coldly. The powerful thought of the algae directly pulled the two krakens and Su Bai together. "Don't let them eat anything for now, wait until the first evolution is completed and the origin is stable," the old man urged. "Yes, master. I understand." Su Bai nodded. "What's the specific situation of our two krakens?" Gao and let the algae detect it for a while and then conveyed the information to the two through his thoughts. "Wow, I'm very satisfied." Chen Ruoshua nodded after reading the specific data. "The second characteristic of the green grass kraken is vegetation. What about yours?" "Mine is the star water curtain. It halves all spiritual attack damages." "Okay, let's go out. I have enough krakens here. I'll feed them every once in a while." Gao and rubbed his hands. The monsters he had just released were all alive, and these krakens could catch them by themselves. "Okay." Su Bai nodded. He had missed the villa and big bed for a long time. In the small tent here, Chen Ruoshua was unwilling to help him adjust the balance between yin and yang. The algae took a group of people and quickly shuttled to the place where the space crack was. When they arrived at the construct reservoir, Gao and stopped. "Algae, use 9 seals." With his order, a 9-colored light radiated from the monster's body, which directly sealed the space crack. Although spiritual power could still flow out, the opening had been sealed. "This is the key to get in. You can pass through with this." He tossed his disciple a 9-colored stone. This place naturally had to be sealed, or else those krakens would find out about it. If they ran out, it would be a disaster. It looks like your brother is pretty good. These spiritual plants are planted quite well. Gao and looked at the plants in the garden on White Tiger Mound and nodded. My brother's talent is actually much better than mine. I may not be better than him now. Subai laughed. Although his younger brother had passed the instructor certificate at the age of 14, he had just barely passed the line and did not perform very well in the practical part. Hence, he did not receive Subai's previous treatment. Of course, several intermediate cultivators wanted to accept him as an apprentice, but Suyu refused. His goal was to worship a senior cultivator as his teacher, at least. If he was only an intermediate cultivator, he felt that he could teach himself by relying on the books on his older brother's bookshelf and would not need other people's teaching. Chemph. Of course, you can't match him. Have you read all the books I gave you? Asked Gaoan, furious upon hearing this. This guy was obviously a good seedling, but he just wanted to be a pet tamer all the time. Could he feel good as his master? Subai remained silent and did not speak. Silence was golden at this time. He led the way into the villa quickly. Many spiritual plants and potions were inside the room. He knew that most of these were semi-finished potions that Suyu had taken back after completing experiments in the laboratory. Master, sit down first. I'll call my brother over, he said before going upstairs to find his brother. Gao and picked up the various semi-finished potions on the shelf. The more he looked at them, the more surprised he became. Hunger potion number 7? Upon seeing a bottle of light green potion on the shelf, his eyes overflowed with surprise. He summoned his algae with his mind. Check the ingredients of this potion, he said. His pet nodded and quickly formed a small light green tube, which was inserted straight into the potion bottle. Before long, specific information about the ingredients and effects of the potion appeared in his mind. The essence of the algae was a special Gaia life composed of single-celled algae. After forming wisdom, it was like a biological factory, which could control its body evolution, transformation, and even perform some atomic-level micromanipulations. After analyzing the specific effects of the hunger potion number 7, it even managed to analyze the parts which could be improved. Gao and was even more shocked after learning the specific formula of this potion. The effect of this potion was so fierce, it was really unbelievable that this was a potion a 15-year-old boy had made. If senior pharmacists were to find out about this, they might as well dig a hole and bury themselves in. Even he himself had this idea, feeling that he had spent half his life in vain. Master, this is my younger brother. While Gao and was still shocked, Subai brought Suyu over. Hello, senior. Suyu glanced at the old man and greeted him politely. Gao and had heard of and seen this boy's picture before but had not seen him in person. At least not so close. Who made this potion? This semi-finished product, who made it between you two? He looked at the two youths before him and asked. Everything here was made by Suyu. I haven't studied these things at all, Subai admitted. Trash. Upon hearing this, Gao and had an impulse to expel his disciple. This boy really wanted to piss him off. You did it all by yourself. He looked at Suyu calmly. I read the books that you gave my brother and received lots of inspiration from them. This semi-finished product was made by me, and the hunger potion was purely by chance. Although the hunger potion was powerful, it was quite evil, and he was a little afraid of the old man blaming him for it. However, the latter did not show any expression of blame. Instead, he offered him some knowledge about potions and cultivation. After a few conversations, Gao became more satisfied with Suyu and Mada at Subai, who was next to him. Boy, are you willing to learn pharmaceutical cultivation from me and give up your studies? He patted Suyu on the shoulder and asked. If such a pharmaceutical genius studied in school, it would be a waste of his life. If I can really learn the knowledge that satisfies me, then I'm willing, the latter thought for a while and said. Ha 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 ha. Good. It's the first time I've seen someone who could bargain in front of me. Then you can follow me to study for a while and see if I am worthy of you giving up your studies. What do you think? Gao laughed out loud first, Then he patted Suyu on the shoulder again, showing no dissatisfaction with his pride. This was because he knew that all capable people were proud and arrogant, including himself. Thank you, Senior. Please allow me to pack my things. What's there to pack? Let's go. I'll let your parents know, and then we'll leave and go to my laboratory. Gao and waved his hand and said immediately. Without giving Suyu a chance to resist at all, he left with him. Subai was left in a daze silently. It looked like he had fallen out of favor. He tilted his head, feeling that he had fallen out of favor after his mother gave birth to a younger brother. However, he did not care, since he was not very interested in cultivating. At present, he was more interested in training pets and becoming a powerful pet tamer who stood on top of the world. He hoped that, one day, Purple Jade would hold the staff high and transform the Thorns domain into a boundless world. He hoped that, one day, the little tyrant could swallow the gleaming sun in the sky. He also hoped that the little dragon could tear one planet after another with a single blow, the ice phoenix could make the whole world feel eternally frozen, and the blue sea kraken could summon the infinite sea to land with one blow. He wanted to stand there and see the whole universe tremble. This was all he yearned for, the great dream he would strive to pursue. No existence could undermine his yearning for this. Sigh. The road ahead is long. Let's go home and wash before sleeping. He sighed and released Purple Jade. Take me home. He motioned to it. Howl. I'm happy to serve Abai. The elf turned into a big white cat. Subai rode it while hugging its neck. The cub took off as it howled joyously. Not long after, he returned to Azure Dragon Mound. Subai got off its back, and it turned into a small milk cat, which jumped on his shoulder. He glanced at it, quite puzzled. According to common sense, it should turn into limitless beauty and hold his hand at this time. However, it did not. Seeing him turn his head, the cub glared at him. What was there to look at? Had he never seen such a cute cat before? Subai shook his head, raised his foot, and walked into the room. Ever since the cub evolved into the limitless beauty, he had already begun not to understand it. It was just like a teenager entering puberty, when parents never knew what they were thinking. On the second floor, Subai smelled the scent of food and walked into the kitchen. It was Chen Ruoshue who was cooking. You haven't cooked the rice, have you? My master is gone, it's just the two of us, he said. Oh, then these 3 dishes are enough. I'm cooking soup. What soup would you like? Chen Ruoshue put the ingredients from her hands into the refrigerator and looked at him. How about cabbage tofu soup? He smiled and said. Of course, I can make that. She raised her head proudly. Soon, the meal was ready. Don't play with your mobile phone when you eat, or else I won't cook for you next time. Chen Ruoshue served him a bowl of rice and then glared at him. No, I just received 500 million in my card. I'll reply to Tang Long to inform him. Tell me whether your money has arrived. Subai explained. This money included the 350 million prize for their win and the 150 million payment for the number tag. Let me see, Chen Ruoshue said and checked on the phone. Mine's here, too. That's good. Send a message to inform Tang Long. Subai nodded. She sent a message and the two proceeded to eat. Have you packed your things? It'll be 3 days before school starts, asked Chen Ruoshue. Tidy up for me. I won't. You're just lazy, you'll die of laziness. If I don't use my girlfriend to help me tidy my things, what other use is there? Wow, good for you. If you dare to climb onto my bed tonight, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Heh, I like to sleep on the floor. I won't sneak up on your bed, Subai said righteously. Am I the kind of person who will do that? Chen Ruoshue stared meaningfully at him, her eyes full of disdain. I'm going to pack your clothes. You wash the bowls, she wiped her mouth and said angrily. Nodding, Subai put the unfinished dishes in the refrigerator and asked Purple Jade to use its spiritual power to help him clean. He had already booked the tickets to school online. After eating, he released the blue sea kraken and communicated with it. Jade, tie it up and don't let it gnaw things, he instructed. The Kuan had a natural instinct to devour, and it wanted to take a bite of whatever it saw, just that it could not do that now. This was not good for its future evolution. When the cub tied it up, the blue sea kraken let out a croaking sound. A splash of water leaped over, and a small basin of blue water appeared out of thin air, splashing on the faces of Subai and the cub. However, there was no effect. Blue sea kraken. Howl. You're such a naughty kid, do you want to be grilled fish? The cub shook the water off its head, squinting at the blue sea kraken. It unleashed several vines and quickly bound the blue sea kraken into a ball. Onum. After being tied up, blue sea kraken struggled desperately, but it was useless. Hey, you have to be obedient, okay? I'm your partner. You have to be obedient before you can eat. Subai went up to pat the kraken. Onum. The blue sea kraken jumped and opened its big mouth to swallow his hand, biting hard on it. Subai's eyes widened. It was unbelievably naughty. Without saying anything, he stretched out his hand, clasped its upper jaw, and kept rubbing it. This guy really deserved a beating for wanting to bite him. If it had not been for the contract law, his arm would have been gone. After a while, the blue sea kraken could not stand it anymore and let go of his hand. You have to be obedient, so you can eat, or else you'll be hungry and beaten by me. All right. He patted its head as he spoke. This guy's current wisdom was very low, it could not even respond to its spiritual transmission. However, Subai knew that it could understand what he meant. It just did not want to obey him. Taking a look at its big blue eyes, he knew that this guy was very mischievous. Its eyeballs moved vigorously. Regarding his words, it only passed back a wailing voice, indicating that it understood, wanting him to let it go. Jade, the time has come to show your eldest sister authority. Beat him up if he disobeys, okay? He motioned to the cub. Howl. Leave it to me. The cub glanced at Blue Sea Kraken and felt that it was necessary to let it know the authority of it as the eldest sister. Do you see this potion in my hand? It smells good, right? As long as you do what I say and you are obedient, you can eat it, but if you are disobedient, you will be beaten and you will go hungry. Subai took out a bottle of potion and poured a bit for the Blue Sea Kraken to taste before taking the potion away again. Since he already had 6 pets, he was very skilled in training pets to obey his orders. Having tasted the sweet potion, the Blue Sea Kraken quickly nodded to indicate that it understood. Subai motioned the cub to let it go and then said, "You aren't allowed to swallow anything casually. Now, use water wave. If you knock down the target, you can drink 2 sips of the potion." He gave that order. Seeing how easy the target was, the Blue Sea Kraken was eager to try. It opened its mouth to unleash a wave of water to hit the target. Onum. It looked back and motioned to him. "I've hit the target, don't talk nonsense and hurry up." Not bad. Subai gave it 2 sips, then put the target far away, and let it continue. It was okay at the beginning. The Blue Sea Kraken was unconcerned and was very arrogant. It directly hit the target with a series of shots. However, as the target got farther and farther, its hit rate got lower and lower, and it could not hit even after a dozen try. Its big eyes rolled, and its tail flicked with a snap. It unleashed water splash, but it missed the target entirely. Onum. I don't want to play anymore. It ran wildly toward the garden, aiming at the vigorously growing spiritual plants. Stupid human being, don't order me around. I will eat no matter what. With so many spiritual plants here, I'll just take a bite. Howl. The cub let out an angry howl and unleashed vines to tie its tail and hang it upside down. The vines then took turns whipping it. After some torture, the Blue Sea Kraken fell to the ground with a snap and looked at Subai weakly. What a sinister society. It was too difficult. It had not even been a day since it was born, and it was severely beaten already. After receiving a lesson, the Blue Sea Kraken became obedient and actively cooperated with him. On the other side, the green grass kraken, which was also planning to escape, silently gave up this idea after seeing the Blue Sea Kraken's miserable appearance and obediently cooperated with Chen Ruoxue. This world was really terrifying. She smiled slightly and thought that the video she had collected about killing and eating krakens needed not to be put in use. Originally, she wanted to wait for her new pet to be disobedient before scaring it with the videos. "Hubby, your Kuan is well trained. Mine is almost trained. Let's compare." Competition can make them grow better. After training together for a while, Chen Ruoxue suggested this. Okay, this proposal sounds good. Su Bai nodded. He had rich experience in how to arouse the contradiction between two beings. The fundamental reasons that aroused the two existing contradictions were unfairness, envy, jealousy, anger, and other negative emotions. With his rich experience, the two guys worked hard to surpass each other and do better than the other. In this training, the two Krakens' ability to obey their orders greatly improved. One day's training ended in this way. After feeding the two, both humans kept them in their contract books. On the balcony on the second floor, Chen Ruoxue made 2 cups of scented tea. They sat down on the benches and watched the sunset while sipping tea, enjoying a rare quiet time. In the evening, she went to cook and he fed the pets. Hey, tyrant, are you about to advance? He looked a little surprised by the breath on the dino. In addition, Chen Ruoxue's winter ice white dragon and black flame dragon also had promotion trends. It was easy to see when they were about to advance, for the state of spiritual power radiating from them was completely different than usual. Raw. I feel that I can automatically advance by eating 100 tons of ores. The purgatory fire thief raised a claw and said. Su Bai. He eventually gave in. Then I'll add some food for those who are about to advance. He had just finished speaking when a burst of aura came from the ice phoenix, too. Su Bai. Quack. Master, I'm also about to advance to the mid-level commander. It raised its head and quacked. Su Bai. This phoenix was already a mid-level commander and was about to advance to a high-level commander. It was just deliberately hiding it. He shook his head and did not expose it. After dinner, he went to wash up following Chen Ruoxue. When he came out of the shower, Chen Ruoxue was playing with her mobile phone in bed. She was wearing one of his short-sleeve shirts, and because the clothes were too big, her left shoulder was exposed obliquely, revealing her beautiful and delicate white collarbone. Coupled with the exposed underwear strap, a different kind of temptation pervaded. As for her lower body, she was wearing a pair of shorts. Her white long legs swung up and down on the bed. He looked around, wanting to walk over quietly. With a snap, a foot kicked him on his chest. Go down. Didn't someone say that he would sleep on the floor and not get into my bed? Chen Ruoxue glanced at him. He had been so arrogant during the day. Hee. I was just kidding. I want to lie in bed with such a beautiful girl every day and night. But I'm serious. She batted her eyes and pushed him down again. Down again. Okay. Chen Ruoxue took his hand and walked out of the villa. They had to go to school today. Although there were still 2 days before the registration, they still decided to check it first. This was because they wanted to buy a house and live together and would not live in school during college. Even if they lived in school, they wanted their own house in the East Capital. Thus, they were prepared to go in advance and take a look first. Riding on Chen Ruoxue's ice dragon, the two soon came to his parents' villa. Mom, I'll leave these vegetables here for you. We have to go to school. Call me if you need anything. If you can't get through, you can send a message, and I'll definitely call you when I see it. Su Bai put the vegetables he had brought from his villa on the stone table in the courtyard and said. He added after putting down the stuff, I cleaned the villa, so you don't need to worry about it. Okay, I see. His mother nodded. She then took a red envelope and walked to Chen Ruoxue, stuffing the envelope in her hand. Lass, this is just a little something for you. The password is your birthday. I'll have to trouble you to take care of our son in school. If he dares to treat you badly, just give me a call. His dad and I will fly over to settle the score for you on the same day. Mother Su took the girl's hand and said with a smile. Both his parents already knew about his and Chen Ruoxue's relationship, and they had always taken his girlfriend as part of their family, even treating her better than they did to him. This. Chen Ruoxue looked at the red envelope in her hand and then at her boyfriend before finally smiling. Thank you, Auntie. Since her relationship with Su Bai was serious, it would be awkward to refuse this red packet from his mother. Seeing her accept the red envelope, Mother Su's face bloomed with joy. She took the girl's hand and asked her to take good care of herself. She did not forget to remind her son about a few things. After more than 10 minutes, the two talents walked out of Bayou Manor. Chen Ruoxue took Su Bai's hand, shaking the red envelope, and said with a smile, "How much do you think your mother gave me?" "I don't know. They raise you as a daughter, probably not less." He smiled and shook his head. "Sigh. I wanna say that I'm rich, and I'm afraid of hurting your mother's heart." She sighed. "No need to feel bad, just accept my mother's kind intention." Su Bai smiled again. Nodding, she released the ice dragon and they rode it all the way to the entrance of the village. Many people came forward to look at the eye-catching dragon ride. Chen Ruoxue kept it and called a flying service. At the entrance of the village, Su Bai looked at her and asked, "Are you really not going back? Don't you want to go home and see your family?" "I took everything with me and also told my parents about it. Let's just directly leave instead of returning." She pointed to her space backpack. She had everything in there, including all the clothes and things she needed to bring to school. "Okay, then we'll leave now." Su Bai nodded. They were leaving without specifically informing their classmates. All good things must come to an end, after all, and if they informed them, they would still have to bid farewell. They quickly arrived at the Can airport on a flying mount and then took a high-class hotel flying ride toward East Capital. They put their things in the room and then went up to the rooftop. On the rooftop, the surrounding scenery was unobstructed. Su Bai released the elf, which turned into a small, white cat that squatted on the railing he was leaning on. There was no one on the roof, and everyone seemed to be resting in their own rooms. "Hey, it turns out that you're Su Bai. Are you two going to East Capital to check out the school?" Su Bai turned around to look at the source of the voice and was a little surprised to see Zhu Lingen. "Yeah, of course we are. What else would we be doing there?" Su Bai nodded. He then asked, "Why are you on this? Are you going there, too?" "My hometown is in East Capital, I'm just going home. I was just helping my grandpa run his pawn shop in Cannes." Zhu Lingen shrugged. "I see. Do you know where we can buy a good house near East Capital Heavenly Abyss University?" Su Bai asked again. Originally, he planned to seek a professional's help in looking for a house to purchase in East Capital, but he decided to ask Zhu Lingen after bumping into her. "Why, don't you live in school?" The lady glanced at them and then showed a meaningful smile. "You two are planning to live together outside, aren't you?" "Yes." He shrugged. They were all adults. This was only normal. "Sister Lingen, can you help us find a good house? We want to buy it in full." Chen Ruoxue took the lady's hand and asked. In fact, whether they lived in school or not, it was very nice to have a house of theirs outside. "Yes, I actually have a house next to that university. My mom bought it for me when I was attending that school. I only lived there for a few days, so it's practically new. It should be cleaned and taken care of every day. You can rent that first, while I inquire about a house for you too. What do you think?" Zhu Lingen thought for a while and offered. "Thank you." Chen Ruoxue smiled. Naturally, Su Bai did not disagree with this. It was better to have a reliable foothold than to stay in a hotel. "Okay, I'll go find my key, it's inside my backpack." Zhu Lingen nodded. "How much is the rent?" "I'll pay you first," he asked. "You can pay me for 1 year first." "It'll be 1 million yuan," said the lady. Nodding, he transferred the money to her. Although everything about pets were at sky-high prices, this price was not too outrageous. Of course, even if it was not outrageous, houses in East Capital started at least 100,000 yuan. By the way, did you decide to join that company or organization? East Capital is where the Pet Alliance's headquarters is based. It's also where some of the strongest Pet Tamer forces in the world gather. This includes the top 10 pinnacle halls, the top 5 royal pet families, cultivators, pharmacists, and other associations. Other forces like the Hunting Union and all the pet-related forces, which can rank in the world, have branches here. If someone with unusual talents like you signs a contract with a company, the cost of cultivating pets during your university days, etc. can all be borne by the company. You only need to train your pets, improve your own strength, and acquire more knowledge. The stronger one is, the better the salary once they join the company after graduation. Zhu Lingen looked at the scenery for a while and asked. "Don't look at the piece on Blue Planet. In fact, in various space cracks, including some monster wildernesses, The battle has never stopped. Many companies are in great need of fresh blood. The better one's potential, the more capable they are in providing them with capital. We haven't considered this for now. In fact, we don't lack medicinal cakes for our pets, and we also don't have the idea of joining a company for the time being. Su-bai shook his head. He knew that what Zhu Lingen had said was true. Ever since the 10 giant space cracks on Blue Planet were successfully closed, it had become a lot more peaceful. Later, some other space cracks were sealed off, forming monster wildernesses. After avoiding contact with the main Blue Planet space, the battle seemed to have subsided in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in fact, it was still ongoing, just like the real space cracks of the alternate world guarded by Gao An and the insect ruins. Many people were fighting in those places, which were also divided into various forces to guard them, hence, the formation of various companies. Although these places were dangerous, they also gave extraordinary opportunities. Many such companies like the gyms and royal pet families did not lack money. What they lacked were talents, so they were willing to support talents who had signed contracts with them. This included the Pet Alliance and the many pet management bureaus which had similar contracts. Pet cultivation consumed too much money, and it was more difficult to rely on oneself. The situation in the Pet Alliance nowadays was that the major families were more powerful, and they could often take away many young summoners by offering them favorable conditions. After becoming a professional summoner, this knowledge was no longer a secret. The Pet Tamer network would often report on the situation in the various space cracks as well. Have you guys joined a trainer faction and signed a contract? Zhu Lingen asked curiously. Both of them were genius pet tamers, so she also wanted to win them over for her family's company. No, we don't have a contract and don't intend to sign with any for now, replied Su-bai. Okay. If you want to sign one, you can find me. I can give you a price a lot higher than others, and the space cracks that our company is responsible for are safer and more carefree for pet tamers. The lady batted her eyes at them. Don't worry. I'll notify you if there are considerations in that regard. He nodded. Pet tamers seemed to have no threshold, and as long as there was a powerful pet, they could use potions desperately to advance it further. However, this was not the actual case. It also had to do with talent. After Monarch, the level of pets could also be improved by powerful potions. Evolving was difficult, though. It required tempering, various opportunities, and the pet's own understanding of the law. Although catalytic agents were also useful, they were difficult to prepare, and it was hard to find the right spiritual plants. Another factor that limited the level of pets was the contract book. Pets could only surpass a large level of their owner's contract books at most, but once the contract books could no longer be promoted, the pets could not be promoted at all, either. The promotion materials of contract books almost all contained strong relevant laws. The rarity of such materials was even more terrifying, and there were very few birthplaces of them on Blue Planet. Generally, if people wanted to get such materials, they must go to monster wildernesses or space cracks. Where the law raged, it was more likely that law-like materials would be born. A pet tamer was actually a profession that relied on external forces. According to Su-bai's understanding, it was the case for at least before the Emperor grade. Although the physique of summoners were becoming less and less human, there was still no way to compare it with pets. They must rely on their pets. Sometimes people felt a little unsatisfied, but it was actually not bad. Compared to climbing alone, having a group of interesting pets with them was actually a very pleasant thing. The benefits of joining companies and other institutions lay in here as well, for it was less difficult to obtain those things. Su-bai was not so strong that he had no need to join those forces. He could enjoy the shade by staying under the big tree, so he would definitely join a company. However, he would not do so blindly. He and Chen Ruoxue were going to have a clear understanding at school first before finally deciding to join any of the forces. At present, their first choice was the pet gymnasium or any of the major pet management bureaus, while they were not too keen on the royal pet families. After standing on the rooftop for a while, the three returned to the rooms once the sun was up. A few hours later, the three of them came down and rode a flying mount together in East Capital. East Capital was very large and had one airport in each of the south, east, and northwest directions. Their university was in the far north of East Capital, not far from the heavenly abyss. "It really feels like going into the city of giants," exclaimed Chen Ruoxue as they walked. Su Bai also nodded. Disregarding other things, the streets of East Capital were already wider than the streets of other cities. Any street was 500 to 600 meters wide. "Let's go, I will take you to the university." Zhu Lingen released a flying mount and said. Nodding their heads, they rode the mount, still looking at this strange and unfamiliar city. Zhu Lingen's destination was a community called Wish, and it was 1 kilometer away from East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. "This is what my mother bought for me when I was in college. It's not bad, it's 220 feet above the ground. What do you think?" Zhu Lingen opened the door and gave the two a tour. "The house was decorated according to my ideas at the time, and almost all the furniture is new." She showed the house to the pair. Su Bai and Chen Ruoxue nodded from time to time. The house was indeed very good, with the decoration being very exquisite, much better than the simple decorations at Su Bai's house. Both of them were very satisfied and felt that Zhu Lingen's renting to them at this price was definitely doing them favors. Seeing the two people's satisfied expressions, the lady was very pleased with herself and felt that it affirmed her vision. The decoration of this house was quite romantic. She had been thinking about finding a boyfriend to live with, but she was still a single dog. "How is it? Isn't this heart-shaped bed super big?" Zhu Lingen pointed to the big bed in the master bedroom and winked at Chen Ruoxue. "It's so soft, softer than the bed I used to sleep in." Chen Ruoxue praised generously. Zhu Lingen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay, these are the keys. I'll leave the cleaning to you guys for now. I'll also take care of other things, so you can just stay at ease." "Thank you very much." Su Bai solemnly thanked her. "I'm leaving. Don't forget to find me when you want to sell something." Zhu Lingen walked out of the room and waved her hand. "All right, let's go." Su Bai nodded. He also wanted to be familiar with the situation in East Capital. As they strolled on the street for about 3 to 4 hours, the two bought a lot of various things, including snacks and some daily necessities, like bedsheets and clothes. They rested at home for a while and then went out shopping again. They had not gone to school yet and decided to do so tomorrow, instead. This time, they came out mainly to have a general idea of the neighborhood. After walking around for a while, the two returned home. East Capital was beautiful and the urban area was highly developed. It was a city known at the center of the world. "This house is pretty good. You can see our university's education building from this side and the Spirit Alliance's octagonal building from the other," Chen Ruoxue said while lying on the large sofa and eating fruit pudding. "It's really good, let's check it when we have time." Su Bai glanced at the octagonal building in the distance. It was a blend of ancient and modern designs, with the most advanced monster technology found in it. With a height of 1,500 meters, it was the tallest building in the entire East Capital. The most admirable was the huge frost dragon statue on top of the octagon building. Color blue and lifelike, it was said to have been made by the frost dragon of Fang Ziyu, the founder of the Pet Alliance. Every pet tamer who came to East Capital could not help but marvel at this frost dragon statue. It is said that there's a larger statue of the same design at the gate of Fuyao Gymnasium. Unfortunately, the headquarters is outside this city, so we can't see it from here. Chen Ruoxue shrugged. After seeing the large Heavenly Abyss spacecraft, people felt infinite admiration for Fang Ziyu, who had single-handedly sealed it. Su Bai looked at the statue for a while and then shook his head, no longer gazing in the distance. He turned around and released the Blue Sea Kraken first. "Onum." Blue Sea Kraken came out of the contract book and dashed over to rub Su Bai as soon as it landed. It opened its mouth widely. After a day of training, it had become more obedient. "Okay, keep your mouth open." Su Bai took out a bottle of potion, uncorked it, and poured its content inside his pet's mouth. The Kuan's food intake was very scary. They were very strong and ate incessantly. Compared with the Blue Sea Kraken, the original glutton Dino seemed insignificant. Especially this guy, the more he grew up, the more terrifying of a glutton he would be. Once this bottle of potion was finished, Su Bai poured another. The aura of the Blue Sea Kraken was now at the peak mid-level servant, and it was possible to break through or evolve at any time. As another bottle of medicine was emptied, the Blue Sea Kraken suddenly burst forth with a large spiritual vortex. It then exuded a silver basket and two-color terrifying aura, which directly swallowed the surrounding aura. Its breath soared to the high-level servant grade. Krakens are indeed strong, they can swallow the surrounding aura in an instant. Chen Ruoxue was a little surprised. Krakens were indeed worthy of their reputation. Su Bai was also quite surprised and rewarded it with a potion. Generally, pets could only rely on the spiritual power vortex to absorb a part of the external aura. The Blue Sea Kraken directly swallowed it, regardless of its attributes. Okay, go back and rest in the contract book, I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Su Bai said and kept the Kraken. He was afraid this gluttonous guy would chew on the furniture if left outside for too long. After putting it away, he released his other pets. The blood dragon remained in the contract book. Howl! Is this our new home? The cub looked around and jumped onto the back of the sofa. It yawned lazily and lay down. Raw. Nothing else is as important as eating. The little tyrant found a corner to sit down, then it skillfully took out an ore which it had placed in its space pendant. The mewling fox looked around and settled down in Chen Ruoxue's arms when she hooked her fingers to it. The ice phoenix glanced at the two humans. This time, it did not use its skills to determine their authenticity, but it still turned on its perception skill and checked the surrounding situation. Quack! Why can't I activate my perception? The phoenix was shocked that its perception could only explore the situation of the house. Of course, this is a residence. If you could perceive the situation of other people's homes, what kind of privacy would there be left for them? Su Bai rolled his eyes. There were insulating materials on the walls of every house, and the purpose of which was to protect the privacy of others. Hope Community was a high-end residential area. Many of Heavenly Abyss University's title-level teachers with emperor pets resided here, and the insulation materials on the walls were of high quality. The ice phoenix looked around, found the safest position, and looked at him eagerly. It was mealtime. Su Bai was not stingy, either. He took out the medicinal cakes and fed them to his pets. With the help of his master, he could stop worrying about not having enough food at all. As for his dragon, no matter how much it ate now, it could not advance, and it did want to eat any more in the meantime, too. After eating, the pets played by themselves. The phoenix began wandering around the house to check the situation. Hubby, I've got good news for you. Sister Tingting and Jiang Yang will come to East Capital tomorrow. Zhao Li and Wang Li are here, too. That's great. We can get together, then. Su Bai was a little surprised to hear this. Which school are they attending? Because he had been very busy during the summer vacation, he had not chatted with his classmates and was not very clear about their choices. They're going to Battle Pets University in the East City District. Chen Ruoxue sighed. It's a first-tier school which has somewhat declined. Chen Tingting can report to a better school, but Jiang Yang's grades aren't high enough. He nodded, having anticipated this already. The gap between Chen Tingting and Jiang Yang's performances was quite big. If they wanted to attend the same school, then one would have to make the sacrifice. Fortunately, Jiang Yang had listened to Su Bai and studied hard in their third year of high school, or else the two would really be over. As for Zhao Li and Wang Li, they would not be going to the same school but both were in East Capital. The afternoon passed quickly. The pair did not go out in the evening and cooked their meals at home, instead. The next day, the two went out to meet up with Jiang Yang, Chen Tingting, and the others. They all spent some time on the streets of East Capital, visiting many scenic spots and getting a general picture of the city. Today, August 20th, was the first day of the couple in East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. Hubby, do you think I look good in this? Chen Ruoxue turned around in front of Su Bai and asked. She was dressed very simply. Her white short-sleeved shirt and sky-blue jeans were matched with a pair of white sneakers. Yes, you look great. He nodded. Hee hee. Let's go then. She did his necktie for him and urged. Okay. The two walked out of the house with their backpacks. Purple jade in the form of a cat and ice phoenix in the shape of a duck were beside Su-bai. The cub sashayed haughtily with its head raised as if it were looking down on the world, much like how a big sister would behave. The phoenix followed him as it exuded a chilling aura which reduced the surrounding heat. It vigilantly kept watch of the surroundings and would inform its owner of every suspicious thing they encountered on the road. As long as there was something strange, it would swing its wings to poison that thing. Since it learned to read, it read most of the books in Su-bai's laboratory. It quietly prepared various medicinal potions, poisons, and other powders with various effects. These medicinal powders were hidden under its wings and in other parts of its body, sealed with a layer of ice which was less than a millimeter. Anything appeared wrong to it, the phoenix would quietly uncork these things and strike without warning to gain the upper hand. However, under normal circumstances, the phoenix would not use these methods, for all its powders were hard-won, and it would only decide to shoot if the cub could not beat the opponents. Unless absolutely necessary, it was more willing to pretend as a useless duck. Chen Ruoshue's super big demon circled around the two people, showing a grimace from time to time. At this time, it was the hottest point in summer. Super big demon thoughtfully used its body as a parasol to shield them from the sun, while the ice phoenix acted as an air conditioner. The sweltering summer, thus, appeared non-existent to the two people. After 2 days of familiarizing themselves with the area, the two already knew the roads to take to reach the school and arrived at East Capital Heavenly Abyss University smoothly and without a hitch. This school gate is really domineering. Su-bai looked at the school gate and exclaimed. Generally, the gate of a school would have a flower bed in front, with a stone in the middle, which had the vigorous and powerful school's name. However, at the entrance of East Capital Heavenly Abyss University, there were 10 5 or 6 meter high monster statues. These statues were lifelike and exuded terrifying breaths. The 6 statues in the middle each had letters, which made up the words for East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. Of course, it's domineering. These are all statues of sovereign pets. Chen Ruoshue also exclaimed. These statues were the emperor pets of 10 students from East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. These statues emitted the aura of the 10 pets, which were all capable of easily destroying a big city. Let's go report. Su-bai took a deep breath and said, just looking at the gate showed that the school was worth it. Because the school was so big, it even looked a bit empty after entering. They could even spot some large monsters on the road occasionally. Fortunately, the reporting office was set up in a small square, about 800 meters away from the school entrance. Let's report separately, we can meet later. Chen Ruoshue let go of Su-bai's hand and said. Although the two were in the same school, they were in different departments. Chen Ruoshue, who mainly bred dragon pets, took up a course related to dragons, so she was assigned to the Imperial Dragon Department. Su-bai's course was about the research of various pet battle strategies. It was one of the major courses offered by the East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. He would, therefore, be in the comprehensive department, which was where most of the students who owned pets with complicated attributes gathered. It was also the largest department in this school. Su-bai originally wanted to be in the grassroots department, but after thinking about it, he felt that the comprehensive department was more suitable for him. Okay. He nodded and went to report in the general department's office. Excuse me. Do you need help, brother? Asked a big-eyed senior smilingly as soon as he got there. Su-bai glanced at this sister. She had long black hair and a pair of white legs which attracted attention. Thank you, but no need. He shook his head, quite indifferent to the girl's gentle smile. He knew that this was a common tactic of most clubs to draw in people, and she was just gentle to all the hopeful juniors. He had attended university once before transmigrating to this world and was very familiar with how things worked. Even though the world had changed drastically, the practices and environments in universities and colleges remained the same. All right. The senior sister blinked and only said this in response. Because Su-bai came early, only 4 or 5 people were ahead of him in the line, and soon, it was his turn. He showed his ID and the admission notice which he had read long ago. The older girl, who was in charge of the examination and stamping, looked at Su-bai's name, stamped the admission notice, and then searched for his name in the logbook. After some time, he prompted the senior sister. It's probably the first one in the first line. Subai. She looked up with a start and then carefully checked the ID number. Her face could not help but show a surprised expression. Oh, you're Subai, the one who obtained a perfect score in the college entrance examination. You came so early, the woman said in surprise. The roster was arranged according to the results of the college entrance examination. She knew that their comprehensive department had someone who got a perfect score in the college entrance examination, but she did not react when she saw the name the first time. I guess so. I arrived yesterday, replied Subai. Welcome. My name is Wang Yu. If you have any questions, you can ask me for help, she said with a smile. Thank you. He nodded. Liu Xia, take the junior to get the meal card and the quilt. Wang Yu slipped a bill to him and then told the one next to him. Junior Subai, let's go, I'll bring you around. Liu Xia walked over and spoke with a smile. I just didn't realize that you're one of the top scorers in our school this time. This was the black-haired, big-eyed senior who had greeted him moments ago. In East Capital Heavenly Abyss University, handsome men and beautiful women were very common because everyone was strong and looked good with their pets backfeeding. In this era, a person's appearance and aura could often be used to determine their strength. I just spent more time on the exam. If other people worked harder, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain a full score, too. Subai was telling the truth. It was precisely because of this that he had not been too arrogant about obtaining a full score. You can't say that. Getting a perfect score in the test is still a skill. Liu Xia smiled. Not many students in our school are as impressive as you. You can pay attention to the girls you like in the last few days. You can easily find a girlfriend here with your standards. Actually, I already have a girlfriend, he said. Is it a long-distance relationship? Liu Xia asked curiously. No, she's from the same school, but she reported to the Imperial Dragon Department. This senior sister was speechless. Wow, you started early. It's so impressive that you could find a girl from the Imperial Dragon Department. No, in fact, she's my girlfriend in high school and we were admitted together. Liu Xia was speechless again. Why did this person not play cards accordingly? By the way, Junior, are you interested in joining a club? Each club has different benefits, such as the ability to organize groups to spawn monsters, having professional trainers to guide you, and the existence of some special quotas. It allows you to enter some gymnasiums or do minor operations in other places. The War to the End club I belong to is a large-scale fight club. We're in the hunting hall or the hunting union. There's a 7-star hunting team in it. You are very welcome to join. If an outstanding student like you joins us, we'll do our best to help you defeat high-level monsters. Liu Xia decided to go straight to the point. Ordinary junior brothers could be fooled with charming sisters, but this guy actually already had a girlfriend, so it would be more difficult. Outstanding students like this one were highly sought after everywhere, so it was totally worth it to pay some price. What level of monsters is your club capable of hunting down? Subai asked. He had already seen that Liu Xia was a member of a major club. These colleges and universities operated in small groups, and many people were very keen, as there were many benefits to joining them. We can handle high-level monarchs, Liu Xia raised her chin and said. This junior student, if you're planning to join their club, you might as well come to our Green Tree Club. We specialize in researching the cultivation techniques of various spiritual plants. You can get a lot of potions by joining us. How are those things you make called potions? You should come to our pharmacy club. Junior brother, you are also a cultivator. We can all study pharmacology together. As you know, pharmacology knowledge is vast. It seemed that more people had received news of Subai's arrival, for 3 more people had come over to pull him into their clubs. This was not a treatment reserved to him but to all outstanding new students, too. Many clubs had been keeping an eye on all the promising fresh blood. Subai knew that he would be highly sought after, so he was ready to wait for a good offer. He would not choose right away and would wait to see what club had more benefits before joining that. As long as there was no conflict, he could also join more than one club. Would you like to try to join our Imperial Beast Club? Just when he was about to reject all the invitations, another senior came over. He had jade-like white skin, and wore loose-fitting sportswear. We urgently need a few more people in our club. If you pass the test, your pet can get into the Imperial Beast Gymnasium to study. Would you like to try it? That Imperial Beast Gymnasium made up of monsters? Subai asked aloud. There were many gymnasiums in the Pet Alliance, but only 10 of them were at the peak. They were known as the top 10 gymnasiums. Reigning over the other gymnasiums in the world, they each had their strengths and specialties. Among the top 10 gymnasiums were Fuyao Gymnasium, Yin-Yang Gymnasium, Imperial Dragon Gymnasium, and Giant Kraken Gymnasium. Of these 10 was a gymnasium called Imperial Beast, too. This gym was extremely special. It was not formed by people but by a group of monsters and pets, instead. More than 100 years ago, the aura was revived. When the monsters invaded, some capable people stayed behind to resist the monster invasion and died with their pets as a result. The original Imperial Beast Gymnasium was composed of such pets. Later, the gym grew stronger until it made it to the top 10 pinnacle gymnasiums, accepting all the pets which wanted to improve and become stronger. Generally speaking, as long as one entered this gymnasium, they would be able to increase their level by at least 1 or 2. They could also learn some good skills. The smarter and more powerful the pet was, the more benefits it could obtain. If it was this gym, then Subai was tempted. Yes, that's right. We're among the top 10 gyms. The young man in sportswear nodded. Then I'm willing to give it a try. He followed after the young man. My name is Subai. What is your surname, senior? My surname is Ju. You can call me Ju. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll let you know the specific time. The young man took out his mobile phone as he said this. Thank you, senior brother. Subai nodded and added him. HMPH. I obviously came first, D*MN. Seeing Juju leave, Liu Xia said, dissatisfied, fortunately, we don't conflict with the Imperial Beast Club, so you can join both. I still have to consider these clubs for the time being. Subai looked at the pile of flyers in his hand and said. The others had already left, but Liu Xia was still there. Don't worry. Even if you reject me, I'll bring you around to settle everything. I'm not one to be biased. She blinked at him. Thank you, senior sister. He actually still had some questions to ask. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Is there a process I must do if I don't live in school? Well, it doesn't really matter. The school dorm check isn't strict. You just need to show your face once a week. Moreover, the school class doesn't have such strict requirements. It doesn't matter if you don't go. As long as you don't fail your exams and inspections and participate often in some school tasks to get the credits, the other things won't matter. There will usually be a tutor to guide you, too, and this will be assigned at that time, or there may be a tutor specifically looking for you. I think that you must be the target of the tutors. After you have a tutor, you can directly ask them if you don't understand something, Liu Xia said. The school is very open in discipline because many people often go to monster wildernesses and space cracks. After all, summoners are basically cultivating pets. It's not enough to learn knowledge blindly at schools. It's very simple to report to a teacher where you are going and ask for leave. Correspondingly, the difficulty of school exams and obtaining credits can be said to be high. The result of insufficient credits and grades is failure to graduate without a room for discussion. You have to be mentally prepared for this, Liu Xia added. Thank you. I understand. Subai nodded. Schools here were completely different from the ones on Earth. If you want to thank me, join my club. The older girl smiled. If I want to join a combat club, I'll definitely give priority to yours. He smiled. Ruthless. She side-eyed him and then led him into a building. Soon, his admission report was completed, and both the meal card and the quilt were received by him. Next, go to the dormitory to report by yourself. Go straight and turn a corner to the accommodation area, instructed Liu Xia. Thank you, senior sister. Bye. Subai nodded and walked toward the dormitory building. Because it was a room for pet tamers, the size was much larger after considering the pets. This 4-person room was 100 square meters, which was much larger than the average rooms in other dormitories. In fact, There were 1- and 2-person rooms available, but because he would mostly be staying outside campus, he had chosen a 4-person room at random. His bed, with a table underneath, was the one on the left and near the window. Howl. Arby, your room is so small. There's no sofa or cat climbing frame. The most important thing is that you have to live with 3 other people. The cub jumped on the bed and sent out a wave of spiritual energy to collect all the dust before throwing it into the trash can. It then gracefully squatted on the table and looked up at him. Accustomed to living in a big house, it was full of complaints now. Quack. It's not safe to live with strangers. I read about many cases of roommates getting poisoned, with some even getting killed in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. It's too unsafe. I don't want you to die. The phoenix looked around as it spoke. Plus, this place is difficult to flee from, it's truly not safe. Subai. Since you want to stay here, let me help you clean up. The cub blinked and then jumped on Subai's shoulder first before going back to the bed. It then sent out a spiritual force to remove the dust on the bed. Howl. Give me the quilt, and I'll make the bed for you. It motioned to him. Subai handed the quilt to it. He watched as the cub busied itself, wondering what it was trying to do. 10 minutes later, Purple Jade finished making the bed by itself, and afterward, it nodded in satisfaction and returned to the table. It took out 2 flower pots, as well as some spiritual soil and seeds, from the space pendant on its neck. It put the spiritual soil into the flower pots and lifted a paw to press a seed in each. After pouring some spiritual water in, it unleashed an emerald green energy. The seeds in the 2 flower pots took roots and germinated at once, turning into dense plants. Subai took a look. One was red sandalwood and the other was a clivia. The cub placed the flower pots on the bookshelf in front of the desk and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, it's fine now. These 2 can relax you and give your roommates a beautiful sight to look at. Thank you. Although Subai felt that it was unnecessary, he was still very moved. Purple Jade was still Purple Jade, after all. How many things are hidden in your space pendant? He asked curiously, feeling curious about this. This is a secret. The cub quickly covered its pendant. Don't worry, I was just asking. Subai touched its head and put it on his shoulder. Let's go find Ruoshue, then we can go to the school cafeteria for lunch. It should have a lot of food for you. The cub shrank its body so that it could stand on his shoulder. After leaving the dormitory building, Subai looked for the location of the canteen and went over. Chen Ruoshue said that she would be waiting there for him. The moment he arrived at the entrance of the canteen, he spotted his girlfriend. There was a tall senior next to her, who seemed to be talking to her with a flyer in his hand. Subai did not care and walked over. Chen Ruoshue saw him and quickly walked over to cling on to him. She turned and said to the person, "Sorry, senior, I'm having lunch with my boyfriend. I've already joined the Imperial Dragon Club, I'm really not interested in your gorgeous pet club." "Oh, all right." The senior awkwardly looked at her holding Subai's arm. "What a big loss for me." The young man patted his thigh and groaned. He had spent half of his morning trying to court a girl in vain. Who would have thought that a junior who had just entered school today actually had a boyfriend already? He took a deep breath and decided to find another target. He must find a girlfriend this year. "You joined the Imperial Dragon Club?" Subai asked as they walked. As for the senior earlier, he only casually asked and then put it to the back of his mind. "Yeah, many clubs tried scouting me. I joined the Imperial Dragon Club after checking each. The requirements for entering that club are quite high, only dragons beyond subdragons can join," explained Chen Ruoshue. "I chose to join the Imperial Beast Club, it's pretty good, too." He nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 walked into the cafeteria while they chatted. "Let's not go home tonight, wait until the school's affairs are handled before leaving," she said to him when they were eating. "Okay, I actually prefer to sleep at home." Subai laughed. "Then you can sleep at home tonight. There's nothing to do in the afternoon, anyway. Activities such as book publishing will probably be held tomorrow. Not many people came to school today, after all." Chen Ruoshue thought about it and suggested. "Howl. Let's go home to sleep, Abai's dorm room is too small." Purple Jade finished eating what was in the bowl and raised its head to chip in. After they had their lunch, the two took a walk around the campus, but the school was too big for them to finish exploring. However, their college life had just started. The future was still hazy, and they were unable to see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, and their classmates came to report, too. Subai, who was currently sitting in a chair in the dorm room, slowly fed the cub with the small fish-shaped energy medicinal cake in his hand. The cub was squatting on the table, enjoying his feeding. From time to time, Subai's fingers would touch its chin. It felt so comfortable it closed its eyes and purred. After the cub left the kraken's nest, it had not changed into limitless beauty even once. It only followed its owner with the appearance of a cat. The phoenix also stayed at his left hand in the appearance of a duck, quietly spitting spiritual energy. At the same time, it was on constant guard against any potential situation cropping up in the dormitory. Suddenly, the phoenix opened its eyes and stared at someone who wanted to touch it. "What are you doing?" Subai looked up at the yellow-haired young man. This guy was called Lu Shuang, the roommate in the bed opposite of his. He had been staring at Ice Phoenix since he came in. "Haha. I have no malice, I just wanna touch it. Your pet is of the ice type, right? It gives me a very special feeling. Can you tell me what kind of pet it is?" Lu Shuang touched his head as he asked with a smile. He was an ice-based pet tamer. After seeing the phoenix, he thought that it looked very special, but the phoenix had a master, and he could not use the illustration machine to detect it, so he felt very curious. "It's just a duck. I picked it up casually," said Subai with a shrug. Hee hee. "Don't fool me. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask any more. If there's a chance to breed with my ice ghost, I'll pay the price for it," said Lu Shuang with a smile. "It's still small, let's talk about it later." Subai did not agree. "Haha, that's fine." Lu Shuang laughed. He was not annoyed and only sat on the bench looking at the phoenix. The phoenix stared at him, wanting to kill this guy and relieve this threat. With his curiosity, as long as it pretended to be close to him, it could then poison him. It felt that the success rate of this plan was very high. At this time, Subai gave it a look to indicate that the phoenix was not allowed to move rashly. The ice phoenix squinted its eyes and nodded. Purple Jade rolled its eyes, feeling a little unhappy about being ignored. It opened its mouth and licked his finger. "Subai." At this time, the other two roommates in the dormitory also arrived. The two smiled, said hello, and began to make their beds. Neither person was followed by a pet, and it was difficult to judge their specific strength. "Since everyone is here, let's introduce ourselves." When the two roommates finished making their beds, Lu Shuang smiled. He introduced himself first. "My name is Lu Shuang. My first pet is of the ice attribute, and I scored 947 in my college entrance examination." He released his pet, a humanoid demon with horns. It was 1.5 meters tall and exuded an extremely cold aura. "My name is Liu Yong. My first pet is of the dark attribute. I scored 912 in the college entrance examination," said the young man next to Subai. His bed was near the door. He was tall and thin, with ear studs and a pair of PC shoes on his feet. The pet he released was a dark praying mantis with a height of more than 3 meters and a domineering side aura. It had 6 wings on its back, and its blade shone with gloomy light, making it look extremely handsome. "My name is Feng Ming. My first pet is of the fire attribute. It's a mutant fire god butterfly. My college entrance examination score was 905. Feng Ming spoke elegantly, and he felt like a young master. The pet he released was a purple Vulcan butterfly. Obviously, his Vulcan butterfly did not have the shortcomings of most Vulcan butterflies. It was also a heterochromatic pet and was very beautiful. "I'm Subai. My initial pet has a wood attribute. It's this little cutie by my hand." He pointed to the cub, which was currently biting his finger. Noting the gazes of the others, the cub raised its head proudly. The three showed doubtful glances at Purple Jade, unable to tell what body it was. "Wood attribute pets aren't bad. If we get into trouble next time, you'll be responsible for treating us. We have 3 guarantees and 1 link-up. We can definitely fight until the sky is dark as long as we have someone to treat us. Liu Yong smiled and kept his mantis. Yes, it's well known that the support is the core of the team. Feng Ming also smiled. Haha. I'm happy to serve you. My cub's healing ability is beyond doubt, said Su Bai with a smile. How much did you score in the college entrance examination? We all said ours, shouldn't you tell us yours, too? Lu Shuang glanced at Su Bai and then led the topic back. The reason why he himself introduced the results was to find out how high Su Bai scored. He naturally did not want to end it like this. Su Bai should have gotten a perfect score. He is one of the 5 national top scorers and also won the championship of the National League tournament. Feng Ming put away his Vulcan butterfly, glanced at Su Bai, and smiled. What? Did you just say that he's that Su Bai of the team who won the National League tournament? Liu Yong was shocked, quickly turned on his phone, and searched for it. Without saying anything, Lu Shuang took out his mobile phone to search. F***CK. It's really the big boss himself. He looks exactly the same. Big brother, please accept my kowtow. You have a commander and a monarch, I'm full of admiration. Liu Yong cursed, feeling shocked beyond words. This kind of formidable man was actually sharing a dorm room with him. It's said that Heavenly Abyss University is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I finally understand what that means today. A great god is actually sharing a dorm with me. Brother Su Bai, can we take a picture with you? I can't wait to show off and boast about this in front of others, Liu Yong said as he walked over. Su Bai shrugged and took a picture with him. I want to take a photo, too. Lu Shuang also ran over. After taking the picture, he looked at him in surprise. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Turns out I've seen you on TV before. I also remember your duck. It unleashed a terrifying move, the 1,000 miles freeze. I was so shocked. Your duck is too shady. It's shady and strong. Yes, I was taken aback when I saw Su Bai, but I didn't expect it to be true. From now on, the 3 of us will rely on you, Brother Bai. I'll help you take water and food, as long as you take me when you go to kill monsters. Feng Ming smiled. Actually, I was just lucky. I'm not as strong as everyone thinks. Su Bai waved his hand and then asked, please don't tell anyone about this in the class. I don't want to be famous. It's better to keep a low profile in school. He really did not want to pretend or show off as it generally did not end well. He had even changed his hairstyle before coming to school but was unfortunately still recognized. Okay, we understand. Hee hee. Lu Shuang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. The other 3 also looked like they understood. His position in the dormitory elevated all of a sudden. Shaking his head, he took out a piece of food to feed the cub. The other 3 were still very excited, holding their mobile phones and excitedly showing off with their friends. In fact, they could not help but get excited. There were only 5 people in the country with perfect scores, so it was really lucky to meet one of them. It was impossible not to be excited. After a while, the teacher in charge tagged everyone in their class, notifying them of the orientation. Let's go. We're going to the class meeting. Su Bai put away the phoenix and got up with the cub. Not long after, a few students who wanted to be class leaders also came to report. He followed the crowd. Feng Ming deliberately slowed down and came to his side. He said sheepishly, sorry, I exposed your identity in the dormitory. He originally thought that Su Bai would be very happy about this, but it did not seem to be the case from his expression. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Su Bai smiled and shook his head. He understood that it was normal to be recognized. Did you not think about becoming a class monitor? You know that having a class position in university has a lot of benefits. Many people are eager to obtain such. If it's you, it should be easy to get a position, Feng Ming said with a smile again. It's too troublesome, I'm not interested in it. He shook his head. As they chatted, they soon came to the classroom. Not long after, their class teacher, Liu Xuemei, came in. She had a list in her hand, and she threw this list to the student in the front row. Roll call. After this was over, she nodded. Everyone is here, the orientation will officially start. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Xuemei. This is my phone number. She wrote her name and phone number on the blackboard. After briefly talking about some points that everyone should pay attention to in school, she said, "There will be military training for half a month, and this is going to be credited. You should take this chance to score well. Also, those who want to be a class monitor should perform well in the military training. When the military training is over, we will have a unified election. For other things, please refer to the class group notice. I will be posting it there. After the military training is over, normal classes will begin. The textbooks of pet universities are a bit different. They talk about various skills and contain lots of knowledge from pet tamers who have studied for more than 100 years. The development and research of his course's pet combat system was vast and even included the impact of collisions of various attributes, tactical layouts, etc. He had a very peaceful time in class. At first, some female classmates harassed him, but after he explained that he already had a girlfriend, he was generally ignored. Originally, he thought that the people who coveted his ancestor blood dragon would show up here, but it was unexpectedly calm, and no one bothered him at all. In this way, his daily life became more monotonous. Fortunately, he had Chen Ruoxue, so he was not lonely or bored. On this day, after the morning first class, he took Purple Jade to the 15th Indoor Pet Training Ground. "Howl. Bye, what are we going to do next?" The cub turned its head and asked him. "Imperial Beast Club asked me to come over, saying that it's for an initiation before joining. If nothing happens, you'll be able to study at Imperial Beast Gymnasium after some time." He smiled. "Is it a gym? I'll look forward to it, then." The cub nodded. "I'm also very curious about the internal conditions of the Imperial Beast Gymnasium. I can take a look when you are about to study," Subai said. Soon, they arrived at the indoor training ground, and the person at the door was Juju, the one who had previously invited him. "Hello, senior." He waved. "Hurry in. Everyone else has already arrived." Juju patted him on the shoulder, nodding and smiling. When he entered the training ground, the situation inside was different from what Subai had expected. Originally, he thought there would be dozens of hundreds of people here to participate in the initiation together. However, in fact, there were only 7 people inside, 3 men and 4 women. The person in charge of the initiation was a girl in sportswear. She looked very cute and lively. Subai came in and realized that she kept batting her eyes at him. "Now that everyone is here, let's start the initiation to join the club." Imperial Beast is an elite club with a small population of only 30 individuals. When our count is fewer than 30, we recruit new ones. This time, because 5 senior sisters graduated, we have to recruit 5 members. Since you received an invitation, it means that you are good enough. You can be happy about being recognized by the Imperial Beast Club. It's also a very exclusive thing in the whole school. The girl in sportswear said with a smile on her face while she turned her pen. "I'm the head of the Imperial Beast Club, and my name is Li Shui. You can call me Sister Li." The initiation is also very simple. I have a stone here. Come up one by one and hold it. If the stone shines, it means that you've passed the initiation and can officially join the club. Now from the front to the back, come up and test yourselves one by one. Li Shui took out a white stone the size of a steamed bun. Subai glanced at the stone, which resembled the fragrant and soft steamed buns sold in the cafeteria. Seated in the first row was a girl with white suspenders and a short-sleeve shirt. She stepped up to hold the stone, and the stone emitted a soft white light. "Okay. You passed the assessment. Please wait at the side." Li Shui smiled and nodded. "Next." The second girl who went up first held the stone, but when she found that there was no response, she squeezed and scratched but still received no response at all. "No need to squeeze, it's useless. You are eliminated." "Sorry." The girl nodded slightly with a sullen face, then turned around and left. Of the next 5 people, only 1 boy passed, all the others were eliminated. "Subai, it's your turn." Li Shui looked at him and smiled. Subai was quite surprised that the leader of this club actually knew him. He did not know what to expect of the test, for he did not know what the standard was. Taking a deep breath, he walked over and squeezed the stone. The moment he touched the soft, white stone, It penetrated the palm of his hand, making him suspect that it was really a steamed bun. The next instant, a gentle, white light radiated from the stone, signifying that he passed the test. He passed so easily. Su-bai was puzzled. He had only squeezed the stone and had not done anything. Originally, he thought there would be illusions hidden in it, but the result was unexpected. Congrats! You passed the test. Now, please fill in a form each, you three. Li Shui took out some forms and handed them to the three people. You can write down how many pets you want to study at the Imperial Beast Museum. Each person has only 3 places each year. However, before you fill out the forms in your hands, I want to explain that it's not entirely free of charge for your pets to study there. You will have to complete a task assigned by them. The difficulty of a task given is generally within your capabilities. If you think it's not cost-effective, you can skip filling out the forms. Su-bai looked at the form in his hand and filled in the names of Purple Jade, Little Tyrant, and Ice Phoenix. It was enough for Mewling Fox to learn from the 12-tailed Magic Fox. Peepee Kraken was still too young, and Little Dragon was temporarily unable to appear in public. The other 2 people did not hesitate and filled out their respective forms. Li Shui smiled and said, "Congratulations. You've made a very good choice. Although your pets will have to do a task after the end of their studies at the gym, they still have the opportunity to be valued by those powerful monsters. If they take a fancy to your pets, they may have a chance to learn some rare and consummate skills." Li Shui smiled, then took out her phone, and said, "Scan this QR code to enter the group, and when I submit your data, you can take your pets to the Imperial Beast Gymnasium located in East Capital's Pet Alliance." After the 3 entered the group, she looked at the forms they had filled out and nodded. "Okay, you guys can leave now. Our club usually also has some activities, such as hunting monsters, looking for spiritual plants, and venturing in certain places. These activities will be told in the group chat, and they are all voluntary. If you want to participate in any of them, you can contact the initiator. Of course, you can initiate activities yourselves." "Understood. Thank you, senior sister." Su-bai smiled happily and turned around, about to leave. "Wait. Don't go yet, I have something to tell you." Li Shui stopped him. He stopped and looked at the lady. After the other 2 left, Juju closed the door and walked in. "Senior sister, what else is there to tell me?" asked Su-bai straightforwardly. "Actually, I'm more than your senior sister in school," Li Shui said. "Huh? What do you mean? I'm Gao An's 3rd apprentice. Don't tease me. How could my 3rd senior sister still be attending school? I don't believe it." He looked at her and shook his head. "My 9th brother is in his 20s, and it's been several years since he graduated. How could my 3rd senior sister be in school? Why would I tease you? You can take a picture of me and ask Liu Xinghe to see if I'm his senior sister." Li Shui knocked on his head, squinting at him. "Who told you one must be ranked according to age?" Howl. Hash, the cub let out a threatening mew. He comforted Purple Jade and directly video-called Liu Xinghe. "Hey, junior brother, why have you called? Who bullied you?" His fellow disciple answered the phone and spoke with a smile. Is this our 3rd sister?" He pointed the camera at Li Shui. "Senior sister, hello, do you have anything to order? If you have something to say, I'll do it right away." Liu Xinghe immediately spoke politely upon seeing Li Shui. "No, it's none of your business now." She hung up the phone and looked at Su-bai with a playful smile. "Aren't you going to greet me?" Juju could not help laughing beside him. "Hello, 3rd sister." Su-bai bowed to her in greeting. "Good boy. Call me senior sister again." Li Shui patted him on the shoulder. "Hello, senior sister," he called again with a smile. "I always thought that my 3rd sister should be the kind of title holder Pet Tamer who owns an emperor pet. I really didn't expect this situation." "Your mouth is quite sweet. This is for you, my meeting gift." Li Shui smiled, took out an aquamarine crystal with a diameter of 10 centimeters, and handed it to him. This. Even though she was his senior sister, Su-bai was still embarrassed to take someone's gift. He felt too bashful. "It's just a first meeting gift." Li Shui stuffed it into his hand. "Thank you, senior sister." He hurriedly bowed and thanked her. This was a huge piece of the essence of the sea, a very rare treasure. Generally, only 1 gram could be extracted from 100,000 tons of sea water. It was a treasure for any water pet. This essence of the sea, which Li Shui gave him, was obviously one that had crystallized for a long time. It was generally believed that the sea essence extracted was granular and very similar to white sugar. With this sea essence, the blue sea kraken could quickly complete its first evolution, consolidate the source, and start its journey of devouring the sky and earth. It's a small thing. I will cover you in school from here on. You can come and tell me anytime you need my help. Li Shui clapped her hands. You can leave. I'll take you with me next time I go out to play. Senior sister, I'll leave now then, said Su Bai before turning around and leaving. When he walked to the door, he turned around again, glanced at the white stone, and said, Senior sister, what is the nature of this thing? He was really curious about the white stone used for the assessment. Li Shui picked up the stone and weighed it. She replied with a smile, this stone was taken from the Imperial Beast Museum. It's mainly to test the pet tamer's attitude toward pets. If you only use your pets as tools, you can't make it glow. Only when you treat your pets as companions can you make it glow. I don't understand the specifics, either. Okay. Su Bai nodded and left. After exiting the indoor training ground, he went directly to the school gate. Chen Ruoxue was waiting there for him. How was it? Did you pass the assessment? She grabbed his hand and asked with a smile. Yes. He went over the whole situation briefly. Wow, you're so lucky to meet your third sister here. She even gave you a sea essence as a first meeting gift. She's quite the rich lady. Chen Ruoxue smiled. Yes, she is, but the most important thing is that my pets can study at the Imperial Beast Gymnasium. Su Bai nodded. Okay, let's go buy food. After buying food on the streets, the two went back to Hope Community. Because they had no class in the afternoon, they decided not to leave school. After entering their rented house, Chen Ruoxue heated up the food while Su Bai released the blue sea kraken. On him. The kraken hit him and opened its mouth. He took out 2 bottles of potion to feed it before giving it the whole piece of sea essence. After waiting for a while, Pee-Pee Kraken burst forth with a strong blue light and then a blue spiritual vortex enveloped it. Its size grew a bit to a length of 10 meters in the whirlpool. If the living room was not big enough, it would be unable to contain it. It completed its evolution just like this and turned into a deep blue sea kraken. Su Bai checked its data. It had awakened a water cannon skill, which was pretty good. Very good. He looked at the domineering and leaky guy in front of him and gave it 2 more potion bottles. Wow, it looks great. I have to hurry up and let my green grass kraken evolve, too. Chen Ruoxue envied him. Onam. The Kuan blinked at him. Next time, I'll find a good place for you to have fun. You can't use your skills in this room, said Su Bai as he put it away, feeling quite happy. Let's eat. Look at how happy you are. She rolled her eyes. Hee hee. It just feels great. He chuckled and sat down to eat. It was nighttime soon. He hugged his girlfriend and asked her to help him with some hand work. Halfway through, he suddenly sat up. Chen Ruoxue let go and stared at him. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chen Ruoxue packed his things, and the two set off for school. Be careful by yourself. Life is the most important thing. Restrain yourself, all right? Next to the school lawn, Chen Ruoxue let go of his hand as she exhorted. Don't do this. I always feel like you're seeing off your deceased husband, he smiled and said. Isn't it the same? If you die, not even your corpse will return to me. Haha. Don't worry. There should be nothing wrong. I'll see you soon. Be careful. She exhorted again and then went to class with her books. Su Bai turned and walked into the administration building to find the head teacher so he could take a leave. Are you going to take time off to help your pet advance? Inquired the head teacher, Liu Xuemei, as she looked at him. Yes, several of my pets have reached the point where they will soon advance. He nodded. Let me take a look. The head teacher had heard of this boy's name before. He was indeed a genius to have reached this level at the age of 17, especially since he came from an ordinary background. Subai raised his hand and summoned his contract book to release the dino. Roar! Bai, do I hit this woman? She's very dangerous. The little tyrant looked at Liu Shuamei vigilantly and said through telepathy. Subai, teacher, as you see, he's now facing his third evolution and promotion. This cat on my shoulder is also facing the problem of being promoted to the monarch grade, Subai said sincerely. Liu Shuamei's experience naturally allowed her to recognize the state of these two pets. Both of them were extremely powerful and had indeed reached the threshold of promotion and breakthrough. In fact, you don't have to fight so hard at your age. The time interval for pets to advance is too short, which is actually not very good. Pets need time to settle. As Liu Shuamei spoke, she took out the leave slip and asked him to sign it. Wait for it to become stronger and settle slowly, there will be time later. Subai did not agree with this view and had no intentions of slowing down his pet's advancements. Take the leave slip and go next door for the administration office director's approval. Then you can leave, Liu Shuamei said blankly. She knew that these young people would not change because of a simple reminder from her, so she did not say anything else. After all, people who could reach high peaks were determined individuals. How could they change their minds just because of a word from someone else? Thank you, teacher. Subai nodded. He turned around, exited the office, and walked into the administration office. With the signature of the head teacher, his 1-month leave was quickly approved. Of course, if it was an ordinary university, this situation would be dealt with a suspension, but this was the norm in pet universities. The school also encouraged students to venture outside and train themselves. Freshmen and sophomores did not go often, but by the third year, the number of students in a class could be 1/3. They had either signed to companies and were on missions or were in monster wildernesses and big space cracks. After putting the leave notice in the dormitory and sending messages to his roommate and monitor, Subai turned around and left the school. He was going to return to Kan first before entering the Scarlet Wilderness through the Blood Moon Bar. Although there was also a Scarlet Bar in East Capital, it was definitely not very safe at this time. Everyone who had blood monsters above the monarch grade knew of the birth of the Blood Moon divine skill. People must be squatting outside the Scarlet Bars, playing the scheme of waiting for rabbits. Kan was remote, and the water was not as deep as in East Capital, so the impact should be smaller. He believed that those people were unwilling to give up, especially at this time, on his ancestor Blood Dragon. Thus, he must be more cautious. Fortunately, so far, his pet dragon's data had not been leaked out, and he could still be safer. He called a flying ride and went to the airport. Hey, did you skip class, too? Young lad, you're too daring. A voice came not far from behind, sounding crisp with a smell of milk powder. Subai looked back and saw that it was the third sister whom he met yesterday. She was wearing a blue sailor suit, complemented by white silk pants. Other men's eyes lit up at the sight of her, and they could not help but steal a few more glances. Hello, senior sister, I'm not skipping class. I applied for a leave as I'm going to advance my pets. Subai greeted her and spoke with a smile. How do I look? Does it suit me? Li Shui walked over and spun around for him. The hem of her blue skirt rose slightly, revealing a tiny peak of her feminine area, making people feel their hearts beat a little faster. Yes, you look good, he said casually. Saying good things did not need money, and she was genuinely beautiful. In fact, in his imagination, he had always thought that his third sister would have a flirtatious and domineering style like Wei Ya. He did not expect her to be a young lady at the time of her first awakening of love. You're such a smooth talker, I like it. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. She patted him on the shoulder and smiled. I have matters to attend to. Senior sister, find someone else to accompany you. Subai took a step back. Li Shui took a step forward and grabbed him, pulling him forward. The fragrant breeze filled him and made him intoxicated. Do you think that you can go back to Kan like this? Don't look at how people are ignoring you. Many people already know that you have an ancestor blood dragon. Even if there is no way to kill you, they'll definitely prevent you from entering Scarlet Wilderness, she leaned over and said softly. After speaking, she turned and left. If you think you can leave, then go. The expression in his eyes kept changing, and he finally decided to go with her. Since Li Shui knew that he had the ancestor blood dragon, it must be his master who had told her. In other words, it was Gao and who had asked her to protect him. You made the right choice. Li Shui smiled and glanced at him. If you really left stupidly just like that, I would have beaten you to a pulp and transported you back to our master. Su Bai. Li Shui ignored his expression, smiling slightly. She opened a diamond contract book and released a black monster. He was a little shocked to see this pet. It was actually a light and dark bone mantis king. Usually, bone mantis kings were formed by the fusion and mutation of a bone mantis and an iron nematode worm. After the mutation was completed, the bone mantis king would become pale white and its chest core would be covered by countless tentacle-like iron nematodes. Other parts of its body would also extend tentacles of iron nematodes, which were extremely terrifying. However, Li Shui's pet made his scalp even number. This was a mutation in the fusion of a dark mantis king and a light iron nematode worm, and it was actually a success. The light and dark bone mantis king rose to a full 10 meters, with 6 wings on its back and a metal texture covering its whole body. Be it the blade or other parts, they felt like sharp steel knives. The bright iron nematodes entwined around the chest of the mantis as they covered its body. These iron nematodes shook slightly, as if swaying with the wind. These iron nematodes only had the thickness of a dragon's beard, which seemed to make people feel more pins and needles. How is it? Isn't it domineering? Terrifying? Artistic? Li Shui smiled and jumped on the back of the mantis as she asked with a smile. How did it mutate into such a state? It should be impossible. Su Bai also jumped up, looking at the big guy under his feet. Upon seeing this mantis, he really wanted to curse aloud. This school was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After both of them settled on its back, the light and dark bone mantis king flapped its wings and flew off. Its bright iron nematode sent out a light curtain, then its figure disappeared into the void. Hee hee. Of course it can't be born under normal circumstances. This was prepared by my master when I just turned 16. When the dark bone mantis and the light iron nematode mutated and were about to fail, I threw my spirit stone in. Then they turned into a spirit egg and gave birth to this light and dark bone mantis king form, which was almost impossible to mutate successfully. Li Shui lifted her chin slightly and smiled. I'm so envious. Su Bai was really envious. She was indeed the child of a wealthy family. As for him, the cost of his beginner materials were only worth 1 million, and he had no choice at all. It made sense for the strong to stay strong. I envy you, instead. The one on your shoulder is no worse than my mantis, and you even managed to mutate it into such a powerful existence at a cost of less than 1 million. Lady Luck is definitely shining on you. Li Shui smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Su Bai did not speak, for there was no way to say that he had achieved this through his plug-in, rather than the so-called Lady Luck. By the way, senior sister, where are we going? It doesn't seem to be the way to Cannes, he asked. Of course, we're not going to Cannes. We'll first take a walk in the heavenly abyss before going to Cannes, she replied. Okay then. Su Bai fell silent and began to think about going on in the Scarlet Wilderness at this time. Snatching the Blood Moon divine skill was essentially a very dangerous thing. Fortunately, he had already spread the blood of his dragon throughout the Scarlet Wilderness, and most blood creatures in the Scarlet World today were its blood subordinates. This should be beyond the reach of other people. Senior sister, do you know about robbing the Blood Moon divine skill? He turned and asked. Of course, I don't know. I've never done it before. Every time it happens, a large group of Heavenly King level people are dispatched. Where will we get the opportunity? Plus, a divine skill hasn't appeared for decades. It is said that the other divine skills in the Alliance only appeared right after the aura was regained. I have a hunch that this fight for that divine skill will definitely be bloody. I actually don't recommend you to go, replied Li Shui. Suddenly, she instructed in a low voice, kill them. With a burst of sound, the light and dark bone praying mantis instantly broke through the sound barrier and turned into a stream of light which flew across the air. Black 7-star light burst in the air, exuding endless sharpness. With a loud crash and a bang, 5 blood clusters exploded in the air, and the hidden 5 monsters were directly cut into pieces. Although Su-bai was on the back of the mantis, he still could not see its movements clearly. After that, the 5 people fell. They opened their contract books in midair and released several more pets. Puff puff. A black light and shadow flashed, and these monsters, which had just appeared, were all resolved. Even if several of them had life-saving skills, released their doubles, or used their special traits, they were still goners in front of the mantis. It killed several of them in a very short time. Under the horrified eyes of the 5 pet tamers, the light and dark bone mantis king cut them into pieces. Snap! Li Shui snapped her fingers and released a fiery red beetle. This beetle was a bit like a ladybug. It was 10 meters in size and released flames which burned everything into ashes. So strong. That should be a consummate skill, right? Is it the 7-star light slash? Su-bai was horrified to see this scene. The monsters, which had appeared in the air, were not weak either. The first batch of powerful monsters were peak mid-level monarchs and were carefully cultivated main battle pets, so he was truly shocked to see them killed so easily. However, they had sought their death by provoking the light and dark bone mantis king. Based on his observation of this mantis, it could hold its ground and fight with dragon pets of the same level. Even ordinary dragon monsters might be unable to beat it. Originally, mutant monsters were already abnormal, but this terrifying mutant, which integrated light and dark attributes, was way too powerful. Seeing his shocked and amazed expression, Li Shui felt very pleased inside. It gave her a feeling of showing off her success. This kind of feeling was just like when fans cheered enthusiastically that the act became significant. If no one shouted, then the act would be meaningless. How is it? If you didn't follow me, could you kill those people yourself? Junior brother, aren't I treating you very well? You're still not grateful for my life-saving grace. Li Shui patted him on the shoulder as she held her head up. Thank you. I'll work hard like an ox and a horse in my next life to repay your life-saving grace. Su-bai quickly smiled and thanked the woman. In fact, he could have solved the situation earlier. The blood dragon also had consummate skills, so he was not particularly afraid. Say that again. Am I too ugly for your time this lifetime? No, then I'll treat you to a meal this lifetime when we're back. He quickly admitted his mistake. Okay, let's go to Cannes. If you can't come back this time, I'll sell your girlfriend. That's why you have to cherish your life, understand? She smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Su-bai, after solving the people who had been tracking them, Li Shui directly asked her pet to fly to Cannes. On the mantis's back and facing Su-bai, she took out a pair of poker cards from her pocket. It's a long road, let's play poker. The loser gets a sticker to the face. Are you game? Dare I say no? He spread his hands. Good answer. I like this kind of junior brother. Okay, I'll deal the hand. Let me tell you in advance that I'm a gambling queen. She grinned, shuffled the cards fancily, and distributed the cards between them. The mantis flew very fast, and since no one intercepted it along the way again, it arrived at Cannes in a little over an hour. Can I remove the stickers on my face now? Su-bai asked helplessly. He had not won a single game along the way. He seriously suspected that the other had cheated, but he had no evidence to prove this. Okay. How was I? Aren't I strong? Yes. He took the stickers off and jumped to the ground before thanking her. Thank you for escorting me, senior sister. If you need anything in the future, please tell me. It's nothing. She waved her hand indifferently, and the hem of the blue skirt fluttered slightly. Master wanted to go with you, but because the situation there has become serious and the fighting is fierce, he can't leave for the time being. You must be careful when you enter the Scarlet Wilderness this time. I don't have a monarch blood pet. If I did, I would go there with you. Thank you. I understand. Su-bai nodded. The cub landed on the ground, increased its size, and took him away.